But as the world holds its breath, one thing's for sure. This trade war is far from over, but just listen to the reactions we've lined up for you. Right, while we line up those global reactions for you, I must inform you that items from about 60 trade partners that the White House described as the worst offenders, including the European Union and China, face higher rates. Payback for what Trump said unfair trade policies were. Daniel's still with us at the moment. Let's bring Daniel in. Daniel, analysts have warned that this trade war escalation was likely to lead to higher prices for Americans, as you and Maha have highlighted, and also slower growth in the US, right? While some countries around the world could be plunged into recession?
It's absolutely a risk for both economic growth in the United States and economic growth in other countries. I mean, what you're doing to some extent, or I should say what Trump is doing, is trying to slow commerce down, commerce between different countries. Now, Trump hopes that that will eventually lead to a reshoring of jobs and industry in the United States, but there's no guarantee that will happen. And if it does happen, it will take a very, very long time for companies to move their supply chains back to the United States. And in the meantime, I mean, other countries will find themselves selling less goods to the United States because it will be a lot more expensive. Americans will be purchasing fewer foreign-made products. At least that's what economists expect, because they'll cost more. The United States is an enormous market. It buys a ton of things from around the world. That's why it has a large trade deficit with so many countries. So yeah, the negative effects will be felt everywhere.
In fact, Maha, will the reciprocal tariff approach, as many experts are warning, lead to a more insular US economy? What could that mean for countries like India that rely heavily on international trade? What are the experts in Canada saying?
Well, as far as India and the United States is concerned, we have seen even during the previous tenure of President Donald Trump that he went after India, saying that it was one of the worst exploiters of tariff, and that the tariffs in India were very high. And last time specifically, if you remember, the focus on Harley Davidson was a constant one from President Donald Trump, and yes, had led to a certain amount of discomfort between the two countries as well, because that was a constant refrain coming in from Donald Trump. This time we are seeing again, as you saw on that chart, where it was pointed out that the tariffs from India are almost 52%. That was the assessment that has been made by the US. And therefore, the reciprocal tariffs that they are saying imposed on India now will be about 26%. As Daniel is pointing out there quite correctly, that of course the fallout will be on consumers in the US, because anything that is exported to the US, that US imports within its own country, the importers are going to have to pay a higher price for that product, and therefore that product automatically will become more expensive for the US consumers. But this will have a destabilizing effect on those countries that are very big trade partners of the US. For instance, if I bring you back and circle you back to Canada, this could have a debilitating effect on the Canadian GDP. And Canadian economy has already been suffering lately, and we have seen the impacts on the consumers here as well, considering the inflation has been quite high, prices of daily amenities, goods has been high, there's been a housing crisis, and all these kind of tariffs, this kind of jolt that we will see to the economy could lead to long-term impacts as well in Canada. Some of the infrastructure projects could become more expensive for the Canadian side as well. So long-term projects become expensive. There could be, you will have to go to your drawing table again and redraw the budgets for them. Social development rates get impacted, weighted average cost of capital gets impacted. There are so many ramifications of this kind of tariff, which is all encompassing now. It's such an exhaustive and expansive list. And as I pointed out, because of the complex supply chains now spreading across the world, and we have seen a glimpse of that during the COVID-19 pandemic, how the supply chains came into shock because they are so complex now, spread across the globe. And any such shock to that supply chain, even by way of a tariff, can have a debilitating effect on world trade. And at the moment, even if you want to appeal this kind of tariff at the World Trade Organization, for instance, it will go into a void. That's because the World Trade Organization's appellate body has not been functioning for the past 7 years because of lack of quorum, and that too because the US has been upset with the appellate body and has not approved the appointment of judges. And that means that any appeal to the World Trade Organization will run into a void. There is an alternative mechanism for redressal that the European Union and some other countries, about 60 odd countries, have come up with that. But there are many countries that are not part of that setup. For instance, of course, the US is not there, and even India is not part of that body. So what happens now? How do these problems around world trade get negotiated, or how do you address these problems now? That, again, is a big issue at the moment.
Maha, as always, thank you so much for contextualizing the latest information for us. Daniel Blocks, thanks so much for joining us on NDTV as always. Let me just tell our viewers that Trump has dismissed concerns about how his tariffs will affect the US economy, but the move is likely to prove a political test for his administration, which was elected in part on promises to tame prices. Meanwhile, Wall Street's months-long headache over Donald Trump's plans for a global trade war is threatening to turn into a migraine as we speak. Trump's executive order subjecting imports to a 10% tariff and applying even higher levies to products from 60 other countries deemed bad actors triggered a broad sell-off in stock futures and a drop in oil prices as well. It was a sign, as people are saying, that investors are wary of how surging import costs could become a serious drag on the world economy. And some say for Trump, tariffs are not so much a negotiating tactic as a policy, a new revenue stream and a made in the USA commitment. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj joins you on the other side in a few moments. Do stay tuned.
Notice by all of these auditors.
SEBI is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is, actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree.
As US President Donald Trump signs the executive order on global reciprocal tariffs, we have seen global markets plunge. We've seen Dow futures tumble 1,000 points, S&P 500 futures slide over 3.5%, as well as Nasdaq futures decline over 4%. Asian markets have also tumbled sharply, with Japan's Nikkei declining over 4% and South Korean shares declining over 2% in early trade. Meanwhile, gold prices hit a record high and are clearly thriving on safe haven demand. I am joined by Ajay Bagga, senior market expert, to of course make sense of the markets and the economy, oil prices as well as gold prices. Ajay Bagga, markets plunging on expected lines and Trump clearly going ahead with his plan.
Yeah, it's worse than the worst case scenario that has happened. We were expecting a universal reciprocal tariff around 20%. So that has come at 10%. But the country level tariffs are a big shock, especially on China, a 54% all consolidated tariff. On Vietnam, a 46% tariff. On entire Europe, 20%. India, 26%. Most of Southeast Asia getting a tariff. 60 countries getting tariffed. And even small countries like Laos, Cambodia getting 30% plus. Norfolk Island, which is an island, which is a territory of Australia with a population of 2,000, gets a tariff of 29%. There is no comparison between a small enclave of 2,000 people and the US economy. So this is not a well thought out position. And unfortunately, to run global affairs like this, that I have made my move, now you come on the poker table and you lay down your cards, let's negotiate. That's not the way to run international relations. Secondly, that's not the best thing for the global economy. Markets are just reflecting the pain in the global economy caused by this once in 100 years kind of a tariff war that has got unleashed last night.
Right, like you said, this is of course reflecting the fact that there is more room for negotiation going forward. But what about the sectoral impact as far as India is concerned? Many were expecting announcements for pharma. Now that hasn't happened. So will this be a boost for the pharma sector in India?
No, not at all. If you see the White House declaration, they have said copper, pharma, semiconductors are going to come under sector-specific tariffs. So they have been kept out of the country-specific tariffs. Sakshi, you must remember, Ireland, with a population of 5 million, is exporting $100 billion of pharma products to the US. That is the biggest thing rankling Trump, that why have American pharma majors headquartered in Ireland and they have set up factories there. He wants them to come back home. So you are going to see 25% tariffs on pharma as well. So Indian pharma, there is no escape. Either you get the country 26% or you get this 25%. But pharma tariff is definitely coming. So no way out. In terms of sectors, today metals are falling across the Asian region. Oil is down. Only thing up is gold. Only thing up is yen. And Japanese government bonds are seeing buying. The yields are going down. Those are the safe haven buying that is happening. US treasuries are down quite sharply. The yields on US treasuries. So people are rushing into US treasuries. Asian currencies are down. China has to still fix its currency. They had drawn a line, Sakshi, of 7.2 yuan to the dollar. they were protecting that. Today, in the offshore market, it has crossed 7.3. The risk is that Chinese allow their currency to depreciate, as they did in 2000 and 2019, 2018 and 2019, which led to a global stock market sell-off, because all the emerging markets then, to stay competitive export-wise, also follow suit and depreciate currencies. So you could be seeing a currency war starting. We have to wait and watch. But overall, I think there'll be a massive sell-off. Japan opened 4% down, then we have seen some amount of stability there. If you look at Chinese ETF, the internet ETF, which is the biggest one, $8 billion China internet ETF, that's down 6% this morning. Vietnam country ETF, the biggest one, is down 10%. Those are offshore funds who are just taking their money out, but that will translate into selling in those markets as those markets open very shortly.
Absolutely. So no respite sectorally, as well as global currencies being impacted. But between India and US tariff differentials have been significant as far as agriculture, auto and the jewelry sector have been concerned. So your thoughts on the impact now given for these sectors at large?
Yeah, it is a drag on the profitability of all these companies, and a minimum 10% has been set. So the baseline is you cannot escape below 10%. So the best deal we can look for is 26% going to 10. Now, if you look at this 52% that they have allegedly said that India levies, that includes GST, that includes non-tariff barriers and what they call currency manipulation. Now, all those are subjective things. GST is our own internal matter, which we levy on classes of goods. We don't levy on origin of goods. To add in a GST of 18 to 28%, and calculate tariffs that India levies, India is actually levying 12 to 13% on a weighted average basis on US goods, and US is levying 2.5%. So we were expecting at most a 5 to 10% country level, or a worst case scenario was 20% universal tariffs. What has come instead is 26% country level tariffs for India. One good thing is it's much better than Vietnam, which sits at 46, or China at 54, or even Bangladesh at 37%, Sakshi. So, but this is just the negotiation Act 1. You have to go to Act 5 of this drama, which is painful. And as investors, we have to unnecessarily go through this pain. That is what is spoiling the mood globally this morning.
Right, investor reaction and of course negotiation being the key word from you, but we are also joined by Badri Narayanan, Gopalakrishnan, senior economist, to make sense of what is happening. Badri Narayanan, you know, a lot of people have been talking about India needs to boost export market diversification. Now, given the tariff spree, your thoughts on whether India should go ahead with this sooner than expected?
Thank you for having me here. I agree with Mr. Ajay Baga that this is a very sad and kind of shocking news for us this morning. In terms of our exposure to US, it's definitely substantial. It's one of our major export markets. And this kind of tariffs are going to be difficult for us. Like he said, we do have, we are still better than China, Vietnam, and other countries. But at the same time, compared to the countries with whom US already has free trade agreements, and many other countries for whom the tariffs have been 10% or definitely lower than ours, we are going to be at a disadvantage. So yes, in terms of diversification, it is good idea to look at multiple markets to diversify, and our industries are already doing that. The US has in the past few years become quite a cost-sensitive market. So many of our exporters are actually looking at EU and Middle East and other regions for exports. But still, I'm only talking in marginal terms. In the majority, a large chunk of our exports are still going to the US. So it's a very important market. Whatever diversification we do, we still are going to have US as an important partner. And that is where you talked about negotiation. That is where our negotiation strategy right now, where we are, our entire colleagues in the Ministry of Commerce, Department of Commerce, they are working on this negotiation with the Trump administration on an FTA that is being negotiated. I think, like Ajay mentioned, it's like even the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent mentioned a few months ago about the strategy of escalation to de-escalate. So escalate the tariffs and then bring partners to negotiate and then reduce the tariffs. So that is a strategy.
Right.
And
thank you
maybe
so much for sharing your thoughts, both of you. And of course, 2 new strategies and negotiations going forward.
Meanwhile, in news just coming in, Prime Minister Modi has an action-packed schedule for this week. He is going to be in Thailand for the BIMSTEC summit. He is just departing for Bangkok. In fact, during this trip, he will hold talks with his Thai counterpart, Paetongtarn Shinawatra, and attend the 6th BIMSTEC summit. Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to meet Shinawatra at the Government House, where he will be accorded a ceremonial welcome, is what his team has informed us. And this evening, our Prime Minister will join the BIMSTEC leaders from Thailand, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Myanmar and Bhutan to oversee the signing of the Agreement on Maritime Cooperation. This BIMSTEC summit, you must note, will bring Prime Minister Modi face-to-face with Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, Bangladesh Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus and Myanmar's military junta leader Min Aung Hlaing, among others. Now on Friday, which is tomorrow, Prime Minister Modi will call on the Thai King as well. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi and Shinawatra are scheduled to visit one of the top 6 temples in Thailand that is famous for its massive reclining Buddha statue. This is part of his scheduled tour. The Prime Minister will attend the summit on Friday morning, where the regional grouping is expected to also adopt the Bangkok Vision 2030. We'll, of course, be tracking everything that's happening at this BIMSTEC summit very closely. For now, we're stepping into a very short break. Back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching. And as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी।
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
Welcome back. Well, Donald Trump has probably not read much Foucault, but he appears to embody the French philosopher's claim, as some analysts argue, that politics is the continuation of war by other means. Nowhere is this more apparent than in his fondness for tariffs. He presents taxing foreign imports as a way to rebuild the American economy, as you've seen with his latest announcements, in favor of blue-collar workers left behind by free trade and globalization, as you've seen from his remarks on the matter as well. Yet, some argue that it seems he plainly thinks that politics is not about truth or justice, it's about leverage and supremacy. But Donald Trump has listed the high tariffs charged by India on American products as he announced reciprocal tariffs on countries across the board, declaring a 26% discounted reciprocal tariff on India, as I have mentioned. The US president said the United States charges other countries only a 2.4% tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher rates, like 60%. India charges 70%, Vietnam charges 75%, and others charge even higher rates. But as he announced these tariffs, he held up a chart that showed the tariffs that countries such as India, China, the United Kingdom, and the European Union charge, along with the reciprocal tariffs that these countries will now have to pay. In fact, we're going to pull those visuals up of you, of Donald Trump holding those tariff charts up. That chart indicated that India charged 56% tariffs. In fact, my team will just pull those visuals up for you. The chart that he was holding up indicated that India charged 56% tariffs, including currency manipulation and trade barriers, and America would now charge India a discounted reciprocal tariff of 26%. Well, for further clarity on the India impact, we have with us at the moment Asif Iqbal, President, Indian Economic Trade Organization, and also the former consul government of the Republic of Suriname. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us as always. India has been a significant beneficiary of trade with the US. It's no secret. So how might the new tariffs disrupt this trade balance? And what long-term consequences could this have on Indian businesses, sir?
Thank you. Probably now I feel that our tariffs that we have got is not as much as compared to what you look at China, because our total trade is 124 billion. And, our exports have reached around 81 billion, whereas the imports are only 44 billion. So we are in a safe side, which is a trade surplus of around almost 37 billion. But, it is not as bad as we think, because it is not a generalized tariff effect on India. It's only sector specific, especially for the automotive and IT. These are the two sectors that can mainly be affected. But apart from that, in general, it is not as much as, if you compare to other countries that he has imposed upon. And, if you look at it, our security concerns, they are not going to be as big as they seem to be. So I think we are in a very safe area this time.
But sir, Trump's comments that India has been tough on tariffs raised questions about the future of Indo-US relations as well. So would you argue that this tariff increase could escalate tensions between our two nations, or will it prompt more collaboration on trade reforms?
No, you see, Mr. Trump has very clearly said that, the Prime Minister is a great friend of his. So he's trying to make it look very personal and trying to keep it very balanced in a way that, the tariffs are there. The Prime Minister is a great friend of his, but at the same time, he has to impose this tariff. So that itself gives us a kind of balance, because he has not said this to any other country. He has not said this to China, Korea, or any other country, or Germany, but he has said this specifically with India. So it looks like a very soft approach. That he wants to keep it balanced and keep India also in line with all other countries, but at the same time giving that very soft touch that he has given it for India. And he's already clearly mentioned the Prime Minister is a great friend of mine, which clearly says India is a great friend of US, and these tariffs are just temporary.
Keeping that in mind, what role do you think India's diplomatic ties or diplomatic channels will then play with the US in negotiating to reduce these tariffs. Is there space for compromise, or would you say this is a major setback currently for India's trade policy?
You know, the Ministry of Commerce in India, they have been evaluating several possibilities based on these, tariff disparities and specific types, of various countries.
In fact, what has been back and forth from the US as well.
Yes, and we've also been in discussions with local industries to address these non-tariff barriers that can that can affect their exports to the US. And India has also expressed our willingness, to order more tariff cuts on more than half of US imports worth almost 23 billion. And that will be a very big concession in years. And I think we look forward to a very positive, kind of approach to this particular tariff announcement.
Mr. Iqbal, before I let you go, what specific steps should India then take to mitigate the adverse effects as we speak of these tariffs on its economy? Should we look for alternative markets or diversify our export portfolio?
Well, we already have, some response coming from the neighboring country like China, saying that India, they are ready to buy more and more goods from us. That's a very kind of a collateral benefit that we have, that many neighboring countries and many other countries nearby will start, building and deepening their relations with us, which is good for the Indian, economy and the Indian exporters.
Right, well, we'll wait and watch how this entire impact unfolds. As you know, Donald Trump has said that Narendra Modi is a friend, but has also criticized the very high tariffs that India has imposed as far as US goods are concerned. Mr. Iqbal, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV.
Thank you.
The US president has announced a baseline 10% tariff on US imports, with steeper reciprocal levies on goods from a slew of other nations, including us in India, Europe, Japan, and China. And you know why it's a big deal? Because Trump's announcement ends the free trade era that has defined global commerce for decades. A move that now risks higher consumer prices and economic damage as well. But in terms of the numbers, the reciprocal tariffs hit dozens of nations, including some of US's largest trading partners. Donald Trump listed the high tariffs charged by India on American products as he announced reciprocal tariffs on countries across the board, for us declaring a 26% discounted reciprocal tariff. Imports, meanwhile, from the European Union, Japan, and South Korea will be subject to tariffs of about 20% or higher. Imports from Vietnam are subject to a tariff rate of 46%, while Taiwanese imports will face 32% tariffs. Now, you need to keep a keen eye on the fact that it is President Trump's gamble to revive domestic manufacturing, raise revenues to offset tax cut costs, and also push other nations to adhere to non-trade related demands. Trump's reciprocal tariffs decision promises to ruffle feathers worldwide, as we've already seen with the initial responses as nations are bracing for this economic storm. But for further clarity on the matter, I now have the pleasure of being joined by Andrew Leung, who's an international and independent China strategist based in Hong Kong, also joining us on the broadcast at the moment, founder and CEO of US-India Corridor, Angela Jadkar, live from New York. Thank you so much for making time for us and joining us on NDTV. Andrew, to you first. China, one of the United States' largest trading partners, is going to be hit with a new 54% tariff, India with 26% among many others. Would you say we're in the middle of a global trade war now, as many experts have highlighted?
Clearly, this is a completely overturning a new page in trading relationship of the United States with the rest of the world. It's not just targeting a number of large countries or traders like China, but also Americans' allies and friends. It is so-called reciprocal tariffs based on, for example, existing tariffs in a number of countries, even though they are not the largest trading partner of the United States, even though they're friends, which of course could include India, but also it's across the board. Now, Trump believes that tariffs could bring back prosperity to the United States, but this is his rhetoric. And then he thinks that tariffs could bring jobs back to the United States without realizing that, of course, the costs of production of a lot of these products in the United States are no longer competitive. And that's why these productions have been outsourced to other more competitive countries. Now, that's Adam Smith comparative advantage. But it's going to completely disregard that. And of course, the degree of tariffs is calibrated in relation to what extent that country accounts for imports into the United States. Now, the biggest country imports is, of course, China, Canada, Mexico. But, for example, India, of course, in terms of the relative import is less, and hence the tariffs are relatively less severe compared with other countries. But even a close ally now, Vietnam, as it's pointed out, is a huge tariffs. So I think this is upends the whole world's trading relationship, upends the whole world's supply and value chain, causes inflation around the world because of all the higher costs, and of course resulting in huge costs to American consumers. And then various traders, including Goldman Sachs, have already predicted a high likelihood of an American stagflation, if not immediate recession. And then these tariffs hark back to the time of the so-called Smooth Act, the tariffs back in the 1930s, which deepened the American recession. So that's highly worrying. But at least believes that the immediate term would result in additional revenue to the United States, would bring back certain jobs to the United States, and would create a golden age of the United States economy dictated by oligarchs and entrepreneurs.
In fact, Angela is also with us now, Andrew. Angela, what role do you think India's diplomatic ties with the US will play in negotiating to reduce these tariffs? As we speak, you think there's any space for compromise, or is this a major setback for India's trade policy, as many experts are arguing?
Okay, good morning to you. Good morning, India. So I actually think that, the conversations just are ongoing. I think that if you saw how the U.S. markets had responded, they didn't respond well as President Trump was speaking.
Yes.
Because the tariffs were much higher than expected that were imposed. Now, the markets do not like uncertainty. Markets want clarity. And from what I understand, there was very little clarity that was provided. So it puts companies, multinationals, in a very difficult position.
Absolutely.
And just responding very quickly to what you were saying, yes, I think, this is the art of the deal. And Trump will be Trump, and he will continue to negotiate. But what he understands, and CEOs understand, that you have to be really sensitive in the words that you choose and how you and be very measured when you're communicating, because the markets are very sensitive. So I think he is just going to continue to negotiate. I think this is shock treatment. I think there's going to be a lot of negotiating that's going to happen behind closed doors. If you noticed, Canada and Mexico, that's been in the news for months, have not been mentioned today.
In fact,
and so, yes, go ahead.
Leaders from Europe to Latin America actually criticizing the tariffs as economically damaging as we speak. Andrew, just want to bring you in for a quick moment here. You think these tariffs will force countries to reevaluate their dependency on the US market, leading to a potential reorganization of global trade alliances and partnerships?
Well, naturally, a number of many countries are already recalibrating their trading and, if you like, even geopolitical relationship with the United States. Not that they would just change cam entirely, but then the people are starting to hedge. And even long-time allies like European countries and Canada and even closest neighbor like Mexico are already recalibrating their response. On the one hand, like Canada and Mexico, are trying to impose retaliatory measures as a negotiation tactic, if you like, because if you just take everything lying down, and then your national interest could be compromised. Right. Likewise, other countries. So I think that we are seeing the trade shifting to perhaps the global south, and then the realignment of trading relationships even between India and China, between Europe and China. Not that they are going to embrace the panda, but on the other hand, they're going to hedge, they're going to seek out areas of a possible cooperation and possible partnerships.
Well, as we wrap, Angela, so you think these decisions will isolate the US economically?
So what I actually think is I just want to focus for a second on the business community because it's very much part of the discussion. So multinationals, companies, publicly traded companies are having difficulty in business planning. And, we're also thinking about, when they're making decisions, it's not like they're making decisions on their own. They're part of a bigger ecosystem of stakeholders. Take, for example, the auto sector and the exposure that the auto sector has to, in markets like Canada and Mexico. And so now, if we're thinking now about reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, that, takes time. But if you think about the US-India relationship, I think naturally multinationals that already have a presence in India and markets like India will continue to expand in India and also rethink their US strategy, which would also include the reskilling of American workforce in the United States.
All right.
It also, take time to recreate these new supply chains and also de-risk. Companies are planning on, thinking about de-risking.
All right.
Away from the US. And also diversifying their talent pool. Vietnam was on the list.
Well, many don't have an optimistic view at this moment, though. We are still awaiting for clarity on how this will play out. But Angela and Andrew, I'm afraid I'm completely out of time on this bulletin. Yes. Thank you so much for making time for us and joining us on NDTV. Really appreciate it. News and updates continue in a moment. Do stay tuned.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching. And as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly
April 2nd, 2025. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7 and I'm Priyanka Das. And all eyes today are on President Trump's tariffs. We'll get you all the details in a few moments, but first, a quick check of the top headlines. President Trump imposes 26% reciprocal tariffs on India, says Prime Minister Modi a great friend amid sweeping tariff changes. President Trump imposes 34% on China, 36% on Thailand and 46% on Vietnam. Asian countries face the maximum brunt. World leaders condemn US President Donald Trump's tariffs. Global markets plunge on President Trump's tariff spree. Lok Sabha clears Waqf bill late night, bill to be tabled in the Rajya Sabha today. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Thailand for the BIMSTEC summit. US President Donald Trump unveils sweeping reciprocal tariffs, announcing baseline 10% duties on all imports and much higher rates for some of the nations. Trump singled out major US partners for imposing trade barriers he deems as unfair, with India and the European Union facing 26% and 20% tariffs. They do it to us and we do it to them. This is what Trump has said. He also announced a staggering 34% tariff on goods from China in his Liberation Day speech. Railing against foreign cheaters and foreign scavengers, President Trump said that the US will charge an import duty of 26% on India and 34% on China. Speaking about President Trump described the tariffs by New Delhi as very, very tough. He went on to say that Prime Minister Modi is a great friend of mine, but you have not been treating us right. India charges us 52%, and so we will charge them half of that, that's 26%.
Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
Let's go across to Mr. Jayant Krishna, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Mr. Krishna, firstly, just help us understand, now that the tariffs have been announced, what economic consequences will India have?
See, to my mind, it's unfortunate, first of all, what has happened, because, our bilateral trade agreement was getting discussed, and there's a closure date of September 2025 for that. Recently, Rajesh Agarwal, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, and Brendan Lynch, the Assistant U.S. Trade Representative, they have been discussing for 4 or 5 days, So discussions were happening. It comes all of a sudden. And let's also understand, see, where does this 52% come from? In the US TR report, which was tabled in the US on 31st of March, very clearly they talked about an average Indian tariff of 17%. And they said the non-agro is 13.5 and agro is 39. So how does that 17 become 52 is anybody's guess. In fact, in the US statements, they have said that the base rate that they have talked about, and in most countries they have halved that, calling it a discounted reciprocal rate. It has not only the tariff, but also including the currency manipulation, which India doesn't do at all, and trade barriers, which some of them are there for India vis-a-vis India also. I think all these factors have been taken into consideration, not just the tariff in absolute terms, the average tariff. So I think, to my mind, India should not retaliate by any very, very volatile manner. To my mind, India should study it and look at the impact on a few sectors and then carry on the negotiations. But because once this BTA, the bilateral trade agreement, it gets signed, this would in all probability overtake these discounted reciprocal tariffs that President Trump has announced on the Liberation Day, And now coming to your question of what sectors will be impacted, it's too early. But I think some sectors which are very, very clear will be impacted are steel and other metals, chemicals, jewelry. These will have a direct impact. And some other sectors which are exposed to this tariff hike by the US are automobile, pharmaceuticals, and agriculture, agro-produce, and food products. These are likely to be impacted, but we still have to see that this average rate that he has talked about, 26%. What does it boil down to in terms of by way of different product categories? Because I refuse to believe that this is a uniform rate across the spectrum. That can't be the case at all. So I think it remains to be seen. But let me also tell you, in the same breath, some experts say that at this tariff structure at 26%, almost half of the Indian trade to the Indian exports to the US will be affected. But that may be true. But at the same time, it will also open a window of opportunities for India vis-a-vis other countries. Because look at the countries where this imposition of tariff is higher than India. China, it is 34%, right? South Korea is almost the same, 25%. Vietnam is 46%. Taiwan is 32%. Japan is very close, almost 24%. Thailand is 36%. Switzerland is 31%. So I think these are opportunities which get thrown to India. We need to evaluate it quickly and take the early movers advantage. Because many other countries also will not be competitive to export to the US now, given these tariff barriers. So I think India should look upon this as an opportunity also. But very quickly, we don't have much time, because everybody, like India, most countries which are impacted will be looking upon other global opportunities. To my mind, this will recalibrate, the theory of competitive advantage of nations and of companies and of product categories. India will have to look at it very, very differently. It's like recalibrating the entire trade spectrum all over the world. One needs to look at it very, very closely.
I'd also like to bring in Michael Owens, who is Georgia's mayor. Mr. Owen, help us understand, is this move really the correct path for the Trump administration going ahead to make the America Great Again campaign? How is that likely to play out? Is that the perfect strategy going ahead?
First of all, thanks for having me on. We really can't talk about what the perfect strategy is here. What we do know is that what's being called Liberation Day, in a lot of people's minds, is Inflation Day, right? It means that this intention on bolstering U.S. jobs and having this America First stance that the president has taken has really mean that we're going to see a sharp increase in many different American goods, automobiles, home goods, construction costs, across the board, you name it. And, we've seen impacts, obviously, with the U.S. markets. And I can tell you that in cities, in my city and cities across Georgia and across the country, looking at local economies facing this type of downturn where industries will struggle to adjust, dealing with increased prices, I can't see how this is going to play out best when looking at what our local users and what our local families are going to see.
Right, Mr. Owens. I'll also like to bring in Mr. Krishna on the broadcast. Mr. Krishna, what impact do you think will it have on the MSMEs and SMEs, which have, for the large part, been export-oriented? How are they likely to be impacted?
So MSMEs, directly also they are big exporters, and also as a supply chain for the large units, in India. So, some products may be exported by the large companies, large manufacturers. But, a lot of input for that, the raw materials and some assembly, some components there may come from MSMEs. So MSMEs will be impacted hugely, and some of them may not even have the, the comfort level of, looking at alternatives, because they're smaller in size, they don't have deep pockets, and have, to a lesser extent, they can bear such risks, So I think MSMEs will be impacted more, to my mind, than the large corporates, because large corporates will have a basket of products, a basket of divisions, and very few companies are totally dependent, in their operations on the US, on the export to US. So I think MSMEs will be impacted more, and let us understand MSMEs for a country as a whole, they are very, very sizable. They account for almost 11% of the manufacturing workforce works in the MSME sector, and a very, very significant contributor, if memory doesn't fail me, almost 29% to the GDP of the country. I think the entire, this is such a radical, all, calculations we had done or some other experts had done of 10% or 20% reciprocal tariff and what will be the impact on US, Indian exports to the US. But this has taken everybody off guard, and I think it needs to be seen, but I think we have to really keep on negotiating till the BTA gets signed in September, and also keep looking at other opportunities elsewhere, because every country almost worth the name is affected in the world, and we have to look upon this as an opportunity rather than just drown ourselves in gloom.
Right, Mr. Krishna, thank you. I'd also like to bring in Dr. Brahma Chelani also, who is joining us on the broadcast. He's a strategic affairs expert. Mr. Chelani, help me understand here. Now, President Trump has said that India has one of the highest tariffs. And he, of course, made a comment which is not the most positive in its nature, but he also praised Prime Minister Modi. So do you think comments like that would potentially hurt the bilateral relations?
Well, he's clearly playing tariff roulette. He's exerting increasing pressure on trading partners. Some of the tariffs are designed to be a negotiating tool. Other tariffs are expected to stay in place as a regular source of revenue for the US to help cut the trade deficit and balance the budget. The larger objectives behind Trump's tariff war are to beat back the flood of imports and force American companies to invest in domestic production capacity and bring supply chains back to the US. But here is the irony of it, that he has already imposed several rounds of tariffs since he returned to the White House, starting from early February. Now, before the latest tariffs that he announced, the average tariff rate in the US went up to 12%. Now, with the latest announcement of reciprocal tariffs, that figure increases to 20% or more. That would approach levels that the US has not seen since the early 1930s. And those high tariffs in the early 1930s contributed to deepening the Great Repression. And another interesting aspect, the irony, is that India's tariff structure, tariff rates, have fallen sharply since 1991. They have fallen from 125% to below 5% on most goods imported from the United States. But you see how much higher the American tariffs are. And unlike most Asian economies, India has its own overall trade deficit to worry about. India has a large trade deficit with the world, just the way the US has a large trade deficit with the world.
Yep.
The US trade deficit with the world, of course, is the world's biggest at $1.2 trillion. But that amounts to less than 4% of America's economy. By contrast, India's trade deficit with the world is over 10% of India's GDP. And I think these reciprocal tariffs that Trump has slapped on India will only further increase this deficit the deficit of India in terms of its GDP. And this will have a bearing on the value of India's rupee.
Right, Dr. Chalani. All right, thank you so much. Very special guests sharing their insights. Thank you so much. We'll keep coming to you to get the latest, and thank you again for your insights. Now moving on to the next story that we're tracking, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is landing in Bangkok on a 2-day visit to Thailand. Now during this, he'll also hold talks with his Thai counterpart Paetongtarn Shinawatra and attend the 6th BIMSTEC summit. Modi is scheduled to also meet Shinawatra at the Government House, where he will be accorded a ceremonial welcome. In fact, on Thursday evening, the Prime Minister will join the BIMSTEC leaders from Thailand, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Myanmar and Bhutan to oversee the signing of the Agreement on Maritime Cooperation. The BIMSTEC summit will bring Modi face-to-face with Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, Bangladesh Chief Advisor Muhammad Yunus and Myanmar military junta leader, among others. It's time for us to take a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर,
आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने।
सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियां माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं।
इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
By all of these auditors.
Is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy.
An Indian Air Force Jaguar two-seater aircraft airborne from Jamnagar airfield crashed during a night mission. The pilots faced a technical malfunction and initiated ejection, avoiding harm to airfield and local population. Unfortunately, one pilot succumbed to his injuries while the other is receiving medical treatment at a hospital in Jamnagar. The Indian Air Force deeply regrets the loss of life and stands firmly with the bereaved family. Let's go across to my colleague Vishnu Som, who's joining us on the broadcast. Vishnu, what has really happened with this crash?
Well, you read out what took place, and frankly, there's not very much more to add to that. This is a Jaguar fighter bomber. This is a twin-seat variant of the jet, which has been in service with the Indian Air Force from the 70s onwards. It's been upgraded over a period of time. There was an ejection which took place in the Jamnagar area because of a technical malfunction. Remember, we'll never get to know the actual reasons of the crash. Very rarely are findings of a crash and or the court of inquiry, the details of that revealed in the case of military aircraft. One pilot was able to eject successfully and was taken to a local hospital with injuries. The other pilot unfortunately succumbed to their injuries. So there is obviously a court of inquiry, which is a military court of inquiry, which is looking to the reasons in this crash, but a very sad loss of the life of a fighter pilot.
Vishnu, thank you so much for getting us the details on the Jamnagar air crash that has been reported. Moving on to the next story that we're closely tracking, that is the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025. This was cleared in the majority in the Lok Sabha late night after an over 12-hour debate that saw a sharp exchange of views between the government and the opposition. The bill now seeks to improve the administration of the Waqf properties, introduce technology-driven management, address the complexities and ensure transparency. During the debate, Union Home Minister Amit Shah targeted the Congress for allegedly spreading misinformation on the bill and assured that the legislation does not seek to interfere in the Muslims' religious matters. We have a host of reactions coming in. Let's take a look.
हमें संतोष है कि ऐतिहासिक निर्णय हुआ है, वक्फ बिल पारित हो गया है और बड़ा सवाल यह है कि वक्फ की संपत्ति जनता के उपयोग में आएगी या कुछ के उपयोग में आएगी। आज के संशोधन से ये गरीब, बेवा, अनाथ बच्चे, महिलाएं, बाकी सबों के लिए इसका उपयोग होगा।
At the end of the day, the government prevailed by a fairly small majority of about 50 votes. It wasn't, I must say, an easy matter. There were very strong views expressed on all sides of the debate. I myself did not speak in the debate, but I can tell you that as far as Parliament is concerned, a very thorough airing of all the issues was heard.
Bill passed narrowly. There was a difference of only 56 votes. The bills passed with yeses being 288, noes being 232. I think we put all the points that the people of India wanted us to put. Right now, we are unhappy with the result, but we will continue to fight to defend the Constitution, to protect the rights of minority institutions, and we're going to make sure and be vigilant that this bill is not misused to create a further law and order situation in the country.
महत्वपूर्ण बिल था और ऐतिहासिक बिल था और एक बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म है सबको न्याय देने के लिए और जो पेंडिंग केसेस है ट्रिब्यूनल में, कोर्ट में, वो सबको एक साथ मुक्ति देके न्याय देने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेप, सबके साथ सबके विकास, ये विचार मन में रखते हुए आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आज ये बिल पारित हुआ है.
There is only a 50 vote vote gap here, and you realize just how popular and how against the public mandate this bill is. And it is only because of the party whip and because of the two allies that they have just managed to get through by the skin of their teeth. It's a very dark day in India's secular democracy, where this government, by sheer brute force, has brought about a bill which is so patently unfair. It is sending a very chilling effect to the Muslim community. The message we are sending to the Muslims in this country is, know your place, we will show you your place.
वक्फ बिल, उम्मीद जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, एक नई आशा है इससे, क्योंकि जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के बच्चे हैं, महिलाएं हैं, वो गरीब मुस्लिम परिवार जिनको इसके लाभ से दूर रखा गया. पिछले 75 वर्षों में 60 वर्ष कांग्रेस की सरकार रही और 1995 के बाद 2013 में जब इसमें संशोधन किए गए तो इतनी ताकतें दे दी गई कि मात्र 200 लोगों के हाथ में है 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज़्यादा की संपत्ति. गरीब मुसलमान भाई और बहनों की भलाई हो गई होती, कांग्रेस ने वो नहीं की, चंद गिने चुने लोगों के हाथ में देकर रखा.
Meanwhile, the Lok Sabha early Thursday confirmed the imposition of precedence rule in Manipur, with members across party lines supporting the decision but slamming the centre for the situation in the state. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister said that the government has taken all possible steps to bring back normalcy in the state, with Sayoni Ghosh of TMC saying that her party too supports a resolution but favours early restoration of peace. Let's listen in to what the Union Home Minister said.
दिसंबर, जनवरी, फरवरी और मार्च 4 महीने से वहां पर हिंसा नहीं है. सरकार शांति प्रस्तापित करने के सभी प्रयास, उच्चतम प्रयास कर रही है. कृपया इसको पॉलिटिसाइज न करिए, और पॉलिटिसाइज करना है तो फिर डिबेट होगी, उसमें जवाब भी पॉलिटिकल देना पड़ेगा, मगर मैं ये नहीं चाहता. मान्यवर, ये कहा गया कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव, कोई अविश्वास प्रस्ताव रिकॉर्ड पर नहीं. मान्यवर, कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने के लिए इतने विधायक ही नहीं है कि वो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाए. मेरा सदन के सभी सदस्यों से विनती है कि सरकार चाहती है कि जल्द से जल्द शांति हो, जल्द से जल्द पुनर्वसन हो, और जो जख्म लगे हैं उस पर मरहम भी लगाया जाए.
It's time for a short commercial break. Lots more news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching, and as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी।
From culture.
April 2nd, 2025. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world.
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Trump unveils sweeping new discounted tariff policy aimed at putting America first. He declares his tariffs will send a clear message to global trade rivals that we can no longer afford to be taken for a ride. Donald Trump announces 26% discounted reciprocal tariffs on India, describes tariffs by New Delhi as very, very tough. The new duties also include a 34% tariff on China, a 25% on South Korea, 24% on Japan, and a 20% on the 27-nation European Union. Trump's reciprocal tariffs decision promises to ruffle feathers worldwide as nations brace for the economic storm and world leaders begin reacting. Trump has tried to frame his newly unveiled tariffs as very kind, but some experts are questioning that assertion. Stocks slumped, bonds surged, and gold hit a new high as markets braced for the impact of US President Donald Trump's sweeping reciprocal tariffs. Trump announced a baseline 10% tariff on all imports with far higher levies on some trading partners, particularly in Asia. Prime Minister Modi will be in Thailand, where he will hold a meeting with his Thai counterpart and attend the 6th BIMSTEC Summit. The BIMSTEC Summit will bring Prime Minister Modi face-to-face with Nepal's Prime Minister and Bangladesh Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus, among others. European visitors to the UK will now need a new online entry permit as the British government shakes up long-standing travel rules. Travellers from Europe will now need a digital electronic travel authorization permit. Our big focus, US President Donald Trump unveils sweeping reciprocal tariffs, announcing baseline 10% duties on all imports and much higher rates for some nations. In fact, that entire list is playing out for you. Trump singled out major US partners for imposing trade barriers he deems unfair, with India and the European Union facing 26% and 20% tariffs respectively. In fact, Trump said, they do it to us and we do it to them. He announced a staggering 34% tariff on goods from China in his Liberation Day speech, railing against foreign cheaters and foreign scavengers. In fact, Trump said the US will charge an import duty of 26% on India and 34% on China. But this announcement represents the largest upheaval in American trade policy in decades. US tariffs will approach levels not seen since the 1930s, as some experts argue. China, by the way, is moving to restrict companies from investing in the US, giving Beijing a bargaining chip in future trade talks with Washington. This is what Bloomberg is reporting as we speak. In terms of the market impact, Donald Trump announced his tariffs shortly after trading ended on Wall Street, and US stocks have already plummeted in after-hours trading. Asian stock markets have plunged as gold reaches record highs. For further clarity from Washington, D.C., let's go across to my colleague Nick Harper, who joins us with the lowdown. Nick, take us through the initial reactions to these sweeping tariffs on Ground Zero. Many are saying this announcement was complicated and manufacturers are actually scrambling to determine the exact implications for their operations?
Well, that's absolutely right. I think many people have been trying to crunch the numbers over the last few hours, not just to check the veracity of some of those numbers put out by the White House, but also trying to understand what it will mean for each individual country, because it is a complicated list. There is that baseline 10% tariff that's being imposed on any good from any country coming into the United States. But then those reciprocal tariffs on some countries that Donald Trump has targeted, including, as you mentioned, India, who's now facing that 26% tariff because the United States says that India imposes 52% tariffs on US goods entering India. And on top of that, there's 25% tariffs being put on any foreign cars being imported into the United States. So there's plenty to try and grapple with here, but also some suggestions that the numbers that the White House have put together it doesn't quite add up to exactly how much the individual countries actually impose. The reaction has been varied. As you'd imagine, a lot of Republicans are backing the president, but there have been some throughout the course of the day and even in the week ahead of this Liberation Day announcement who have been petitioning the White House to try and cool their jets, to suggest that these type of plans will have major implications, mainly to their constituents who could end up paying higher prices, as you would expect. The Democrats have reacted angrily to much of this. We've heard from Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, saying this is a reckless, inflammatory trade war. A congresswoman from the House, Terry Sewell, saying that this will be the largest tax increase for families in American history. It's bad for consumers, she says. It will mean that prices will skyrocket. We're undoubtedly going to see plenty of reaction from countries over the coming days. Donald Trump's expecting that. He says he will be getting complaints, and he's also expecting that many countries will now be petitioning the White House to try and do some sort of deal to avoid these tariffs. Bear in mind, those reciprocal tariffs are due to start next Wednesday, the 9th of April.
Right, Nick. Also, meanwhile, economists dispute Donald Trump's claim that the US is kind to only levy tariffs on half of what other countries charge the US. In fact, US stock futures also cratered as Trump unveiled these sweeping tariffs.
Yeah, quite incredible. The stock market reaction, I think, is as expected. Stock markets don't like surprise. They don't like change. Something like this, the upheaval it will produce, has meant that the Nikkei in Japan has already dropped 3% as trading opened. We'll see what the Wall Street stock markets do when they open tomorrow morning US time. But already the suggestion is that the Dow Jones will lose about 1,000 points.
Meanwhile, Nick, White House's senior trade advisor Peter Navarro had claimed that Trump's proposed tariffs would actually bring in $6 trillion in revenue over the course of a decade. Experts have pointed out that if this is achieved, it would not only be the largest tax increase in US history, but would also triple the tax hike that was enacted back in 1942 to finance World War II. Is this being seen as a realistic goal, this $6 trillion figure as we speak?
Well, there's plenty of numbers that have been thrown around. Another number is 600 billion to 1 trillion in the course of just 2 years. That's the amount that the White House is saying that these tariffs will bring in. But there is some suggestion that won't be the case. If you hark back to the tariffs implemented during the first Trump presidency, the vast majority, about 91% of all the revenue raised from tariffs imposed to China, was then used to bail out American farmers who simply were no longer able to sell their products like soybeans to China. So there is that slight problem, that suggestion that all of this could cause a recession, that it could cause prices to rise, and we could once again see bailouts for a whole range of different industries across the US who simply will find it much harder to sell their products abroad if other countries introduce retaliatory tariffs as a result of what we've seen today from Donald Trump.
Right, and Trump's comments as far as India are concerned, Nick, he said India has been tough on tariffs. He's raised questions about what our modus operandi is. But in terms of the future of Indo-US relations, could this tariff increase escalate tensions between the two nations, or will it prompt more collaboration as far as trade reforms are concerned? Have you been picking up on anything? What are the experts and big business players saying?
It's very difficult to tell. I mean, the suggestion would be that imposing this level of tariff would simply cause problems. It wouldn't solve them. We saw a tremendous friendship between the leaders of the US and Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his first term in office. The thinking was that that would continue during his second term. But doing this to an ally of the United States, as he has done with other allies and trading partners like South Korea, Japan, imposing much higher tariffs on them than that baseline 10%, suggests that they will see problems. There will be rocky times ahead for that relationship between the President and the Prime Minister. The hope is that perhaps they can get in the room together, they can do some sort of trade deal, they may be able to reduce that imbalance that the US President says is out there. But all of that is really just a vast unknown at this stage. And with that plan to impose a 26% tariff on all Indian goods, the US President is laying down a marker, a very strong marker, a marker that might cause a real rupture in relations between New Delhi and Washington.
In fact, Nick, as we speak, many say that Trump's announcement was awash with insult, as if the rest of the world had looted and scavenged of America, ransacked America. I mean, these would be shocking claims if they had come from any other US president. Yet, today, it's water off a duck's back. Nick Harper, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from Washington, D.C. We've also lined up the crucial takeaways from Trump's tariff announcements. Listen in to the sound bites.
Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special. I think you're going to remember today, it's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
Protege o Brasil nas relações comerciais com o mundo. E é importante dizer que na hora que qualquer país quiser interferir ou alterar as relações diplomáticas e comerciais com o Brasil, esse projeto ele permite que o governo brasileiro possa agir e estabelecer os enfrentamentos necessários.
We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers, and we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. In a crisis, it's important to come together, and it's essential to act with purpose and with force. And that's what we will do.
We will stand up for Australia. We will continue to make the strongest case for these unjustified tariffs to be removed from our exporters. Our existing free trade agreement with the United States contains dispute resolution mechanisms.
The world is one family. Esos principios que en un foro de estas características son compartidos, nos parecen de sentido común, hoy día están siendo puestos en cuestión. Cuando se imponen aranceles de manera unilateral, sin considerar las reglas mutuamente acordadas.
Well, as you've just heard Mark Carney's remarks, Canada has said that they will respond with countermeasures. My colleague Maha Siddiqui has been tracking all the finer developments for us. She joins us live from Vancouver at the moment. Maha, we're given to understand that several Republican senators have now joined Democrats to pass a resolution that would block Donald Trump's tariffs on Canada, which is being seen as a rare rebuke of his trade policy just hours after he announced his sweeping plans.
Yes, absolutely. There are some Republicans like Paul Rand who have said that they are siding with that resolution that has been brought in by the Democrats. This is largely this provision is applicable in the emergency measures that were taken on the northern border of the United States that is still in place. And that provision allows for any Republican or Democratic representative to push in for blocking it. And that is exactly what the Democrats did. And some of the Republicans have sided with it as well. President Trump has responded badly to it, saying that this is some sort of a anti-Trump derangement syndrome that these people are suffering from. But clearly, this kind of blocking that we are seeing a bipartisan support for with regards to Canada from the US representatives, from their members of parliament, goes to show that they value the relationship between the US and Canada, and also believe that the trade between these countries, that is US, Canada, and even Mexico to a large part, has been going on seamlessly under the free trade agreement that they already had, which was earlier NAFTA, but that was renegotiated during the previous tenure of Donald Trump, which is now known as CUSMA in Canada. And they feel that things were going smoothly and seamlessly, and that this will be a big jolt to that. Now, as far as the current situation is concerned, Parmeshwar, let me point out that even though Canada and Mexico's name was missing from that list that Donald Trump had shown, there are 4 kinds of tariffs already in place for Canada. First, 25% tariff on all non-CUSMA compliant goods, 25% tariff on automobile sector, 10% tariff on energy sector. So these are already in place. Canada has said, and you just heard Mark Carney there saying that Canada will respond with purpose and with force. So we'll have to wait to see. Apart from the $30 billion goods that Canada has already said that they will levy tariffs on, are they going to go in for further $125 billion worth of goods and tariffing that in the sense of reciprocal tariffs? We'll have to wait to see what the announcement is going to be on that count.
As always, Mahado, thank you so much for joining us with the latest developments and the lowdown. Well, Donald Trump, many experts highlight, he's finally making good on his campaign promises to build that wall, but instead of steel fencing along the Mexican border, it will be constructed from tariffs and will enclose the entire United States. In fact, we spoke to experts earlier on NDTV about the likely impact this is likely to assert in India. Here's what Angela Chitkara told us.
So multinationals, companies, publicly traded companies are having difficulty in business planning. And, we're also thinking about, when they're making decisions, it's not like they're making decisions on their own. They're part of a bigger ecosystem of stakeholders. Take, for example, the auto sector and the exposure that the auto sector has to, in markets like Canada and Mexico. And so now, if we're thinking now about reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, that, takes time. But if you think about the U.S.-India relationship, I think naturally multinationals that already have a presence in India and markets like India will continue to expand in India and also rethink their U.S. strategy, which would also include the reskilling of American workforce in the United States.
All right.
It also, take time to recreate these new supply chains and also de-risk. Companies are planning on, thinking about de-risking away from the US and also diversifying their talent pool.
Well, analysts and experts say it will be months, if not years, before many US companies or sectors have the confidence and the cash to invest in the way Fortress America supporters hope. Longer still, maybe, before US car workers or farmers feel truly confident about paying down their debts and spending again. But it makes perfect sense, therefore, to emphasize currently that the uncertainties that Donald Trump has just unleashed. Some say It's hard not to feel, yet again, that part of what Trump's decision was the sheer thrill he gets from his power. In fact, some experts are arguing that he glories in the way the world hangs on his every move, as the world must when its largest economy is controlled. We'll keep tracking everything on this front. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back in a moment. Do stay tuned.
Notice by all of these auditors.
Is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is, actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
Well, Prime Minister Modi will be in Thailand, where he will hold a meeting with his Thai counterpart and attend the 6th BIMSTEC summit. Now, this summit will bring Prime Minister Modi face-to-face with Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and Bangladesh's Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus, among others. From Thailand, he will depart for a 2-day visit to Sri Lanka. But just take a look at what to expect from the 6th BIMSTEC summit.
Bangkok is set to host a pivotal BIMSTEC summit on April 3rd and 4th. Where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to sign a landmark maritime transport cooperation pact. This isn't just about trade routes. It's a strategic move in a region where alliances are shifting rapidly. The Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation is an international organization of 7 South Asian and Southeast Asian nations, housing 1.7 billion people and having a combined GDP of $5.2 trillion US. Member states include Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka and Thailand. Meanwhile, Bangladesh's Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus recently claimed his country is the only guardian of the ocean, igniting diplomatic ripples. His comments on China's role and India's landlocked northeast come amid growing tensions between Dhaka and New Delhi. It also casts a shadow of doubt on the likely meeting with Prime Minister Modi at the summit.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called 7 Sisters, they are landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean for all this region. So this opens up a huge possibility. So this could be an extension of the Chinese economy, build things, produce things, market things, bring things to Nepal, China, bring it out to the whole rest of the world.
With Nepal, Myanmar and Thailand grappling with political instability, the summit's significance escalates. Amid these turbulent tides, the BIMSTEC Charter, now in effect, aims to anchor regional cooperation, focusing on security, connectivity and disaster response. As the Bay of Bengal's waters ripple with promises and perils, the BIMSTEC summit could chart the course for South Asia's future. Will this maritime pact be the anchor of stability or the storm before the calm? With Arjun Samar Mahindran, Bureau Report for NDTV World.
Tracking all the latest developments in Thailand, my colleague Vishal Vivek joins us live from Bangkok at the moment. Vishal, take us through Prime Minister Modi's plan of action in Bangkok.
So he will land in Bangkok any moment now. It will be about 2 to 3 hours from now when he could land. And then he'll head to the meet with the PM here, Thailand PM. It was at the invitation of the Thai PM that PM Narendra Modi has decided to visit Thailand. It's a key visit. It's an important group, the BIMSTEC group, but there are several challenges as the report mentioned earlier. It has to have some kind of cohesive approach. It has been around for 30 years now, but we were at a meeting which served as a precursor to the main summit today, in which a lot of experts said that this group needs to come together. There has to be some objectivity because it's been there for a while, but hardly anyone knows about this group. People talk about ASEAN, SAARC, but they're not equally aware about this BIMSTEC group. Some even suggested that the name of this group should be shortened. It's too long. People are barely able to pronounce it. So there's several criticism around it, but leaders are here, all the leaders are here. This is where the meeting, the big meeting is supposed to happen. We are right outside the hotel. You can see the flags of all the countries, the member countries, talking about the countries. Experts have also said that BIMSTEC group could include even more countries. It does not represent the whole Bay of Bengal region. So all of that was mentioned in that meeting. And this is where PM Modi is also expected to come to attend the meet. He will be heading to another hotel when he lands here. But the main summit will be held here. All the big leaders are here. There are some reports suggesting, but it's not confirmed as yet, that there could be a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Mohammad Yunus. So that will also have to be seen with close eye. Back to you, Parameshwar.
As always, Vishal, thank you so much for joining us with the lowdown from Bangkok. It's a crucial week ahead, not just for the BIMSTEC agenda, but the Prime Minister will also be heading to Sri Lanka after he's wrapped up his schedule in Thailand. The Prime Minister will be in Thailand, and where he will also hold a meeting with his Thai counterpart, as my colleague Vishal Vivek is reporting live from Bangkok. The BIMSTEC summit will bring our Prime Minister face-to-face with Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and Bangladesh Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus, among other leaders. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you as far as Bangkok is concerned. For now, we're stepping into a very short break. Thank you so much for investing your time in watching this edition of The World 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions.
A very good morning. You're watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the Waqf bill that's expected to be coming up in the Rajya Sabha today, and we will be getting you the latest as far as President Trump's tariffs are concerned. 26% reciprocal tariffs on India. That and a whole lot more on The Breakfast Show. Let's get you the headlines. The Waqf bill likely in Rajya Sabha today. The Waqf amendment bill passed in the Lok Sabha late last night. Prime Minister Modi departs for Thailand early this morning. He will be attending the BIMSTEC summit that's coming up tomorrow. He will be meeting with Prime Minister of Thailand today. President Donald Trump imposes 26% reciprocal tariffs on India, says Prime Minister Modi is a great friend amid sweeping tariff changes. And President Trump imposes 34% on China, 36% on Thailand, and 46% on Vietnam. That is the kind of tariffs that Donald Trump has announced. While world leaders are condemning the Trump's tariff move, in fact, it is China coming down strongly on that very change. While global markets have plunged because of the Trump's tariff spree, we're seeing a huge shake-up as far as global markets are concerned. Our top story is the Waqf bill that has been cleared by the Lok Sabha yesterday late last night. It got the nod from the Lok Sabha, and today it's expected to be coming up in the Rajya Sabha. It's over to my colleague Maria Shakil, who is joining us from right outside the Parliament. Maria, what is expected, and take us through the highlights of yesterday.
Yes, so a very good morning to the viewers of NDTV. Yes, it's a sunny morning, but what we witnessed inside the Lok Sabha was a pleasant surprise, something which is keeping with the traditions, the parliamentary traditions of discussions and debate. Yesterday, the Lok Sabha debated the Waqf Amendment Bill for almost 12 hours. And after that marathon run of 12 hours, the bill was passed roughly around 2:30 a.m., which is way past the midnight. And then the parliamentarians left the parliament. And today it is going to be tabled in the Rajya Sabha. Perhaps a similar drill will be followed with 8 hours of discussion, which will continue for a few hours extra as well, and then the bill is likely to be passed. The government has the numbers. So as far as the number game is concerned, that is really not much of a worry for the government. On the government side, it was Home Minister Amit Shah and Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who led the government's charge. On the other, we heard some very, very passionate responses and also some very pleasant repartee which was exchanged between Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party Supremo, and Home Minister Amit Shah. So overall, a brilliant day of discussion and debate in Parliament. And soon after the bill was passed by the Lok Sabha, there are several reactions which came in from the politicians. Let's listen into that, and then I bring in the guests.
हमें संतोष है कि ऐतिहासिक निर्णय हुआ है, वक्फ बिल पारित हो गया है और बड़ा सवाल ये है कि वक्फ की संपत्ति जनता के उपयोग में आएगी या कुछ के उपयोग में आएगी। आज के संशोधन से ये गरीब, बेवा, अनाथ बच्चे, महिलाएं, बाकी सबों के लिए इसका उपयोग होगा।
महत्वपूर्ण बिल था और ऐतिहासिक बिल था और एक बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म है सबको न्याय देने के लिए और जो पेंडिंग केस है ट्रिब्यूनल में, कोर्ट में, वो सबको एक साथ मुक्ति देके न्याय देने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेप, सबके साथ सबके विकास, ये विचार मन में रखते हुए आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आज ये बिल पारित हुआ है।
Bill passed narrowly. There was a difference of only 56 votes. The bills passed with yeses being 288, noes being 232. I think we put all the points that the people of India wanted us to put. Right now, we are unhappy with the result, but we will continue to fight to defend the Constitution, to protect the rights of minority institutions, and we're going to make sure and be vigilant that this bill is not misused to create a further law and order situation in the country.
वक्फ बिल उम्मीद जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, एक नई आशा है इससे, क्योंकि जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के बच्चे हैं, महिलाएं हैं, वो गरीब मुस्लिम परिवार जिनको इसके लाभ से दूर रखा गया, पिछले 75 वर्षों में 60 वर्ष कांग्रेस की सरकार रही और 1995 के बाद 2013 में जब इसमें संशोधन किए गए तो इतनी ताकतें दे दी गई कि मात्र 200 लोगों के हाथ में है 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज़्यादा की संपत्ति। गरीब मुसलमान भाई और बहनों की भलाई हो गई होती, कांग्रेस ने वो नहीं की, चंद गिने चुने लोगों के हाथ में देकर रखा।
Only a 50 vote vote gap here, and you realize just how unpopular and how against the public mandate this bill is. And it is only because of the party whip and because of the two allies that they have just managed to get through by the skin of their teeth. It's a very dark day in India's secular democracy, where this government, by sheer brute force, has brought about a bill which is so patently unfair. It is sending a very chilling effect to the Muslim community. The message we are sending to the Muslims in this country is, know your place, we will show you your place.
At the end of the day, the government prevailed by a fairly small majority of about 50 votes. It wasn't, I must say, an easy matter. There were very strong views expressed on all sides of the debate. I myself did not speak in the debate, but I can tell you that that as far as Parliament is concerned, a very thorough airing of all the issues was heard.
Oh, alag se hai. Which came in from the politicians, the members of parliament, of course, the India bloc saying that this bill is anti-minority. But this bill certainly will make sweeping changes in the functioning of the Muslim endowment boards, essentially Islamic endowment boards. Will it ensure regulation and accountability, as is the intent of the government in bringing this legislation? Or will it be about tightening of control over some minority groups, is the larger question as well. But first up on this special broadcast, I have Sajjan right here in the morning. He always makes effort to see me in the morning here at Vijay Chowk. We also have Ali Daruwala of the BJP and Dr. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress. But let me bring in Sajjan first. Sajjan, the bill is passed, it had to be. But what came across was that the BJP managed to convince its alliance partners. The entire NDA stood united. There was no confusion among the NDA partners. In fact, if you listen to Lalan Singh's speech on the floor of the House, he appeared more convinced about the bill than several within the BJP.
Yeah. Precisely, it was amazing floor management within NDA, and it was not an easy task given the minority constituency and the kind of apprehensions that were there. So bringing both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu on board, wherein, as you said, JDU leader Lalan Singh seemed quite more enthusiastic in terms of defending the bill. Defending the bill. Defending the necessity and appreciating Prime Minister Modi particularly again and again. That showed that BJP and NDA, they are completely in sync. But what was also important, and this goes to the credit of Treasury bench and their floor management, that it brought after a long haul the old parliament, the deliberative culture that was there. Even the opposition leaders, when they were criticizing the bill, it was argumentative, logical, and they were trying to bring merit to the debate. And from the Treasury benches also, you see the same kind of reciprocal response. So despite the diametrical differences between the opposition and the Treasury benches, the quality of the deliberation was quite catapulted to the old self that we used to witness. And there was almost a sense of hopelessness that Parliament has lost that tradition. So this also gives you a hope that this bill has revived the deliberative culture, even when there are differences which is diametrically opposite. This is one. Two, also, it is also important that from the Treasury benches, when there were a lot of apprehension about the intent of the government, by allowing a humongous feedback and deliberation, wherein 2:30 midnight they are going for the passage of the bill, voting for the bill, that also shows that the government commitment on its intent and the procedural fairness was also paramount. So that way, this is really a good sign for democratic culture, ethos, and Parliament really seemed someone which side you belong to, you could watch and listen to without being shocked.
Okay, so it was a good debate, almost reminding us of the old parliamentary traditions, as Sajjan was pointing out. Let's bring in Pooja Tripathi and Ali Daruwala. Dr. Pooja Tripathi, the bill has been passed by the Lok Sabha. It will be passed by the Rajya Sabha also. The numbers aren't an issue, but certainly when it comes to presenting the pros and cons of the bills, the opposition did come up with its argument very, very passionately as well.
You know, Maria, I would agree with Sajjan when he said that after very, very long, we saw what parliamentarians we elected them for. You know, they were there on the floor till 2:30 in the night, and that's a very healthy sign to democracy. And it was not a very heated debate, I'll say. There were pros and cons. The opposition had some brilliant speakers, so has government. So, barring political lies, I must say we want to see more of this, passionate debating around the policies that concern the country. Having said that, the numbers were never a problem. We, opposition and everyone was looking at JDU, TDP. Would they be loyal to their voters' base? But I remember Lalan Singh long back, as in 2024, I guess he said that Muslims to hamare liye vote nahi karte, to hum unke liye kaam kyun kare? So that was obvious there. And then Jayant Chaudhary just now calling UP government's directive of stopping namaz on roads as Orwellian directive. But then they came together, their floor management was good, numbers was never the issue. But that doesn't stop opposition from saying this again and again and putting this straight on record, that this bill is not only anti-minority, it goes against the wajud and virasat of minority community. It's also anti-constitutional because it tramples on Article 25, 26 and the spirit of federalism in the country, and which has been beautifully, the clause by clause, beautifully explained by Gaurav Gogoi, be Clause 3A, where he talks about practicing Muslims for 5/9, with Section 52, Clause 26, where he says that the whole punishment, non-bailable serious criminal offense, has been diluted to a bailable serious criminal offense. When you are talking about reforms, when you are talking about tightening the regulations, when you are talking about transparency and accountability, the digitization, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi said that 99.9% digitization has been completed, then why are you moving to the WAMC portal? We see moving to a completely different system in demonetization has backfired for the country's economy. Why do you don't want to, reform the portal, and why would you want to go to the next portal? There were many points that this clause by clause.
Absolutely, the larger question. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, one of the points which have been made is that this is a land reforms bill rather than a religious reforms bill, and that the government of the day is not interfering with the religious functioning or Islamic functioning of any of the boards, or in particular Waqf board. It is trying to bring in regulation and transparency. But the point which has been made by certain critics and also by opposition, Mr. Ali, is that right now also, much before this bill is, the law will come into force in perhaps next 48 hours, the functioning of the Waqf board is actually regulated by the government, the state governments. The members of the Waqf board are appointed by the state governments. So if there is corruption, then the oversight which has to be done by the state government is not being done.
Exactly. Maria, over here, I'd like to set the record straight, and I really thank Kumar, the way he explained threadbare and how the parliament functioned. And I was watching it till 2:30 last night myself, over the apprehensions of the certain clause that were there, that were deliberated between the opposition and the Treasury bench. threadbare. Each and every word, square, comma, and full stop was discussed, and their apprehensions were replied to. Over here, the people of this nation have understood, the Janta Janardhan has understood that this was a simple land reform bill, and it had nothing to do with the community, with the Muslims, with Islam. The Vichardhara was untouched. Over here, Muslims were misguided. Over here, I'm going a little besides the point. As usual, what Congress did was bring that fear psychosis into Muslims that the Waqf Amendment Bill is going to eat into the pie of the Muslims, the way they function, into their religious day-to-day life, and your Islam is in danger. When it came on the floor, it was discussed, and over here we have forgotten the way Jagdambika Pal has worked for last 1 year. The amount of meetings he's taken, I was part of some of the meetings, Maria, over here, let me tell you, and we had got Muslims together on board from all the sects. It was even the Bhauris. Over here, the way the Bhauri community in Bombay and other parts of India, how beautifully they are running the Waqf land and the estates that they have, and how the community has benefited. That was the role model that was kept in front of, and how they were running it, how the money was going into the community. Too much such, Maria, you should know that even the Bhauri families, the middle class families, the lower middle class families are getting tiffin from the income which is coming in from the Waqf board. When a small handful of community can run an organization so well, why can't the larger? Why are we so unfortunate that Muslims are not getting a penny benefit? Like yesterday also, I don't want to repeat over here. I said, Maria, you're in Delhi, you're sitting in Vijay Chowk. In Delhi, show me a single small clinic which has been set up by Waqf board and Muslims are going and getting benefit out of it. Even a small clinic, forget college, school, university, hospitals, nothing has been
but
done.
Ali, the point is that across the country on several Waqf lands, there are hospitals which are running, there are clinics that are running as well. So to completely dismiss their functioning may not be correct, and that's also not what the government of the day is intending to say either. So let me go back to Sajjan. Sajjan, what came across in the discussion, particularly the arguments which were made by Home Minister Amit Shah, was about the land reforms. I think the distinction that was made between what should be seen as an attempt at land reforms versus religious interference. He made a clear distinction that here I'm trying to ensure regulation, transparency, and also administrative improvement or efficiency which is needed.
Yeah, precisely. And one of the technical distinctions between any trust, any religious trust, and a Waqf trust is that while, say for example, a trust related to a temple may have certain property and land attached to the temple, a Waqf endowment is primarily about the land and a property with or without a mosque. A Waqf endowment can be without a mosque also. So primarily it's about the property and the land, and therefore the character of the land, its regulation, its registration and maintenance is paramount. This is what the Home Minister was trying to point out. So you cannot compare the two. Two also, when it's a question about its efficiency, it doesn't mean that it's completely inefficient, but certainly there is a colossal cases of inefficiency which has been pointed out by many from within the community, by such a committee report also, and therefore certainly there is a case to liberate the Waqf endowments from the ones who have been beholding it for their vested interest. This is one. And therefore this bill clearly brings to the focus certain aspect about efficiency for the community and fairness also, because when you bring the category of land, it doesn't include just the Muslim community. It also includes the non-Muslims, and therefore the disputes that emerge as the land is the commodity. To have that, a fair solution for that, a Waqf cannot act as a jury, judge and executioner in its own case, and therefore the question of fairness is completely important. And that is why one has to keep in mind that Waqf endowment can and cannot be without a mosque. Therefore the primacy of land and property is important, and how to resolve the dispute and efficiency part, for that you need more transparency, more efficiency, its proper digitization, more kind of registration, so that you have the data, you have the audit, and its purpose of charity is served. And in case there are disputes pertaining to the question of the land, then there is a fairness, sense of fairness, you know, because no institution in a state can be a judge of its own action.
Absolutely.
And that is why you need to have appeal.
The right arbiters.
Exactly. There has to be a right arbiter and a sense of fairness also of all the parties involved.
Yes. And, you know, let's get 30 seconds to both Pooja Tripathi and Ali Daruwala. Ali Daruwala, beginning with you, 30 seconds is all you get. This bill will be, this bill will become a law in the next 48 hours. I mean, there is clarity. You have the numbers, but would you also not compliment the opposition that they did participate in the discussion for all their opposition? It was not really a walkout as you were fearing.
100%. I compliment the opposition. They sat over there and they could not go back to the citizens of the country and say, hey, dude, the bill is passed. We walked out. We were not part of it. We are not involved. Over here, the whip was there. They were made to argue. They were made to put forward the points across to the Treasury bench. Treasury bench made sure that their apprehensions were answered to. But what over here they were trying to push, Maria, you should understand, is they're saying in a country which we call a secular country, they say a land owned by a Muslim, donated by a Muslim for the cause of Allah, and the beneficiary should only be a Muslim. How is this possible? Whenever a Mandir trust, any Christian trust, a church, or where schools have been registered over here, they never say that only a certain sect of people come to us. Over here, it is very clearly and blatantly said that only Muslims will benefit from 1/3 of the land, 1/3 of the nation's heritage. This, how does it sound? Both my questions, Maria, definitely you're not supposed to answer me. But over here, the Congress is not supposed to, means they are supposed to tell me how. Can a community say that the outcome will only be used for a certain community? How does it sound? Maria.
Okay. Okay, Pooja Tripathi, perhaps that's a fair point because, you know, the idea or the concept of waqf dates back the birth of Islam. It is about giving to the society. It is about waqf. I mean, just giving away whatever you have for the benefits of the society. That is the concept of waqf. And do you think that has been impacted, the manner in which waqf boards have been functioning across the country? Would you not agree, Pooja Tripathi, that there are problems? And perhaps if the intent is reforms, it might just really happen.
You know, there have been problems. I'll not deny that. And Congress is not anti-reform or anti-amendment. But look at, we are saying it does not talk about, it does not interfere with the religious affairs, but it does talk about the minority community in question. And minority community, and have to say this, has been at the receiving end of the most vile, most disgusting, most pathetic communal barbs starting from Prime Minister to everybody in the BJP ranks. So, this community, when
the false accusation.
The reforms and amendments of community, I have to quote Naresh Saxena here when he says that अंधेरा आपके दोस्त बनने का नाटक करेगा, वो शायद आपके पक्ष में भी खड़ा रहेगा, पर सवाल ये कि क्या आप उस पर भरोसा कर सकते हैं? And that's where when we say that the whole amendment is here to, the land is the...
I've really come to the end of this discussion because today is when the Rajya Sabha will be taking up the discussion. And Sajjan, your thoughts, because we had some great speakers in the Lok Sabha, several surprise speakers as well. From the Congress side, I think Gaurav Gogoi was the best when it came to his arguments. Yeah. He was very structured in his discussion and one of the most powerful speeches that we have heard. Home Minister Amit Shah, of course, is a very, very fine speaker.
Precisely. And I think Rajya Sabha also is more a stack of lawyers.
Yes.
So that's going to be, I think, a bit more argumentative.
Yes.
And if Lok Sabha has passed it smoothly in terms of the deliberative character, yes, we do expect that Rajya Sabha is...
to raise the bar further.
Exactly. And that's one of the, despite all the positions, that's the most welcome sign.
Yeah, so, so certainly It was a good day in the Lok Sabha, a lot of discussions and deliberations. Today the bill will be taken up by the Rajya Sabha. Pooja Tripathi, Ali Daruwala, Sajjan, thank you so much for making the effort to come here early morning. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on NDTV, and Divya will be back with you with all the news and updates.
Right, thank you so much, Maria, for joining us and getting us all the details. Of course, the Waqf bill is expected to be presented in the Rajya Sabha today. And let's just get you the very latest from the Lok Sabha, where on Thursday, we have the confirmation in regard to the imposition of the president's rule in Manipur, with members across party lines supporting the decision but slamming the centre for the situation in the state. Meanwhile, it's Home Minister Amit Shah who said that the government has taken all possible steps to bring back normalcy in the northeastern state. We also have the leaders of the TMC saying that the party too supports the resolution but favours only early restoration of peace, while DMK's Kanimuri has said that divisive politics should come to an end when it comes to Manipur.
दिसंबर, जनवरी, फरवरी और मार्च 4 महीने से वहां पर हिंसा नहीं है। सरकार शांति प्रस्तापित करने के सभी प्रयास, उच्चतम प्रयास कर रही है। कृपया इसको पॉलिटिसाइज न करिए, और पॉलिटिसाइज करना है तो फिर डिबेट होगी, उसमें जवाब भी पॉलिटिकल देना पड़ेगा, मगर मैं ये नहीं चाहता। माननीय कहा गया कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव, कोई अविश्वास प्रस्ताव रिकॉर्ड पर नहीं माने। कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने के लिए इतने विधायक ही नहीं है कि वो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाए। मेरा सदन के सभी सदस्यों से विनती है कि सरकार चाहती है कि जल्द से जल्द शांति हो, जल्द से जल्द पुनर्वसन हो, और जो जख्म लगे हैं उस पर मरहम भी लगाया जाए।
Let's get you the latest when it comes to Donald Trump and the tariff war that he has begun.
April 2nd, 2025. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world.
US President Donald Trump has announced significant reciprocal tariffs on India and China, but said that he is being kind on them by charging roughly half of what they charge us, calling those as discounted reciprocal tariffs. President Trump said that the United States will charge an import duty of 26% when it comes to India. Speaking about India, President Trump described the tariffs by New Delhi as very, very tough, and he went on to say that Prime Minister Modi is a great friend. But he also went on to say that when he was there in the United States, he told Prime Minister Modi that you are a friend of mine, but you haven't been treating us right. And India charges about 52% tariffs, so we will charge half of that. So that's a 26%, and that is how they've arrived at that figure. While China now faces 34% tariffs, Thailand 36%, while Vietnam is facing 46% reciprocal tariffs. The president also announced a 20% levy on imports from the European Union and 10% from the United Kingdom, two of the main trade partners and allies of the United States. And Japan too will now face about 24% tariffs by the United States. Now, the president announced his sweeping reciprocal tariffs from the White House, saying that our country has been looted, it has been raped and plundered by other nations, and that is why this move was very necessary. While Canada and Mexico were exempted from Donald Trump's April 2nd reciprocal tariffs, it doesn't mean that they do not face any action whatsoever. Basically, it means that the existing tariffs that were in fact imposed on Canadian and Mexican goods, they are already in effect, and new levies on automotive products, those have now come into effect. Let's listen in to Donald Trump.
Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm, and many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before, and it'll be something very special. I think you're going to remember today, it's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left. He's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
Many people have been trying to crunch the numbers over the last few hours, not just to check the veracity of some of those numbers put out by the White House, but also trying to understand what it will mean for each individual country, because it is a complicated list. There is that baseline 10% tariff that's being imposed on any good from any country coming into the United States. But then those reciprocal tariffs on some countries that Donald Trump has targeted, including, as you mentioned, India, who's now facing that 26% tariff because the United States says that India imposes 52% tariffs on US goods entering India. And on top of that, there's 25% tariffs being put on any foreign cars being imported into the United States. So there's plenty to try and grapple with here, but also some suggestions that the numbers that the White House have put together it doesn't quite add up to exactly how much the individual countries actually impose. The reaction has been varied. As you'd imagine, a lot of Republicans are backing the president, but there have been some throughout the course of the day and even in the week ahead of this Liberation Day announcement who have been petitioning the White House to try and cool their jets, to suggest that these type of plans will have major implications, mainly to their constituents who could end up paying higher prices, as you would expect. The Democrats have reacted angrily to much of this. We've heard from Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, saying this is a reckless, inflammatory trade war. A congresswoman from the House, Terry Sewell, saying that this will be the largest tax increase for families in American history. It's bad for consumers, she says. It will mean that prices will skyrocket. We're undoubtedly going to see plenty of reaction from countries over the coming days. Donald Trump's expecting that. He says he will be getting complaints, and he's also expecting that many countries will now be petitioning the White House to try and do some sort of deal to avoid these tariffs. Bear in mind, those reciprocal tariffs are due to start next Wednesday, the 9th of April.
And the reciprocal tariffs that Donald Trump has announced on Liberation Day, as he calls it, has had quite an impact as far as global markets are concerned. Global markets have tanked, and we have my colleague Rishabh joining us to get us all the details in regard to the shake-up as far as the markets are concerned. Rishabh Bhatnagar, over to you.
Right. What we're hearing from Commerce Ministry sources is that the analysis and the potential repercussions of the tariffs imposed on India have already been started. The studies regarding the impact have already begun at the Commerce Ministry. Two sets of tariffs have been imposed in India. The first one being a common 10% tariff that has been imposed across the board on all countries. That starts taking effect starting April 5th, and an additional 16% reciprocal tariff that has been imposed in India that starts taking effect on starting April 10th. Now, initially, prima facie, Commerce Ministry officials are saying that these tariffs are a mixed bag. There will be certain sectors that have been impacted negatively, but there will also be certain sectors that stand to gain, because India will gain a competitive edge against other manufacturing nations like Vietnam and Indonesia. So somewhat of a mixed bag here, given that there might be scope for some sort of a competitive edge in the electronics or the IT or the automotive sector even. Another important point that is that the US president, does have the powers to reduce these tariffs as and when certain American concerns are satisfied, or countries are willing to negotiate or bring down their own tariffs with regards to the US. So India is already ahead in that scenario, given that India is already on the negotiating table with the US with regards to a bilateral trade agreement, the first tranche of which will be ready by September or October this year, by fall of this year. So India already ahead on that scenario. Number three, what we're also hearing is that a more elaborate statement or an analysis is going to be coming by the Commerce Ministry during the day, and we will stay tuned to that and track that for you.
Thank you so much, Rishabh Bhatnagar, for getting us all those details. We also have Saket Mishra, banker, joining us. We also have Manjeev Puri, former ambassador, as well as Professor Irfan Nuruddin, also joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Let me take my first question to Saket Mishra. What does this really mean for India going forward?
Good morning. I think immediately we are saved a little bit by being a large domestic economy. I think it means that we need to negotiate better, or at least quickly, with the US. But as with everything else, I reckon there will be some sectors like textiles perhaps where there is a chance for India to actually do better compared to other countries. And overall, I reckon there's going to be a bit of an overreaction for a few days. But really, as far as Trump is concerned, I think it's his usual Russian roulette. He has announced something that's sort of extraordinary and expects to dial back as people negotiate with him. I'm not sure a lot of people can stand up to the US, whether it's Vietnam or South Korea, because the economies are so dependent on the US, on exports to the US. So I think for India, is it important? Yes, it is. But I think we are well engaged at the moment with the US to hopefully bring this down in a reasonably short period of time.
Right, Mr. Puri, during his speech, he defended all of his tariffs as kind, saying that the taxes, by and large, they are lower than the tariffs and other trade barriers other countries impose on imports when it comes to the United States. But can we expect him, like Mr. Mishra was saying, that can we expect him to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back, perhaps, when it comes to this?
Divya, I heard Saket. Thank you very much for having me on the show. Look, I heard Saket, but President Trump has a domestic agenda on this tariffs business. He thinks this is what is going to make him great again. And so therefore, let's understand its implications. Now, we are an economy which is not trade dependent. So that way, in some senses, things will go on for us. But there are many sectors in India which will be hit. Drugs and pharmaceuticals is one of them. We export solar panels to the US. That outside the tariff business is going to be hit with the kind of stuff that he is doing in terms of climate change and action on that front. So look, it's a tough call. But we have been negotiating with the United States. Our Prime Minister's office apparently has already told our negotiators that try and strike a deal. Let's see what happens. I want to make a few points to you. Fundamentally, let's understand. Countries where the economy feels strong and they feel strong, don't push for higher tariffs. Now, Mr. Trump has a different kind of idea on all of this. Secondly, to start with, without doubt, the tariffs will hit the US economy and there will be inflationary pressure. It takes time to build factories. It takes a long time to do all this. And as he has himself been hinting, people will remember me. That we will see. First, let's see what happens in the elections in a year and a half from now. So, there are many aspects to it. For us also, it's not an easy call. It's not an easy call. And he has been repeatedly telling us that. So there are opportunity areas. And this opportunity that your tariffs increase is less than that of others. Let's remember, why are we not in the game? Because we are low on productivity. Our costs are high. That's the reason why even Indian producers of textiles, etc., have moved to Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and so on and so forth. So, you have to bug up a lot yourself. And are there other opportunities? Can the rest of the world, do without the United States? We'll have to wait and see. It is the biggest market, the most important place in various ways. But yes, you have to look at what you can make as opportunities, even in terms of dark clouds. And I am sure that our administrators and negotiators and others in the government are looking at it. In any case, we are left with no choice. You have to find ways and means of protecting your own interests.
Right, Professor Nuruddin, it's a very risky move because if they raise prices too much, customers might stop buying and the situation increases the possibility of a recession in the United States as well as other countries.
Yeah, it's a tricky game. And, the Trump administration has already been trying to adjust expectations over the last couple of weeks, talking about maybe that there'll be some tough times ahead, but this is necessary to restructure the economy so that it can be great again, whatever that means. I mean, remember that 5 months ago, people were talking about the American economy as the envy of the world. So, but the Trump version of truth and the Trump version of reality is kind of disconnected from data. And so in this case, it is, the economy is broken, we fix it. But politics is, at the end of the day, about people's pocketbooks. Trump won because whatever Biden had tried to do couldn't shake the fact that American consumers felt like inflation was too high. Every serious economist will tell you that tariffs are an inflationary tax on consumers. And so this is not going to be good in the short run and maybe in the medium run for American consumers. And if that begins to really show up in constituents' town halls, that US representatives in Congress and in the Senate are feeling that Mr. Trump will find himself without the sort of unequivocal support that he has enjoyed thus far from his Republican colleagues, and the Democrats will be far more energized to go after him on the one aspect that he was pretty strong on in the November election, which was the economy. So yeah, it's not clear what he thinks he's going to accomplish and what will constitute success. What we do know is that he's very good at spinning things to his advantage. So what I would imagine is, in fact, as you put it, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but each time with whatever is negotiated being presented as a major win for America, a major win for Trump, a proof of concept over there. Whether it actually fundamentally alters trade relationships is anyone's guess.
Right. Mr. Mishra, over to you. Of course, the impacts were seen even before the announcement. Gold prices hit a record peak on Tuesday. We're seeing the global markets crashing. What will this really mean for the Indian markets today?
Look, I mean, Indian markets, I think I was looking at the GIFT City indices, and it's looking to open about 250 points down. Again, I reckon, as always, the markets will slightly overreact. And then there will be a normalization process. And as Ambassador Puri said, eventually this is also a case of, it's not just the Democrats in the US who I think fundamentally are slightly short of agenda points. The real question is going to be, are the benefits, or at least the public spiel benefits for Trump, going to come back faster than the opposition within the US economy? And I think that's the big question that will determine the speed with which the US negotiates with people like India and the kind of damage that they inflict on the global economy. I mean, in reality, this is a very similar situation where tomorrow, if US consumers stop buying, we can have a very serious recession in the US, and that will translate into bigger issues around the world. So I am not particularly positive in terms of the market in the very short run. But again, I do not think this, beyond some of the, let's say, the overvaluation issues that were already in existence in India and in some other markets, I don't think this is going to be a major sustainable issue. The other point really about equity markets is that it's supposed to be long run, and it's supposed to sort of take through some of these short-term blips that happen. And therefore, again, what I always say as far as the equity market is concerned, right, good companies will continue to do well.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking with us here on NDTV this morning. And of course, we will continue this debate when it comes to Donald Trump and the tariffs that he has introduced across the board, starting with India. Moving on now to more news, and let's just switch tracks to get you the Prime Minister Modi's startup push. This is the Startup Mahakumbh in New Delhi, the biggest showcase of innovation and the largest startup meet, starting from today until the 5th. This is the spirit as far as the entrepreneurship is concerned. That is going to be on display. The boost is the state startup ecosystem. The Startup India at 2047 is, of course, the agenda, unfolding the Bharat story. That particularly is the theme.
इस बार का जो स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ है वो पिछले बार से बड़ा भी है और बेहतर भी है। बड़ा इस तरह से है कि पिछले बार की अपेक्षा करीब दुगने स्पेस पे पवेलियंस लगाए गए हैं और करीब 3000 स्टार्टअप्स इस बार पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। पिछले बार करीब 1500 थे, तो उस हिसाब से भी करीब ये पिछले बार की तुलना में बड़ा है। मास्टर क्लासेज इस बार लगेंगी। 64 देशों से इसमें भाग लेने के लिए डेलीगेट्स आ रहे हैं, जो पिछले बार की तुलना में बहुत अधिक हैं। और उम्मीद है कि 64 तो हमें पता है, इसके अलावे भी बहुत से लोग हैं जो अंत समय पर रजिस्ट्रेशन कराएंगे।
And we have Shruti of Apna Club startup joining us this morning. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Now, when we talk about the country and its growth as far as the startup ecosystem is concerned, what do you think is really driving home the point, that these startups are really thriving when it comes to India, with the Prime Minister really backing, entrepreneurs from across the country? Your take.
Thank you so much for having me on the show. I think it is very clear from the scale of the participation in the show, from the contribution of the number of jobs the startups are creating, and from the sheer size of the revenues flowing through the larger startups today, about what is the contribution that we are able to make. We're also seeing there's a lot more desire to get out on the ground. So for example, at Apna Club, we work in Uttarakhand, UP and Bihar. And we are trying to create better delivery infrastructure in many tier 2, tier 3 towns, where as of now, there isn't like a formal distribution economy. We are also working in particular at underserved consumer segments, right? So being new to the economy, we are always going after the tougher problem, because that is where, we know that we can make a difference. The urban economy, the larger parts of city life are in many ways like well serviced. So by nature, we try to go after the tougher problems. And it's great to see Startup Mahakumbh come together, give an opportunity to entrepreneurs to meet each other, to go from India to the world now, which is where we increasingly see the focus. And that's what I think something like this really supports.
Right, Shruti, what advice would you give to entrepreneurs looking to scale their startups in this evolving landscape?
I think India is such a massive opportunity, right? So I think a lot of our work and economy so far is concentrated on the top 10 million families. There are 100 million emerging families with increasing per capita incomes. We've seen Uttarakhand and UP in particular develop so much. There is much better road infrastructure. There's much higher economic activity, so much more consumption. I think I would, and we already see this, I would ask everyone to look at the emerging class of India and the new middle income consumers of India, because their needs are so underserved. There is still, the majority of commodities in India is still consumed in a raw format. And 100% over the next 5 years, we will see this convert into branded, safe to consume products, right? So how do we add value? How do we make our consumers' life better? How do we make sure that small businesses who have been the backbone of the supply chain of the country come along? They're not left behind by corporates, but they come along for this development journey. I think those are the areas that people can look at, because these are excellent areas for capex light improvements.
Right, let's talk about the framework when it comes to startup success. What are the key policy areas that need to be prioritized in order to strengthen India's startup ecosystem?
I think there are some basic things that need to be done better, which is an industry startup connection, right? So we find quite often there's a conversation about jobs creation. I think skill matching, getting people interested in working in the field, these are very important areas. So if there was a way that we could connect with students who are interested in working on the startup, that would be very helpful. Second, which I think often people talk about, is compliance, right? It is incredibly hard to run an infrastructure and on-field company in India. There are multiple overlapping compliances with different departments. If there was a single window clearance or a single window grievance redressal mechanism, we would find it much harder to work, in the country. And last, of course, I think there has to be a way for startups to be able to, work with the government, or be able to be part of the government's procurement. There are some policies already in place where the government mandates, using SMEs as well as startups as part of procurement, but it's still a very difficult process. And I would say that, a program to ensure that there is actually a take-up of this program would be very useful.
Right. Thank you so much, Shruti, for joining us on the broadcast this morning. Let's just get you the latest when it comes to Prime Minister Modi, who left for Thailand early this morning in order to attend the 6th BIMSTEC summit, where leaders will focus on strengthening maritime cooperation. The regional bloc, which includes India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan and Myanmar, as well as Thailand, would be discussing trade, security and regional cooperation. Of course, the Prime Minister is going to be meeting with the Prime Minister of Thailand today. The summit is going to be taking place tomorrow. And today, of course, a lot is on the agenda when the Prime Minister lands at about 12 o'clock local time. But after that, after this visit, he is also going to be visiting Sri Lanka. For the first time, he will be in the island country since the election of the new president.
I'm joined by the Secretary General of BIMSTEC here in Bangkok,
Let's speak with him and get to know what is BIMSTEC up to these days. Sir, there was a meeting and in which a lot of people said that BIMSTEC needs to step up. There is a lot of things that it needs to do, especially in a situation like this when there's a big earthquake. Do you think that's the case? What does BIMSTEC need to do actually to step up?
No, BIMSTEC has been in existence for almost 28 years. So we have in place the mechanisms for regional cooperation. We have our clearly identified agenda. We have our charter in place, the rules of procedure in place, and we have taken a number of significant initiatives. The importance of regional solidarity has been manifest in dealing with the unfortunate earthquake that has struck our region in Myanmar and in Thailand. In case of Myanmar, India, which is an important member of BIMSTEC, has been the first responder. Bangladesh and Thailand, two other members of BIMSTEC, have also provided assistance in dealing with the aftermath of the earthquake. And we already have a proposal from India to set up a BIMSTEC disaster management center. So that shows the importance of regional cooperation. But this regional cooperation is not limited only to disaster management. We have cooperation in security sector, we have cooperation in energy sector.
Let's get you the latest when it comes to the Hyderabad University protest that is continuing as far as the land row is concerned. Now, the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, has written to the Chief Minister, Revant Reddy, asking him to hold on to that land auction. Dharmendra Pradhan has spoken to Revant Reddy, asking him in regard to hold the land auction for now. The land is crucial for biodiversity and one needs to ensure that the legal title for that land as well. So the Telangana government is saying these are false allegations that are being levied by the BJP. However, this is the action that is being taken at the moment. The Education Minister asking the Chief Minister not to go ahead with the plans to auction the land. And to know more on this, let's just go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who is joining us. Suma, let's just talk about the Hyderabad land row with the the video that shows the extensive deforestation, the footage that shows the water bodies in the area. We're talking about the students saying that 200 acres has already been cleared. The Telangana High Court there halting the work on that disputed land, and the students claiming that JCBs and are still operating in the area. Take us through the situation on the ground.
So 4 important developments, exclusive footage that's been accessed now by NDTV that shows the entire extent of the University of Hyderabad campus, in fact specifically the East campus where the JCBs have been deployed over the weekend. And what this seems to indicate, there's a water body in between if you're playing out the visuals, and on the left of the water body, as we can see, it is a green cover that you can see, and on the right side of the water body you can see entirely denuded area and JCB is still at work there. That is what is the footage that is there. And what we are being told is that just over the weekend when the courts were on holiday, the students are claiming that at least 60 to 70 JCBs are stationed there and they have been working round the clock. And we also have footage that I hope we can play out in which we can see some trucks moving out in the dead of the night at 2 a.m. is what the students told me, at which time the cleared vegetation, the cut logs, all of them are being transported out of the campus. So what this means is that the clearing of the vegetation on that area, which the government has said does not belong to the university, is not classified as forest land, and yet all that area has been denuded. And we will be subsequently showing you pictures to show how it looked a little before this activity started and a little afterwards. A couple of other things that I must say, this campus that has seen a hunger strike spin out of control less than 10 years ago saw another student, Yugender, sitting on a hunger strike, but in a couple of hours he was moved away from there as well, with Teachers Association as well as the students on this job and the Education Ministry, as you mentioned, giving directions. A High Court hearing also is to come up today. The High Court had yesterday asked the government to stop all JCB activity there, and but students have shared some videos to suggest that it continued even after the court order. We will be keeping you updated on what's happening at the court as well. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Slipping into a short break, back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर, आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने। सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियाँ माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी।
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
By all of these auditors.
SEBI is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is, actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter.
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates?
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Wadla. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including President Trump, who's imposed 26% reciprocal tariffs when it comes to India. What does this really mean for India as markets have tumbled? These are global markets. This is a shake-up right after that announcement of President Trump. We'll get you all the details. First, let's get you the headlines. President Trump imposes 26% reciprocal tariffs on India, says that Prime Minister Modi is a great friend amid sweeping tariff changes, but he's also gone on to add that you haven't been treating us right. And world leaders condemn Donald Trump's tariff war, including China coming down heavily on that tariff war. And global markets plunge on Trump's tariff spree. There's a complete shake-up when it comes to global markets. And Waqf bill likely in the Lok Sabha today after being passed in the Lok Sabha late last night. And Prime Minister Modi left for Thailand early this morning. He will be meeting with the Prime Minister of Thailand and attending the BIMSTEC summit that is scheduled for tomorrow. Let's get to your top story. You're watching NDTV 24x7, and this is in regard to the Waqf debate that is expected in the Rajya Sabha after being cleared by the Lok Sabha. Do remember that the Waqf bill has now finally got its nod from the Lok Sabha after that marathon 12-hour debate in the Lok Sabha. The bill cleared with 288 votes in favor. The opposition, however, has gone on to say that the Waqf bill is unconstitutional. The government has gone on to say that the Waqf bill is pro-Muslims. We did hear the opposition coming down heavily, criticizing, talking about how the Waqf bill is, it's unconstitutional, it's not part of the constitution and is not going to, be serving any purpose. But this is politics that is clearly playing out. That is what the opposition really had to say. Let's go across to my colleague Maria Shakil joining us from right outside the parliament. Maria, what all are we expecting today when it comes to the Rajya Sabha? And take us through the highlights of what the opposition really said. But of course, that bill was still passed despite meeting with all that kind of resistance that we saw from the India bloc and others.
Yes, because the government has the numbers and that is the reason why it ensured the passage of the bill. But what we saw play out in the Lok Sabha was keeping with the tradition of healthy debates and deliberations that Lok Sabha, the Parliament of India, is meant for. And similarly, we are expecting some good and credible arguments come in also in the Rajya Sabha, because Rajya Sabha is the House of Elders. It's also the house where there are several MPs who also work as lawyers. So these are legal eagles who are also part of the Rajya Sabha. But first up, because the bill was passed around 2:30 a.m., so way past the midnight, and it was a 12-hour-long marathon discussion which happened in the Lok Sabha. Let's first listen in to all the reactions which came in soon after the passage of the crucial and contentious Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in the Lok Sabha.
हमें संतोष है कि ऐतिहासिक निर्णय हुआ है, वक्फ बिल पारित हो गया है। और बड़ा सवाल यह है कि वक्फ की संपत्ति जनता के उपयोग में आएगी या कुछ के उपयोग में आएगी। आज के संशोधन से ये गरीब, बेवा, अनाथ बच्चे, महिलाएं, बाकी सबों के लिए इसका उपयोग होगा।
महत्वपूर्ण बिल था और ऐतिहासिक बिल था और एक बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म है सबको न्याय देने के लिए, और जो पेंडिंग केसेस है ट्रिब्यूनल में, कोर्ट में, वो सबको एक साथ मुक्ति देके न्याय देने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेप, सबके साथ सबके विकास, ये विचार मन में रखते हुए आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आज ये बिल पारित हुआ है।
वक्फ बिल, उम्मीद जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, एक नई आशा है इससे, क्योंकि जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के बच्चे हैं, महिलाएं हैं, वो गरीब मुस्लिम परिवार जिनको इसके लाभ से दूर रखा गया। पिछले 75 वर्षों में 60 वर्ष कांग्रेस की सरकार रही और 1995 के बाद 2013 में जब इसमें संशोधन किए गए तो इतनी ताकतें दे दी गई कि मात्र 200 लोगों के हाथ में है 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज़्यादा की संपत्ति। गरीब मुसलमान भाई और बहनों की भलाई हो गई होती, कांग्रेस ने वो नहीं की, चंद गिने चुने लोगों के हाथ में देकर रखा।
Bill passed narrowly. There was a difference of only 56 votes. The bills passed with yeses being 288, noes being 232. I think we put all the points that the people of India wanted us to put. right now we are unhappy with the result, but we will continue to fight to defend the Constitution, to protect the rights of minority institutions, and we're going to make sure and be vigilant that this bill is not misused to create a further law and order situation in the country.
There's only a 50 vote vote gap here, and you realize just how unpopular and how against the public mandate this bill is. And it is only because of the party whip and because of the two allies that they have just managed to get through by the skin of their teeth. It's a very dark day in India's secular democracy, where this government, by sheer brute force, has brought about a bill which is so patently unfair. It is sending a very chilling effect to the Muslim community. The message we are sending to the Muslims in this country is, know your place, we will show you your place.
At the end of the day, the government prevailed by a fairly small majority of about 50 votes. It wasn't, I must say, an easy matter. There were very strong views expressed on all sides of the debate. I myself did not speak in the debate, but I can tell you that that as far as Parliament is concerned, a very thorough airing of all the issues was heard.
It was a united NDA, a show of strength with the JDU and the TDP MPs also making a passionate argument for the Waqf Amendment Bill. So certainly, as far as the floor management of the Treasury benches is concerned, it was A-class. But what played out in Parliament was healthy parliamentary tradition of deliberation. Let me bring in Vasudha and ask her. Vasudha, what should we be expecting in the Rajya Sabha today?
Well, Maria, good morning to you and good morning to all our viewers. What I understand is that there's a protocol to parliamentary procedures. When a bill gets passed by the Lok Sabha, it gets reported to the Rajya Sabha, and it's almost for certain that it will be introduced in the Rajya Sabha today, which is why we can expect a replay of what happened yesterday in the Lok Sabha, in the Rajya Sabha today. And like you rightly pointed out, there was a certain level of discourse in the Lok Sabha that was heartening to witness, because there was deliberation, there was also disagreement, but there was also a cordial discussion. There was no walking out, there was no sloganeering. There was, of course, shouting, but there was not really any protest of any kind which disrupted the proceedings of the House. And if you look at the arguments that were made yesterday, the opposition maintained very clearly that this is a bill that's completely anti-constitution. It's unconstitutional in nature, from Congress's Gaurav Gogoi to Haibi Aden to KC Venugopal to Asaduddin Owaisi, who made some very strong points, to A. Raja in the DMK, to Amit Shah, the Home Minister, rebutting all of that, and Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju also dehyphenating this bill from religion, saying that this is just a property reform, this is a land reform, and does not really, talk about Muslims per se. That was important. And if you look at the Congress's argument, they completely centered it around the importance of the Constitution, something that has worked for them politically. Akhilesh Yadav went back to UP politics. He talked about the mismanagement of Kumbh, and KC Venugopal very surprisingly talked about how he often goes to Shabarimala. He's been a devotee, an Ayyappa devotee for 35 years. He goes to Guruvayur every month. While Gaurav Gogoi spoke about how the Muslim community has really helped us fight our freedom. So you could see that the Congress speakers had a certain strategy to ensure that they don't come across as completely pro-Muslim, which will not help them electorally, while Asaduddin Owaisi completely stuck to the constitutional procedure, saying that this bill violates Article 26, which guarantees Muslims the rights to administer their own properties. And in fact, the most controversial provision here, Maria, the Waqf by user, Mr. Owaisi said that now the only things that will be safe in this country will be ancient temples, because Waqf by user also does not guarantee protection to monuments, Waqf properties which are already in dispute with government settlement. So that was one argument that he made. But Amit Shah, before he spoke, he clarified a lot of these things. One of the most important things was also the inclusion of non-Muslim members in Waqf councils and also in state Waqf boards. And he said that non-Muslims will not interfere with religious matters of Waqf boards. So clearly, there was a lot of back and forth, and we can expect all of that in the Rajya Sabha today. But of course, newer arguments, and like you said, but a different quality of speakers, because we heard the mass leaders yesterday, and today it is going to be more cerebral, more intellectual. But of course, the deliberation is something that will be interesting to watch out.
All right, Vasudha, thank you for that quick update. Let me bring in the guest now. Mahima Singh is the spokesperson of the Congress. She joins us. We have Tushar Gupta, political analyst, right here with me at Vijay Chowk. We also have Bhaskar Ghosh of the BJP joining us. Tushar, beginning with you. I mean, who do you think was the best speaker yesterday?
That's a tough one, but I think what was heartening to see was that everyone was putting forward their perspective. The people had the choice, looking at their parliamentarians, to understand what the bill was about, what are the deductions they want to take away from specific clauses. But that is how discussions need to happen. I think Kiran Rijiju set the floor really amazingly early up in the morning, then followed by the Home Minister himself. But I was really impressed the clarity with which Kiran Rijiju led the parliament on. I mean, the debate followed after his comments, and finally in the end also he made a very good answer. But I think it was Kiran Rijiju who really stood out yesterday.
Yes, Gaurav Gogoi, Akhilesh Yadav were among the good speakers also on the opposition side. And of course, Home Minister Amit Shah, again, making a very, very passionate argument and responding to all that has been said by the opposition. And what happened, that very nice repartee or that played out between Home Minister Amit Shah and Akhilesh Yadav was almost reminded us of good old days of Parliament when we saw the back and forth play out between Dr. Manmohan Singh, late Dr. Manmohan Singh and late Sushma Swaraj. Let me bring in Bhaskar Ghosh joining us this morning. We also have Mahima Singh. Mahima, good arguments being made by Gaurav Gogoi. Of course, there was a response that came in from the Treasury benches as well. But I think the argument by the government that this is a land reform, that the effort is to ensure centralization and transparency in functioning of the board, but that is not to interfere with the religious ideas or the functioning of the board. It is to do with the land. That land grabbing, alleged land grabbing, has to end.
Jai Hind. Maria, in fact, the BJP is best known for its narrative setting. In fact, let me take you back to 2002 when after Godhra in a BBC interview, Mr. Modi was asked, what could you have done better? He said, I would have managed the media better. If it were to happen tomorrow again, I would manage the media better. So the narrative setting is impeccably done by the BJP, and which is what we saw on the floor of the House yesterday. We have been questioning the intent of the BJP. We have been alluding to the BJP's intent of trampling, undermining the constitutional provisions. And that is what is at play here. You see, the BJP is mistaking the Parliament House of this country for some Dharm Sansad. And that is what we are seeing year after year. You know, the communalism taking the center stage in the parliament, the narcissism taking the center stage in the parliament, and the constitutional provisions subsided. Even in this Waqf Amendment Bill, let me remind you and the viewers, Maria, at least 5 constitutional provisions have been undermined. Article 14, Article 15, Article 25, Article 26, Article 30 are directly targeted, through this amendment bill. Nonetheless, they have succeeded, at tabling the bill in the Lok Sabha. Let's see what happens in the Rajya Sabha today. But I would just remind our viewers today that Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Kiran Rijiju, himself hails from a tribe. And as I have had indicated earlier also on your show, that it doesn't stop here. It is only the beginning. This is the tip of the iceberg. Today it is the Muslim community. Tomorrow it will be the Sikhs, it will be the Christians, it will be the Buddhists, it will be the, SCs, STs, and Mr. Rijiju himself hails from a tribe. I am sure his own people, his own tribe is gawking at his, and not in awe, but in, amazement and astonishment that how is this government, undermining minority rights, and tomorrow it will reach to SCs, STs, to other religions also. So yes, our questions remain the same. We continue to question why was there no clause-to-clause discussion undertaken? Why are they continuing to undermine the constitutional provisions? You have a BJP spokesperson on your show. We would like to hear from him. But I would just say that this is not a healthy trend at all. Let me ask him. Rather a dangerous one at that.
Okay, let me ask him. Bhaskar Ghosh, Bhaskar Ghosh, a quick response on that?
Yeah, Maria, I think the entire world, as far as the entire India has seen yesterday, that till now, what the opposition was blaming, that it is a mockery of democracy, is a mockery of constitution. And yesterday, after 12 hours of the thorough discussions, everyone has given enough opportunity to present them their views. It was found that from all angles, this particular bill was the necessity for the country. And the way oppositions are projecting as a religious sentiments or religious angle, and that's only they can do. This is not a religious or religion-related bill. This is a bill which needs, and which is the need of this hour, as to amend the land usage and the poverty alleviation among the Muslims. The bill directly accommodates Section 32, Section 28, Section 6 and 7. I asked my Congress friend in 1995 when when the bill was amended, then it was given there's no right to go to the court, can't go to the court. And the right to appeal was totally denied. So how she can say that we have not given the provisions of constitutions? Now, one more thing I must inform to you that the work by users are 4 lakhs and deeds are only 1,081. The Congress panelist who herself is a very prominent lawyer of this country, she will understand that only 1,081 deeds have been registered. The balance is totally unregistered, anonymous. Who is using, how they're using, and see the usage of these entire property of 8.76 lakh acres, and they're fetching an revenue of only 162 crores. What honorable Home Minister? And I'm thankful to our Kiran Rijiju ji. He has been
Mahima,
rhetoric.
response on that, and then I bring in Tushar. Mahima, respond to that. Mahima, respond.
Yeah. In addition to what I said earlier about undermining of the constitutional provisions, let me take it further and say not only the constitution, this government is hell-bent on undermining the judiciary also. And thank you to the BJP spokesperson for, making that remark on a Waqf by user, because fiddling with the Waqf by user provision that has stood for long is directly undermining and targeting the judiciary. Exactly what we have been seeing in bulldozer action and other actions undertaken by this government. This government doesn't regard and respect the institutions of this country, but rather likes to play with them.
Tushar. Okay, both of you have made your point. Early morning, there should not be any on-air bickering. I mean, Parliament has shown that there can be decent arguments without back and forth and, disruptions. The point of land being primary rather than religious sentiments.
Look, Maria, we have to understand that the bill that was passed yesterday in the Lok Sabha has more to do with the real estate. We have to make that differentiation very clear. It's not religion, it's real estate. Now, I'll give you a very interesting mathematical calculation that I did yesterday. When Kiran Rijiju spoke about the income from the Waqf lands, we are looking at around 39 lakh acre worth of lands, and the income is to the tune of 170, 160 crore rupees. A regressive farmer anywhere in India deploying very regressive farming techniques make at least 100 times that money from a single acre worth of land. Now, here's my problem. If the Waqf is indeed managing that land for religious, charitable, or any pious purposes, why is the income generation not reflecting that? That is where the reflection should be, and that is why I say we have to also look at how do we unlock the economic capital of the land that is with the Waqf. That's point number one. Point number two, we also have to somewhere talk about Section 40, the arbitrary powers the Waqf had, the section from the 1995 Act that now stands omitted in the new bill. Section 40 said that if the Waqf believes that a certain land parcel belongs to them, they can investigate it, and the decision of the tribunal will be final in that regard. The finality of that tribunal, that has also been removed from the bill. So it's all about unlocking the economic potential of the land, even if it's with the Muslims or with the non-Muslims, anyone. But the Waqf board or the people who are representing the interests of the Waqf, they need to understand that you hold these land parcels maybe for decades, maybe for centuries. It doesn't matter if you cannot unlock the economic capital out of it for the local communities.
For joining us this morning, and thank you to Mahima and Bhaskar Ghosh. That's all from us on this special segment from Vijay Chowk as we wait for the bill to be taken up in the Rajya Sabha. Almost a similar drill of 8 hours of discussion is likely to happen, and that is going to begin roughly around 12 noon. A quick break and then news and updates on the other side.
Thank you so much, Maria. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Of course, the Lok Sabha early on Thursday confirmed the imposition of the president's rule in Manipur, with members across party lines supporting the decision but slamming the centre for the situation in the state. Meanwhile, it's Union Home Minister Amit Shah who said that the government has taken all possible steps to bring back normalcy in the northeastern state. Even the TMC has gone on to say that the party supports the resolution but favors early restoration of peace, while DMK's Kanimuri has gone on to say that divisive politics should come to an end when it comes to Manipur. Let's listen in to Amit Shah.
दिसंबर, जनवरी, फरवरी और मार्च 4 महीने से वहां पर हिंसा नहीं है। सरकार शांति प्रस्तापित करने के सभी प्रयास, उच्चतम प्रयास कर रही है। कृपया इसको पॉलिटिसाइज न करिए, और पॉलिटिसाइज करना है तो फिर डिबेट होगी, उसमें जवाब भी पॉलिटिकल देना पड़ेगा, मगर मैं ये नहीं चाहता। मान्यवर, ये कहा गया कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव, कोई अविश्वास प्रस्ताव रिकॉर्ड पर नहीं मान्यवर। कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने के लिए इतने विधायक ही नहीं है कि वो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाए। मेरा सदन के सभी सदस्यों से विनती है कि सरकार चाहती है कि जल्द से जल्द शांति हो, जल्द से जल्द पुनर्वसन हो, और जो जख्म लगे हैं उस पर मरहम भी लगाया जाए।
Switching tracks now to the Hyderabad University row, and the students are seeking cancellation of the 400 acres of land auction. The students have asked the ministry to prevent the land from being handed over to the corporate vultures, transform these 400 acres into a legally protected national park and a green zone, ensuring its biodiversity and carbon power, as well as preserve this for generations. That is what the students are demanding. And now the Education Minister has spoken, in fact written to Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, asking him to halt that land auction for now, saying that it's a very crucial land for biodiversity, and on those grounds to kind of put an end to that auction for now, ensuring the legal papers as well. Now the Telangana government has gone on to call the centre out on this, saying that these are all kind of false accusations and allegations, but the Education Minister has now gone on to say that for now just hold off as far as that auction is concerned, and they really need to ensure the legality of the situation, and that is what is being said by Dharmendra Pradhan. Now, of course, this really comes at a time when demands are being made, and we also have exclusive footage of the extent of deforestation. There's a footage that shows that the water bodies in the area, as well as the students are claiming that about 200 acres has already been cleared. So that is the image that you can see and the impact that you can see in regard to the clearing of the land. Now the Telangana High Court has halted work on the disputed land. The students, however, are claiming that JCBs are still being used. Bulldozers are working despite that order of the High Court. The Congress ally is wading into the Hyderabad matter, while Dimple Yadav has said stop deforestation drive. The Telangana High Court, of course, on Wednesday has gone ahead and halted the work as far as 24 hours, only for 24 hours, the work on that 400 acres of land near the Hyderabad Central University. The interim order was passed as a court heard PILs filed by students as well as Vata Foundation. So this is what the students are really demanding. They have gone on to say that this is Hyderabad University is bleeding. Its flora, its fauna and its future is hemorrhaging because right in front of their eyes, urging the guardians of justice to act before this irreversible loss scars Hyderabad, demanding that this land be declared as a national park. And that was exclusive footage that we have of the kind of deforestation we have seen in the area as far as the Hyderabad University is concerned. This is the exclusive footage that we have for you on your screens at the moment. And we have Uma joining us. Uma, take us through the extent of damage that has already taken place. I mean, the students are claiming that 200 acres of land out of the 400 has already been cleared, and they're really demanding that this area be declared a national park.
So extremely worrying, the video footage that has been shared by someone who has been shooting this entire episode, and they have shared it exclusively with NDTV. And what it seems to indicate is that the entire area where the JCBs were deployed, the students are claiming about 60 to 70 JCBs have been at work round the clock, and they have been clearing the area. So what we can see in the footage is a water body, and on the left of the water body is a green cover, and on the right of the water body is where the JCBs were deployed, and it seems bereft of any vegetation at all. And the estimate of the damage, if we were to make a comparison with pictures earlier, I must clarify here that we are not being able to show as of now a comparison between what existed and what has happened, but we will try to get for our viewers that comparison as well, to show that what the students are claiming is that 60 to 70 JCBs have been at work, almost 200 acres. In fact, actually they said 250 acres has probably been cleared of the tree cover or vegetation cover there in the dead of the night. We also have those videos. I hope we can play them out. Dead of the night is when the trucks are seen carrying out what they are saying is again the cut trees and the vegetation, clearing the entire area so that there is no evidence of any kind of a cutting of the trees. So all of that, they are saying almost 60 to 70 trucks have been working around the clock, and they have been clearing away the vegetation. In that footage, we can also see those pipelines that have been brought in there, and there's a kind of a new drain that has been cut out there. That is also visible in the video that we are seeing, and we are told that that was brought in about 2 to 3 weeks ago, and that's an attempt, it appears, to be able to create a kind of a new drainage pathway in that area, and make it appear as though this entire place is not having a green cover, and it was always denuded, which seems a little strange because on one side you have full greenery, and on the other side there is no greenery at all, hardly any greenery. And what the government has of course said is that this is not forest land. It has always been classified as non-forest land, in fact Poramboku land, and they are also saying that this Kanche Gachibowli, the name itself is clear, they say, because Kancha means in Telugu that grazing land, and this is a kind of grazing land, and therefore its diversion for kind of a forest use is justified, is what the government is saying. But the students are pointing out that if at all Delhi, Hyderabad should not become another Delhi or even a Bombay or Bengaluru, which is gasping for breath and whose air quality index is poor, we should not allow this green lung to go away. That's the reason why they are asking for it to be declared as a national park. 3 other developments that I'll point out to you. Like you mentioned, the Education Ministry also has now asked the government to stop the auction of the land. First of all, stop the action of the JCBs itself. That's something that the High Court also ordered yesterday, pending the hearing of a petition today in the High Court. Vata Foundation is there, and we have L. Ravichandar and Niranjan Reddy, who are going to be arguing the case on behalf of the petitioners. And pending the disposal of the petition, the High Court has asked for all JCBs to stop work there. Of course, the students had claimed that even after the court orders, JCBs had continued to work, and they had shared some footage which we had aired yesterday in the evening on NDTV. The second important development is, of course, the Ministry of Environment and Forests also writing to the state government, asking for a factual report and an action taken report, and asking whether any law relating to forest, environment or water bodies has been violated, and where any tribunal or court order have been violated here. And they have asked urgently for a report from the state State Department of Environment and Forests, and that is something that the state is expected to give to the centre as well. And of course, the issue also came up in Parliament yesterday, where BJP members, BRS members had raked up this issue, and everyone asking why Mr. Rahul Gandhi has not spoken on this particular issue. So while the land ownership is not something that people are disputing, legally, yes, the government does own the 400 acres of land, but Kavita, PRS leader, for instance, asked why the contiguous land with the university land needs to be taken, because it's very clear that the flora and fauna will be in a continuum even in that area. And they're talking about 270 species of birds. They are giving huge numbers of flora and fauna. We have a document that seems to suggest that there is very rich biodiversity there, and being a biodiversity hotspot, that it needs to be protected is something that the Vice Chancellor of the university also spoke about yesterday, though he did clarify that when the land was taken away or given away by Mr. Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh to IMG Bharata for the development of a sports complex in that particular area, in lieu of that 397 acres were given to the university, but that was in a place called Gopanapalli, and that is not contiguous with this area, and therefore Kavita asking that land could be used for the development of an IT park. And celebrities like Diab Mirza saying that you're talking about a sustainable future. It's not just jobs, it is a sustainable nature that is going to be able to sustain the youth of tomorrow and our future. Back to you.
For joining us with those details. Let's just switch our tracks now to Donald Trump and his reciprocal tariffs on India. We'll get you all that on the other side of this very short break.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर, आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने। सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियाँ माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching, and as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है
April 2nd, 2025. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world.
Donald Trump announces 26% reciprocal tariffs on India, but said that he's being kind when it comes to India and China, charging roughly half of what they charge us. Calling these as discounted reciprocal tariffs, President Trump said that the United States will charge an import duty of 26% on India, 34% when it comes to China. And while speaking about India, he described the tariffs as New Delhi has been very, very tough. He went on to say that Prime Minister Modi is his dear friend who was visiting the United States recently. But he's also gone on to say that, India hasn't been treating the US right. And that's why when they are charging 52%, now the United States has decided to charge them half of that, which comes to 26%. Like we mentioned, China is going to be facing 34% tariffs, Thailand about 36%, Vietnam even higher, about 46% reciprocal tariffs. And the president also announced a 20% levy on imports from the European Union and 10% from the United Kingdom, two of the main trade partners and allies of the United States. Now, Japan is facing a 24% reciprocal tariff, and we are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. That is what Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, has to say. He's going to say we're going to protect our workers. Now, the world leaders are condemning this move as far as the trade war is concerned, including the Irish Prime Minister, who says that nothing really comes out of this and this is a regrettable move. Let's listen into what Donald Trump had to say.
Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special. I think you're going to remember today, it's going to be free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
Well, to know more on this, we have Arun Kumar, Professor, joining us on the broadcast. We also have Rahul Aluwalia, the founding director of the Foundation for Economic Development, with us. Let's go across to Professor Arun Kumar first. What does this mean for India and for its agricultural exports? Will India be able to maintain its exports to the United States despite the new tariffs, only because the competing nations face even steeper duties?
What President Trump is doing is representing the crisis that the US faces and putting it on to the rest of the world. The US thought that it would be good in high technology items and therefore will be able to dominate the world market. What has happened is, since the time of WTO, especially after China joined, is that a lot of low technology, intermediate technology items have gone out and being produced by other countries, especially in the developing world. Now, these were all accepted by the US. So it's not as if the US had not known that this might happen. But now what the US is trying to do is say that we will prevent these kind of goods from coming into the US. But that will mean that the prices within the US will go up, because if a good worth 100 rupees, which was earlier being charged 3% tariff, becomes 103, now if you charge a minimum of 10%, so it becomes 110. If it's coming from China and you add 34%, it becomes 134. So the inflation rate in the US will go up, especially for wage goods. And that will mean that the purchasing power of the people in the US will go down. And therefore, the overall global demand will go down, because the US is more than 26% of the world GDP. And therefore, in a sense, there is a chance that the entire world economy will come down. Now, if other nations also start levying tariffs, and especially on the US, then of course the US will suffer, because its exports will also go down. Now, it depends whether the other nations levy tariff on each other also, because under WTO, you have to match the tariffs. But if that doesn't happen, then other countries can increase trade with each other. But because the US economy is more than 26% of the world GDP, that will come down, and that will create a problem for the global economy as a whole. So in a sense, what I see is that the world economy suffer, inflation would rise, supply chains will be a problem, and therefore we are headed towards a kind of stagflation. Now, how will it affect India? If the world economy goes into kind of stagflation, then India would also face inflation and also slow down in the economy. And agriculture would suffer because if agriculture exports to the US go down, then prices in the country will drop. If India lowers the tariffs to meet the US tariffs, then the agriculturists would suffer because their prices will go down. And that will also mean that the agriculture incomes will go down. The agriculturists are themselves been complaining that their incomes are low, and this could actually lower their incomes further. So in other words, the workers and the farmers, they could suffer as a result of decline in the global trade.
Right. Rahul Ahluwalia, from what it really appears is that India's export to the United States market stands perhaps slightly less impacted on a relative basis. But what kind of efforts will it require to increase export efficiency?
It's not, I don't think that we are less impacted on a relative basis. We are amongst the highest tariffed countries in that list, right? So, and the interesting thing is that they are not actually placing reciprocal tariffs. They are placing tariffs on the basis of how large the trade deficit is against your country. So this is a novel approach. Nobody's ever done this before, really. And it's going to be very disruptive. As Professor Kumar was saying, we should fully expect a range of negative outcomes. I think the one thing that I would point to that he's not mentioned is uncertainty, right? So I think there is going to be massive uncertainty in the global economy because of this. Nobody knows how long these tariffs will be in place. Nobody knows if these tariffs are going to be adjusted by the US Congress. Nobody knows if Trump himself is going to strike some deals with some countries and change these tariffs. So I think investment decisions, consumption decisions, all of these will slow down in the coming years, coming months at the very least. And we therefore should see a lot of volatility and a lot of drops in the global economy in the months to come.
Right. Professor Kumar, would you say the situation is now going to increase the probability when it comes to recession in the United States and in other countries?
So I agree, with Rahul that the uncertainty has gone up. And whenever uncertainty goes up, as he pointed out, investment slows down. And when investment slows down, then of course the chances of a recession increase. Even if it's not a recession, the output growth will slow down. And it might tip into a recession as well. Also, the currencies will face a problem, as he rightly pointed out, with uncertainty. Stock markets will face a problem because stock markets anticipate. And we already seen since October last year, stock market volatility, currency volatility. Initially, the currencies declined. Then, because it was expected that the dollar would weaken, so currencies have risen somewhat. But gold has gone up. So in other words, there's a lot of, problems in terms of where and how the investors will respond to all this. That will affect India even more because our economy, the stock markets are already at very elevated levels. Therefore, Indian stock markets could see a problem. But I think, the real crux for India would be agriculture. What do we do on agriculture front? Because the farmers are a very large category and they've been suffering. So I think, whether India will lower the, tariffs that it levies on agriculture imports, that remains to be seen because India is trying to take a stand that we'll negotiate with the US. And the US is saying you have to reduce duties. Now, how will that happen vis-a-vis, say, our agriculture commodities? I can see that, as far as, say, electronics items and automobile components, etc., are concerned, there's some of the tariff increase may be absorbed by the producers and they may not increase the prices as much as the tariffs would imply. That's possible, but then the profits will come down. And when that happens, then it will affect the stock market. So there are multiple sources through which stock market, currencies, and investment pattern in the world that'll come down. And I agree with Rahul that is another major thing apart from the stagflationary conditions that we need to take into account.
Right, of course, this could in fact fuel when we talk about, that inflationary pressure and impede economic growth. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on the broadcast. And of course, world leaders are condemning this move. We're talking about the Prime Minister of Ireland saying that the decision by the United States to impose these tariffs across the European Union is deeply regrettable, and that no one really benefits from this. Even the Canadian Prime Minister has gone on to react, saying that they would in fact meet this with countermeasures. Let's just listen in.
People have been trying to crunch the numbers over the last few hours, not just to check the veracity of some of those numbers put out by the White House, but also trying to understand what it will mean for each individual country, because it is a complicated list. There is that baseline 10% tariff that's being imposed on any good from any country coming into the United States. But then those reciprocal tariffs on some countries that Donald Trump has targeted, including, as you mentioned, India, who's now facing that 26% tariff, because the United States says that India imposes 52% tariffs on US goods entering India. And on top of that, there's 25% tariffs being put on any foreign cars being imported into the United States. So there's plenty to try and grapple with here, but also some suggestions that the numbers that the White House have put together it doesn't quite add up to exactly how much the individual countries actually impose. The reaction has been varied. As you'd imagine, a lot of Republicans are backing the president, but there have been some throughout the course of the day and even in the week ahead of this Liberation Day announcement who have been petitioning the White House to try and cool their jets, to suggest that these type of plans will have major implications, mainly to their constituents who could end up paying higher prices, as you would expect. The Democrats have reacted angrily to much of this. We've heard from Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, saying this is a reckless, inflammatory trade war. A congresswoman from the House, Terry Sewell, saying that this will be the largest tax increase for families in American history. It's bad for consumers, she says. It will mean that prices will skyrocket. We're undoubtedly going to see plenty of reaction from countries over the coming days. Donald Trump's expecting that. He says he will be getting complaints, and he's also expecting that many countries will now be petitioning the White House to try and do some sort of deal to avoid these tariffs. Bear in mind, those reciprocal tariffs are due to start next Wednesday, the 9th of April.
Protege o Brasil nas relações comerciais com o mundo. E é importante dizer que na hora que qualquer país quiser interferir ou alterar as relações diplomáticas e comerciais com o Brasil, esse projeto ele permite que o governo brasileiro possa agir e estabelecer os enfrentamentos necessários.
We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers. And we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. In a crisis, it's important to come together, and it's essential to act with purpose and with force. And that's what we will do.
We will stand up for Australia. We will continue to make the strongest case for these unjustified tariffs to be removed from our exporters. Our existing free trade agreement with the United States contains dispute resolution mechanisms.
The world is one family. Esos principios que en un foro de estas características son compartidos, nos parecen de sentido común, hoy día están siendo puestos en cuestión. Cuando se imponen aranceles de manera unilateral, sin considerar las reglas mutuamente acordadas.
And the impact of this announcement of Donald Trump was felt even before Liberation Day, and we can see that in the form of gold prices hitting an all-time high. We're seeing the markets crashing, stocks have slumped and bonds have surged. This is in regard to those reciprocal tariffs that have been announced by Donald Trump. My colleague Rishabh Bhatnagar has all the details.
Right. What we're hearing from Commerce Ministry sources is that the analysis and the potential repercussions of the tariffs imposed on India have already been started. The studies regarding the impact have already begun at the Commerce Ministry. Two sets of tariffs have been imposed in India. The first one being a common 10% tariff that has been imposed across the board on all countries that starts taking effect starting April 5th, and an additional 16% reciprocal tariff that has been imposed in India that starts taking effect on starting April 10th. Now, initially, prima facie, Commerce Ministry officials are saying that these tariffs are a mixed bag. There will be certain sectors that have been impacted negatively, but there will also be certain sectors that stand to gain because India will gain a competitive edge against other manufacturing nations like Vietnam and Indonesia. So somewhat of a mixed bag here, given that there might be scope for some sort of a competitive edge in the electronics or the IT or the automotive sector even. Another important point that is there is that the US president, does have the powers to reduce these tariffs as and when certain American concerns are satisfied or countries are willing to negotiate or bring down their own tariffs with regards to the US. So India is already ahead in that scenario, given that India is already on the negotiating table with the US with regards to a bilateral trade agreement, the first tranche of which will be ready by September or October this year, by fall of this year. So India already ahead on that scenario. Number three, what we're also hearing is that a more elaborate statement or an analysis is going to be coming by the Commerce Ministry during the day, and we will stay tuned to that and track that for you.
Right, now these are tariffs that have been announced by Donald Trump. We're talking about a 26% discounted, like Donald Trump has put it, discounted reciprocal tariffs on India. We're talking about 34% tariffs on China, 46% as far as Vietnam is concerned, and Thailand at about 36%. Now, this has impacted the global markets as well that have plunged as far as those announcements that were made by Trump's tariff spree. But India's stock markets also there trimmed their losses. Now, the Indian stock markets opened in selling pressure on Thursday following a global decline triggered by US President Donald Trump's latest announcement. My colleague Sakshi joining us. Sakshi, take us through the impact that the Indian markets are facing early this morning. We do know there was a complete shake-up as far as the global markets are concerned, but how are the Indian markets doing this morning?
Absolutely. Let's take our viewers through how global markets have performed as well as how Indian markets are reacting to Trump's sweeping tariffs. We have seen global markets plunge. Important for our viewers to understand that, look, Dow futures tumbled around 1,000 points. We saw the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq also tank significantly in the futures. So that really is an indication of how US markets, remember, will react to these sweeping tariffs. We also saw Asian markets in early trade tumble over 2%. And after that, following, of course, the futures and Asian markets open is when India's stock markets open. And India's stock markets, remember, while they opened sharply lower, nearly 1% lower, they trimmed those losses very, very swiftly. So again, analysts believe that, look, India's direct impact, remember, to these tariffs is limited. Analysts also believe that India remains resilient. And so therefore, we can see India's stock markets trimming those losses that we're just witnessing, that we just saw in the first few minutes of trade, really. And of course, remember a wait and watch mode as far as the currency impact is concerned as well. We did see India's rupee open weaker, but not as significant. So India not facing an impact as significant as the rest of the world. And India, remember, witnessed sharp losses at open only when global markets and global cues gave us that cue.
Right. Thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking the market closely and coming back to you for more on that. Let's just switch tracks now to Prime Minister Modi, who has left for Thailand in order to attend the 6th BIMSTEC summit, where leaders will be focusing on strengthening maritime cooperation. The regional bloc, which includes India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Myanmar and Thailand, will discuss trade, security as well as regional cooperation. And after that meeting, of course, that summit that's coming up tomorrow, he will be today meeting with the Prime Minister. He'll also be meeting with the Thai King. He is expected to depart for Sri Lanka right after that on Friday. So we are going to keep tracking the movements and the details of Prime Minister's 3-day visit between Thailand and Sri Lanka. Let's just get you all the details with my colleague, Vishal.
I'm joined by the Secretary General of BIMSTEC here in Bangkok. Let's speak with him and get to know what is BIMSTEC up to these days. Sir, there was a meeting in which a lot of people said that BIMSTEC needs to step up There is a lot of things that it needs to do, especially in a situation like this when there's a big earthquake. Do you think that's the case? What does BIMSTEC need to do actually to step up?
No, BIMSTEC has been in existence for almost 28 years. So we have in place the mechanisms for regional cooperation. We have our clearly identified agenda. We have our charter in place, the rules of procedure in place, and we have taken a number of significant initiatives. The importance of regional solidarity has been manifest in dealing with the unfortunate earthquake that has struck our region in Myanmar and in Thailand. In case of Myanmar, India, which is an important member of BIMSTEC, has been the first responder. Bangladesh and Thailand, two other members of BIMSTEC, have also provided assistance in dealing with the aftermath of the earthquake. And we already have a proposal from India to set up a BIMSTEC disaster management center. So that shows the importance of regional cooperation. But this regional cooperation is not limited only to disaster management. We have cooperation in security sector. We have cooperation in energy sector.
Vishal joining us from Bangkok to get us, the very latest. Take us through the agenda. What time is the Prime Minister landing? What all is going to be taking place between today and tomorrow? And this really comes on the heels of the remarks made by Mohammad Yunus, really casting a doubt as far as the meeting between the two leaders is concerned.
Yeah, Divya, so in the next hour, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to land in Thailand. And this is a very crucial visit, as you mentioned. There could be meetings with Bangladesh's Mohammad Yunus, and also Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli could have a meeting with Prime Minister Modi. These are not confirmed yet, but Bangladeshi and Nepalese media have been reporting on this for the last 24 hours. And on the other hand, there's an excitement in the air. I am at the venue where one of the main events will happen of the summit. I've spotted at least 20 to 30 people of Indian diaspora in the last 10 to 15 minutes. They have been coming in regularly. They are congregating at one place, and then they will come out of that place, and then they will try to welcome PM Modi when he arrives. So that is the latest from here, and also the fact that that strong statement from Dr. S. Jaishankar just a few moments ago on the recent statements made by Mohammad Yunus from Bangladesh, where he said that the Chinese economy could be an extension in the Bay of Bengal. Mohammad Yunus has gone on to say that Bangladesh is the guardian of that area. So that is a pretty strong statement, and India has responded to it very soon, very fast, and said that these cherry-picking events will not help anyone. India has not directly named Mohammad Yunus or Bangladesh, but the statements do talk about Northeast and the Bay of Bengal, in the sense that Northeast is an integral part of BIMSTEC. It connects a lot of countries to rest of the world. So it cannot be cherry-picked. These statements cannot be cherry-picked and used for their own benefits. People need to come together. BIMSTEC is a unified front. Their statements like this are not appreciated, is what the foreign minister means. So that will be very, very interesting to see when and if there is a meeting between both the leaders, Prime Minister Modi and Mohammad Yunus of Bangladesh.
Right, Vishal, also Prime Minister Modi will be travelling to Sri Lanka. This is going to be the first visit since the new president.
That is correct. The very highly contested election from last year, very interesting results, and that was soon followed by a visit from the new president of Sri Lanka, Dissanayake, and now Prime Minister will be going to meet Dissanayake soon. He will depart tomorrow for Sri Lanka. That is also another key aspect of this whole foreign tour that Prime Minister is on right now. So that will have to be seen later, but for now, the whole Asian continent has its eye on BIMSTEC, the other group other than ASEAN and SAARC, that sort of flows below the radar, but there has been a lot of talks about BIMSTEC in the last few months, especially the fact that leaders from all of these countries want this BIMSTEC to reach up to the level of ASEAN or SAARC. There is still a lot of ground to cover, but they are, hopeful that that will happen very soon.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us with those details. Of course, Prime Minister Modi there, who will be landing in Thailand to attend the 6th BIMSTEC summit. And finally, let's get you the latest, and this is in regard to the elephants and a way to beat the heat when it comes to the rising temperatures in Tamil Nadu. There you can see elephants taking a bath. There are showers that are being provided to the tuskers in order to make themselves comfortable as far as the temperatures that are soaring as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. So those showers that have been organized for the elephants in order to beat the rising temperatures.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर। आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियां माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution.
Dr. Jaishankar has reaffirmed India's commitment to BIMSTEC, highlighting its long Bay of Bengal coastline and key role in regional connectivity. His remarks countered Bangladesh's Mr. Yunus. Donald Trump announces reciprocal tariffs on India and China, but said he is being kind on them by charging roughly half of what they charge us. He called this discounted reciprocal tariffs as far as India is concerned. And Trump's reciprocal tariffs decision promises to ruffle feathers worldwide as nations brace for the economic storm and world leaders begin reacting. Trump has tried to frame his newly unveiled tariffs as very kind, but some experts are questioning that assertion. European leaders reacted with dismay to punishing new American tariffs, vowing to retaliate in unison. Meanwhile, China has urged the US to immediately cancel the tariffs, adding that China would resolutely take countermeasures. The Commerce Ministry is analyzing the impact of 26% reciprocal tariffs or import duties imposed by the United States on India. This is what a senior government official has told NDTV. In the ongoing Hyderabad land row, NDTV accesses exclusive videos, and the videos show the extent of the deforestation as far as this 400-acre land parcel is concerned. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. The breaking news we're tracking at the moment, Dr. Jaishankar's cherry-picking jab at Bangladesh's interim leader, Mohammad Yunus. India is aware of its responsibility with regard to BIMSTEC. This is what External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar has said, adding that our country also has the longest coastline in the Bay of Bengal. In fact, Dr. Jaishankar also highlighted that India believes that cooperation is an integrated outlook, not one subject to cherry picking. His remarks came in reference to Bangladesh Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus's recent remarks on the Northeast, which courted controversy, as we had earlier covered as well. Mr. Yunus recently also urged the Chinese government to establish an economic base within his country and insisted that Bangladesh was the only guardian of the ocean for the region. In fact, addressing the 6th BIMSTEC summit in Thailand, Dr. Jaishankar has said the nations around and proximate to the Bay of Bengal have both common interests and shared concerns. And our External Affairs Minister added that some of it emanates from our history, where other priorities overrode the well-being of this region. Dr. Jaishankar's cherry-picking jab at Bangladesh's interim leader is our big focus at the moment. Vishal Vivek has been tracking the finer details for us. He joins us live from Bangkok at the moment. Vishal, what further details can you disclose about Dr. Jaishankar's cherry-picking jab as far as Bangladesh's interim leader is concerned?
So that statement comes soon after Mohammad Yunus, the leader of Bangladesh, visited China and made that strong pitch to China that Beijing can extend its economy to the Bay of Bengal region, which is a BIMSTEC region where this summit is happening. So it's a very controversial statement in the sense that he has invoked the Seven Sisters, the northeastern states of India, in his statement to China, and said that since the Seven Sisters are landlocked, maybe the Bay of Bengal area, which is near Bangladesh, could be used by China to extend its economy. So it's a pitch from Mohammad Yunus to China for the benefit of Bangladesh, but he has controversially invoked the Indian states, the North Indian states as well. And there's no surprise that India has come back with a statement, even though the foreign minister has not named directly Bangladesh in this, but it does mean that India will not be quiet on this, and said that the neighbors cannot cherry pick these issues and use them for their own benefits. And the foreign minister S. Jaishankar has clearly said that the northeastern states are very key to connecting BIMSTEC region to the rest of the world. The trilateral highway that is being constructed will be one of the most key highways of the world. These points have been highlighted by the foreign minister right in time when Prime Minister Modi is expected to land here. He could be here in the next half hour or so. And he's expected to meet a few people of the Indian diaspora. It won't be a very grand affair, but there are at least 100 to 150 people of the Indian diaspora waiting to meet him. I'm hearing that there would be some cultural programs as well, but that's not confirmed. But at the moment, there are also reports suggesting that there could be a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Mohammad Yunus. That will be one of the most key features of this BIMSTEC summit. It's not been confirmed as yet, but Bangladeshi media has been reporting on it since yesterday that there will be a meeting. So all eyes will be on that meeting, what happens, because two very controversial back-to-back statements from both the countries on a very key region of Asia.
As always, Vishal, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details and also contextualizing the information for us. As my colleague Vishal Vivek is reporting live from Bangkok, Prime Minister Modi will be in Thailand, where he will be attending the 6th edition of the BIMSTEC summit. In his departing statement, our Prime Minister, by the way, mentioned that India's northeastern region lies at the heart of BIMSTEC. And do remember, this will be our Prime Minister's official visit to Thailand, which has come on the invitation of his Thai counterpart, Pechongtarn Shinawatra. We'll keep tracking the latest for you, but just take a look at what the impact and aim of this BIMSTEC summit is.
Bangkok is set to host a pivotal BIMSTEC summit on April 3rd and 4th, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to sign a landmark maritime transport cooperation pact. This isn't just about trade routes. It's a strategic move in a region where alliances are shifting rapidly. The Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation is an international organization of 7 South Asian and Southeast Asian nations, housing 1.7 billion people and having a combined GDP of $5.2 trillion. Member states include Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka and Thailand. Meanwhile, Bangladesh's chief advisor Mohammad Yunus recently claimed his country is the only guardian of the ocean, igniting diplomatic ripples. His comments on China's role and India's landlocked northeast come amid growing tensions between Dhaka and New Delhi. It also casts a shadow of doubt on the likely meeting with Prime Minister Modi at the summit.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called Seven Sisters. They are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean for all this region. So this opens up a huge possibility. So this could be an extension of the Chinese economy. Build things, produce things, market things, bring things to China, bring it out to the whole rest of the world.
With Nepal, Myanmar and Thailand grappling with political instability, the summit's significance escalates. Amid these turbulent tides, the BIMSTEC Charter, now in effect, aims to anchor regional cooperation, focusing on security, connectivity and disaster response. As the Bay of Bengal's waters ripple with promises and perils, the BIMSTEC summit could chart the course for South Asia's future. Will this maritime pact be the anchor of stability or the storm before the calm? With Arjun Samar Mahindran, Bureau Report for NDTV World.
And the other big story we're tracking, US President Donald Trump has announced sweeping reciprocal tariffs on dozens of nations with trade surpluses against the US, including India. He stated that these nations would be charged half the tariffs they impose on US goods, meaning India will face a 26% tariff on all its exports to the United States. Now, in the latest development, I must mention that the Commerce Ministry is now analyzing the impact of 26% reciprocal tariffs or import duties imposed by the US on India. This is something a senior government official has confirmed to NDTV. And according to this official, the universal 10% tariffs will come into effect on all imports into the US from the 5th of April and the remaining 16% from the 10th of April. Trump, by the way, singled out major US partners for imposing trade barriers he deems unfair, with India and the European Union facing 26%, as I mentioned, and 20% tariffs respectively. However, you must note, India is not the hardest hit by Trump's tariff. Several countries will face higher rates. In fact, Cambodia will face 49% tariffs, Vietnam at 46%, Sri Lanka at 44%, Bangladesh at 37%, Thailand at 36%, China at 34%, and Pakistan at 29%. This announcement by the US president represents the largest upheaval in American trade policy in decades. US tariffs will approach levels not seen since the 1930s. This is what some experts argue. We have crucial takeaways from Donald Trump's executive order lined up for you. Listen in to what the US president had to say, followed by Nick Harper's report from Washington.
Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm, and many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before, and it'll be something very special. I think you're going to remember today, it's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
Many people have been trying to crunch the numbers over the last few hours, not just to check the veracity of some of those numbers put out by the White House, but also trying to understand what it will mean for each individual country, because it is a complicated list. There is that baseline 10% tariff that's being imposed on any good from any country coming into the United States. But then those reciprocal tariffs on some countries that Donald Trump has targeted, including, as you mentioned, India, who's now facing that 26% tariff because the United States says that India imposes 52% tariffs on US goods entering India. And on top of that, there's 25% tariffs being put on any foreign cars being imported into the United States. So there's plenty to try and grapple with here, but also some suggestions that the numbers that the White House have put together it doesn't quite add up to exactly how much the individual countries actually impose. The reaction has been varied. As you'd imagine, a lot of Republicans are backing the president, but there have been some throughout the course of the day and even in the week ahead of this Liberation Day announcement who have been petitioning the White House to try and cool their jets, to suggest that these type of plans will have major implications, mainly to their constituents who could end up paying higher prices, as you would expect. The Democrats have reacted angrily to much of this. We've heard from Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, saying this is a reckless, inflammatory trade war. A congresswoman from the House, Terry Sewell, saying that this will be the largest tax increase for families in American history. It's bad for consumers, she says. It will mean that prices will skyrocket. We're undoubtedly going to see plenty of reaction from countries over the coming days. Donald Trump's expecting that. He says he will be getting complaints, and he's also expecting that many countries will now be petitioning the White House to try and do some sort of deal to avoid these tariffs. Bear in mind, those reciprocal tariffs are due to start next Wednesday, the 9th of April.
In fact, stocks slumped, bonds surged, and gold hit a new high as markets braced for the impact of President Donald Trump's sweeping reciprocal tariffs. Though I must mention, there is some confusion on the ground as to the details, the intricacies of this executive order, but Trump announced a baseline 10% tariff on all imports with far higher levies on some trading partners, particularly in Asia. Indian stock markets opened in selling pressure on Thursday, following a global decline triggered by Donald Trump's latest bombshell tariff announcement. Sakshi Bajaj has more on this for us.
We have seen global markets react to Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs. We did see Dow futures tumble over 1,000 points. We saw the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq tank significantly in trade as well. Asian markets also tumbled over 2% in early trade. And how have Indian markets reacted? Well, Indian markets opened lower, but soon after, just swiftly after, really in a few minutes, have trimmed those losses. Now, analysts believe India's direct impact to these tariffs are limited, and they believe that, look, India's impact is more sectoral and less general, and a lot really is in wait and watch mode as far as the negotiations and the trade deal framework is, whether that's in place or not. And of course the rupee also, we see the rupee marginally weaker in trade, but as far as India is concerned, India's markets and stock markets are not reacting as significantly as the rest of the world.
Now, as we speak, the Commerce Ministry is analyzing the impact of 26% reciprocal tariffs or import duties imposed by the US on India. This is what a senior government official has informed NDTV. Now, according to our sources, the universal 10% tariffs will come into effect on all imports into the US from the 5th of April, and the remaining 16% will come into effect from the 10th of this month. India is already negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the US, as we have extensively covered. The two countries are aiming to finalize the first phase of the pact by fall, which is September-October of this year. But Indian government officials say it's a mixed bag and not a setback for India. This as the US president listed the high tariffs charged by India on American products as he announced reciprocal tariffs on countries across the board, declaring a 26% discounted reciprocal tariff on India. Rishabh Bhatnagar joins us with the lowdown.
Right. What we're hearing from Commerce Ministry sources is that the analysis and the potential repercussions of the tariffs imposed on India have already been started. The studies regarding the impact have already begun at the Commerce Ministry. Two sets of tariffs have been imposed in India. The first one being a common 10% tariff that has been imposed across the board on all countries. That starts taking effect starting April 5th, and an additional 16% reciprocal tariff that has been imposed in India that starts taking effect on starting April 10th. Now, initially, prima facie, Commerce Ministry officials are saying that these tariffs are a mixed bag. There will be certain sectors that have been impacted negatively, but there will also be certain sectors that stand to gain because India will gain a competitive edge against other manufacturing nations like Vietnam and Indonesia. So somewhat of a mixed bag here, given that there might be scope for some sort of a competitive edge in the electronics or the IT or the automotive sector even. Another important point that is that the US president, does have the powers to reduce these tariffs as and when certain American concerns are satisfied or countries are willing to negotiate or bring down their own tariffs with regards to the US. So India is already ahead in that scenario, given that India is already on the negotiating table with the US with regards to a bilateral trade agreement, the first tranche of which will be ready by September or October this year, by fall of this year. So India already ahead on that scenario. Number three, what we're also hearing is that a more elaborate statement or an analysis is going to be coming by the Commerce Ministry during the day, and we will stay tuned to that and track that for you.
And for further clarity on the matter and to understand the larger ramifications, we have with us on the broadcast at the moment former Ambassador Manju Seth, also joining us, Head of Digital India Foundation, Dr. Arvind Gupta, and trade expert Amirullah Khan at the moment. Thank you so much for taking time out for us and joining us on NDTV. Mr. Khan, I'd like to begin with you. Trump's tariff package includes a 26% tariff on Indian imports, as I've mentioned. As an economist, how do you foresee this move impacting India's trade with the US, especially in sectors like pharmaceuticals, IT? Could this jeopardize India's trade surplus with the US?
Well, on the pharma front, I do see a major impact because that, as almost everybody has been saying since yesterday, pharma has in some sense been dealt with less severity. It is the other sectors that are going to see some shocks, right, because 26% is a high rate. And given the fact that it is coming after India has made very serious overtures for a bilateral agreement, it's indeed much more than that was expected. So it's going to involve some churn in India's industrial structure for most components, for most sectors, because they are going to find it difficult to trade with India's largest trade partner, which is the US. So exports, which are already hurting, will certainly hurt for at least some time before we settle down to these higher tariffs.
Well, not many people are very optimistic about the latest slew of announcements. But let's also bring in former Ambassador Manju Seth at the moment. Ma'am, our government sources say it's a mixed bag and not a setback for India. But as a former ambassador, what diplomatic strategies should India adopt to handle what many are calling the fallout from these tariffs? Could India leverage certain strategic alliances to push back on these tariffs? Or would you say there is no room for negotiation as we speak?
I think given the way things have moved since the Prime Minister's visit, and also that the fact that discussions have begun on a bilateral trade agreement, and even then, and even though India has already announced reduction in tariffs on a few items of concern to or of interest to the US, President Trump has still gone ahead and announced these tariffs. And while saying that India is a good friend, PM Modi is a good friend, but so I think there doesn't seem to be very much room at the moment for diplomatic negotiations. It will only be, I think, on the basis of what comes out of the bilateral trade agreement, where I think where India will, where there is flexibility, and there only will there be a bringing down of the tariffs by the US. I don't think they're going to make an exception for India, though it is an important relationship for them as well. And of course, their own industries, their own own local population is going to, the common person there is going to be affected with high inflation. But I think President Trump at the moment is not focused on any of those negative fallouts. He's focused only on his tariff war, so to speak, on all countries, including friends and foes alike.
And his America First policy, obviously. But Dr. Gupta, I'd like to bring you in here as well. India's tech industry, which is one of its largest export sectors to the US, in your view, how might these new tariffs impact India's tech companies that are heavily reliant on the American market?
So I think, thank you for asking that. I think there are two things. Pharma and tech services are not currently being looked at. This is the early readout that we have. Electron and semiconductors may also eventually be part of that carve out. So, and then, you also have to see there is a lot of GCC kind of operations that happen in India, which is not really exports per se. They are their own companies operating in India, in their own countries, back offices, or the global competency centers in India, which is 1,700 plus. But a larger point, I think, that I think my panelists also talked about is that three things are clear. Number one, President Trump is going to this regime. This is an instrument for him to negotiate with friendly and democratic countries. This is placed to our strength. That's what you have seen from the response of the government also, because, you have to remember, as Ambassador said that India was one of the fastest off the blocks to actually go on. And the moment the US representative was announced, we were the first country, literally the first country, we started meeting and negotiating and talking to them. So we really, first off the blocks, we need to make sure of 3 or 4 things: that we use our equity, our political equity, our diplomatic equity, our equation equity with the two leaders to arrive at a very good bilateral trade agreement. 2, we also use this opportunity, as the a fellow economist on the panel said, that to improve our factors of locally. This is a short-term shock, short-term pain, but we probably can realize that this will help us in a long-term gain. So I think that is the second thing that happened. And third thing that is, I think we have to look at even a larger picture. It opens up a window of opportunity for the China Plus strategy for India, if India is able to do the first 2 things that I said. And I think, to me, that is a very, very large opportunity. You can look at, textiles that got shifted to Bangladesh. Vietnam, of course, is the first one trying to renegotiate their own import tariffs. So I think we will see a lot of these negotiations happening. Footwear, textiles, a lot of this labor-intensive industries will need to be refactored. And then I think there is a big window of opportunity for India. I think it's global equity and global diplomatic powers to really reposition itself. So this is a short pain, but there's going to be a long-term gain in this overall.
Well, we'll wait and see. We'll have to be very patient. Though, Mr. Khan, on that note, how should India balance the need to maintain a strong trade relationship with the United States while also addressing the concerns of domestic industries that may be impacted by these tariffs? Should India turn to other markets like ASEAN or African nations for trade diversification?
That's the big elephant in the room. And those are the big questions that will emerge, the tough ones. The first one really is how are we going to deal with China now? Have we distanced ourselves too much? Should we go back to getting, to sitting down with China and leveraging that? Because we've banked too much on the fact that we are this China alternative, and that has not worked. The second is that we have to now do a lot of homework on how we are going to ensure that investment starts coming in again. There has been a lull as far as foreign investment is concerned. Even domestic investment has been very poor, and we have to ensure that our industry gets very seriously deregulated or re-regulated in a lot of ways, especially the big infrastructure areas, so that we start getting investment and look at the domestic market, which is indeed the largest domestic market in the world right now. Unless we leverage that, we are going to have a tough time. And the third point is that we need to also understand that in some sense, we are now going to fight this battle ourselves. There are no allies anymore. There is no multilateral order anymore. And therefore, each bilateral negotiation will have to be dealt with great care. Just as everybody is doing, we'll have to ensure that our bilateral agreements are done for our good, what is best in it for us. And for that, we will have to go to negotiating tables very well prepared, with very firm stances. In some sense, by already buckling under the pressure, we might have sent a signal that we are ready to go further. And that might not have been a great idea. But for now, as we go and sit with the US and with China, we need to tell everybody that, look, we are in this, we are looking at our interests. And if it means that we have to deal with each of these countries, we will do so.
Ambassador Said, would love your views on this as well. Should India actually pursue a stronger stance on trade negotiations with the US? Or would you argue that it's wiser to maintain a more cautious conciliatory approach to preserve our overall bilateral relationship?
Yes, I think we'll have to follow a mix of the two, really, because the US is a very important strategic partner for India in all aspects. If you look at the global environment today, it is a very, very important and crucial partnership and relationship for India. So we have to do a mix of caution and also a bit of hard negotiating and see where we can leverage our strengths and our industry. Of course, we have to keep our industries well-being in mind. But also, I think the US will also understand that its industry and its whatever alternatives it has, it's not going to pick up in a day. And if very high inflation is there, they're looking at beginning manufacturing and everything in their own country and increasing jobs, etc. But that's not going to happen overnight. And I think they will have to understand that, yes, a little bit of hard negotiation from their side, but there will have to be a lot of give and take and smart negotiation on the part of India to be able to get the best deal. And of course, the US will look at its interests. India has to look at its interests. We'll have to have a mix of caution and a little bit of hard bargaining and hard negotiation. And I think we should be able to achieve a good mutually beneficial outcome from all indications which are there.
Well, hopefully. Dr. Gupta, in terms of the tech space, talk to us about how might global tech giants like Apple or Microsoft respond to these tariffs, and how will that affect their operations in India? In fact, take us through the long-term implications for innovation if these trade barriers continue to rise in the tech sector.
I think there are two things. First, let me comment on one very important point, and then I'll address your question. One is the importance of retaliation. And I think that is what I think Pastor Said has also said. India has been very, very constrained and very, very, reassuring on our relationships, even on all global platforms. We have not retaliated at all, whether it was the first issue of immigration, now the whole issue of tariffs. A lot of global leaders have already started speaking out against it. And that's okay. That's sometimes public posturing, but India has been maintaining a very neutral to positive public posturing stance. And we do understand the precariousness of, talking on social media these days. So there has been a very balanced approach India has done in terms of retaliation. We have not retaliated. We will maintain more cordial relationship, and that will, is paying off and will pay off in the longer term, because President Trump has been using his, statements and saying his relationship with Prime Minister Modi and India. On the tech supply chains, I think, India has shown to the world that it's not just a China plus strategy, it's a China minus strategy. We can build things for them without especially electronic, in a lot of, for example, telecom networks, 4G 5G networks without China. Now, a lot of Chinese, a lot of manufacturing, the electronics manufacturing that you're seeing happening in India does have, directly or indirectly components coming from China.
Yes.
There is a dependence, but eventually everybody understands that this is the place where the larger semiconductors, the fabless manufacturing is going to, has the potential for and has a more amicable relationship with the US and the rest of the world. So I think going forward, if you look, these also have to remember supply chains don't diversify overnight.
Absolutely.
So it's a 5 to 10 year process. And in that process, I mean, it used to be 10 plus years. We can shrink that down to 5 years, 4 to 5 years. In that process, India has to play this very, very delicately, balancing the components and the things that are coming from China, and then supplying not only to the Indian market, which is very, very big, but also maybe to the US, Africa, and other markets. So does Apple, Foxconn, Google look at India? They're looking at India as not only the talent density, a new manufacturing hub, and that the improved factors of production will help there bring down cost parity. And slowly, as the ecosystem, just not the end product, but the whole ecosystem gets developed in India, that's the ultimate goal. And that's the goal that all of us are chasing together. So I don't think so. Overall, as I said, this is going to be bad for India because the more and more we are pushed to improve our domestic factors of production, to look at domestic markets as economist Khan just mentioned, I think that will help us overall bring down the costs. India is a very cost-sensitive market. So I think in the long run, if you ask me, and the long run to me is 4 to 5 years, it's not beyond that.
Right.
And this will play out well for India, Indian economy, Indian jobs, and overall better of the global trade.
Well, let's bring in Mr. Khan also. Mr. Khan, looking beyond the immediate tariffs, what strategic investments or reforms should India focus on then to strengthen its economy and reduce dependency on the US market?
Yes, this is a golden opportunity for us that, we've got this pressure. We have our biggest trading partner acting tough. We are going to see some lowering in our exports. So it is now very important for us to focus on what we need to do here. Firstly, I think we need to ensure that we have a larger and a fairer playing field. The message that has gone out, unfortunately, over the last few years has been that India's large industry tends towards cronyism and favors a few players. That is something that we have to assiduously work on and ensure people that no, it is a level playing field, it is free entry and free exit, and that there is a clean piece of regulation and a rule of law that applies to everybody. The second thing that we have to look at very carefully and very quickly is something that we've spoken about so many times, but investment really depends on the climate, on the legal climate, on the property rights, on land rights, and so on. We are heading in that direction. We slow down a little bit, but if we clear that, and then you will have some states that will definitely do better in attracting investment. And the third is our focus on increasing our factors of production, on increasing efficiency, on skilling, and our education sector. I must add as a footnote that it's important for us to ensure that public investment into research and innovation, at least now, is taken up seriously. We've given it, we've not looked at it at all in the past. So I think now it is high time we do that.
Well, as we wrap, Ambassador Seth, Trump's tariff policy is being described as a reciprocal tariff aimed at rebalancing trade deficits. But how do you think this stance could impact global alliances? Could it actually push India and other countries to form new trade blocs or regional pacts outside of the US's purview?
I think anything could be possible, but I think not right away.
Right.
Also because the WTO, has been undermined in all this, which was a kind of which provided an overarching framework for all countries. And the US has completely, sort of overlooked it or not taken it into consideration at all. Not right away, I think, but if this continues and if no resolution is found, new blocks might come up, even with unlikely partners, to be able to put up a concerted and joint front against the actions of the US. But I think that is unlikely, at least in the near future, because, as I mentioned, India has a very special relationship with the US, and it's an important relationship for India, and we would not like to undermine that in any way by having, going across and forming other multilateral organizations which may be confrontationist and maybe, may harm our interests in the future.
Well, we will be patient and wait and watch how this plays out. But thank you so much for joining us on NDTV with your views. Many say Trump's announcement was awash with insult, as if the rest of the world had looted, had scavenged and ransacked America. Shocking claims, many say, if they had come from any other US president. Yet, water off a duck's back today. But the hardcore was there all the same. The tariffs on the whole, tariffs have been imposed on the rest of the world. The shutters were up in America. Trump's reciprocal tariff decision has also promised to ruffle feathers worldwide as nations brace for the economic storm, and world leaders have begun reacting. Trump has tried to frame his newly unveiled tariffs as very kind, but some experts are questioning that assertion worldwide. In fact, Arjun is tracking the reactions as far as global leaders are concerned. Arjun, it's over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Parmeshwar. As you said, Trump's reciprocal tariffs decision has indeed ruffled feathers worldwide as nations still are bracing for the economic storm that is yet to befall them. Upping the ante, we have the EU Commission's President Ursula von der Leyen first up, who has warned, in fact, that Europe will always protect its interests and values. In fact, it is also ready to engage with Washington to go from confrontation to negotiations. Next up, we have China's Ministry of Commerce that has also jumped right into the ring, Parmeshwar. It has announced resolute countermeasures, apart from urging Washington to, of course, immediately cancel its unilateral tariff measures. Now, from the land down under Australia, we have Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and he's warned that it's the American people who will, in fact, pay the biggest price for these unjustified tariffs. It does not end there. In Spain, moving to Europe now, Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez stands firm, saying, we will provoke our workers and remain committed to an open world. Meanwhile, that's not all we have from Europe. Swedish PM Ulf Kristersson has called for cooperation, declaring, we do not want to fuel a trade war, a growing trade barrier. We do not want a trade war. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, in neighboring Switzerland, President Karine Keller-Sutter promises swift action, emphasizing the nation's commitment to international law and even free trade. Meanwhile, Ireland's PM Michel Martin has decried the moves, stating that tariffs benefit no one, especially not the Irish workers. And in fact, in Colombia, Foreign Minister Laura Sarabia has added, we are evaluating how to protect our interests and exports. Now, as the world holds its breath, Parmeshwar, one thing is sure, these trade tariffs and the trade war, it's far from over. And well, as the dust settles, the writing seems on the wall. This is not just a trade dispute. It's in fact a powder keg waiting to blow. Back to you.
Arjun, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. We'll keep tracking the latest updates for you on NDTV 24/7. Slipping into a very quick commercial break. Back in a moment. Do stay tuned.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर, आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने। सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियां माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching. And as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio-Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment.
Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment from West Bengal. There's a big Supreme Court order on the Bengal teacher scam. In fact, the Supreme Court pronounced the verdict in the plea against the Calcutta High Court order, setting aside appointment of 2,500 teaching and non-teaching staff. Services of tainted candidates shall be terminated and they should refund the salaries, what the Supreme Court has currently said. This is the breaking news story we're tracking. The top court has junked teachers' appointments. In fact, appointments of 25,000 teachers have now been set aside. The Supreme Court has categorically said the entire selection process was vitiated. The selection process is tainted, is what the top court has upheld. The Supreme Court upholds the Calcutta High Court order with some modifications. In fact, the bench of CGI Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar heard the matter. The appointments had come under the scanner. As far as the SSC appointments are concerned, they were under the scanner due to the infamous cash for jobs recruitment scam. The court had actually reserved the judgment on the 10th of February, and now a big Supreme Court order on the Bengal teacher scam, where the Supreme Court has pronounced the verdict in the plea against the Calcutta High Court order, setting aside the appointment of 25,000 teaching and non-teaching staff. My colleagues Nupur and Shreyashi have been tracking the latest developments for us. Nupur joins us live from New Delhi at the moment. Shreyashi joins us live from Kolkata. Let's get in a word from what's happening at the Supreme Court. Nupur, what's the latest?
Well, first of all, in a very big development, the Supreme Court has in fact upheld this Calcutta High Court order, whereby 25,000 appointments of teaching and non-teaching staff in West Bengal were set aside in the wake of reported cash for jobs scam. And today the Supreme Court, while pronouncing the verdict, has found that the entire selection process was vitiated, manipulated and fraud, and said that the credibility of entire process is under question. Previously, mind you, while staying the Calcutta High Court order, the Supreme Court has said that it would try to differentiate between tainted and untainted candidates. Now the Supreme Court has said that tainted candidates will have to go out, and in fact it has ordered a fresh selection process that should be completed within 3 months, and it has in fact said that entire process was vitiated. So however, the Supreme Court has made an exception that while saying that the selection process should be completed within 3 months, disabled candidates will continue, who were selected in this process, will continue on humanitarian grounds. And they will not be, however, they will not be given the same benefit as in the new selection process, the new selection process is completed, and they can participate also with appropriate relaxation. So basically, Supreme Court has only made an exception for the disabled candidates, and the Supreme Court has said that in fact it's a very big development that Supreme Court says that candidates who are already appointed need not hand over the salary given so far. However, they will get nothing after this. And period of termination and resuming of fresh service will not be treated as vacant service. So it is in fact a very big development. The Supreme Court has upheld the Calcutta High Court order, but has made some modifications whereby to make sure that untainted candidates are given a fresh opportunity, and to make them not suffer because the entire process was in fact repeated.
Right. Just to clarify then, Nupur, the Supreme Court has directed that the new selection process should be completed within 3 months?
Yes. In fact, the Supreme Court has said that it should begin immediately, and it should in fact start within 3 months, and as the Calcutta High Court had previously directed, but since Supreme Court had stayed that order last year while it was hearing the petition, Supreme Court had also ordered a CBI probe whereby it had directed the CBI to undertake an inquiry to ascertain if tainted candidates can in fact be differentiated from untainted ones. But today, in a very big development, the Supreme Court has said that entire selection process is fraud and under scanner, and it cannot allow this to go on.
Right, that's the big breaking news story we're tracking with my colleagues Nupur and Shreyashi. Currently, the big Supreme Court order on the Bengal teacher scam, the Supreme Court has clearly said that the process of hiring was vitiated. In fact, let's also get in a word from Calcutta at the moment. Shreyashi joins us live. Shreyashi, how are candidates and families reacting to this? We're given to understand that the Supreme Court has said that the services of tainted candidates shall be terminated and they should refund the salary?
Well, that's right. And the candidates, of course, were extremely anxious about today's verdict. And the verdict has come from the Supreme Court as a big setback for the West Bengal government. The court has terminated these appointments made by the School Service Commission here in West Bengal, headed by the West Bengal government. Now, of course, the candidates who were appointed in the 2016 panel will no longer have their jobs in these schools. Now, the West Bengal government, of course, had challenged this and gone to the Supreme Court because this is the same order that had come from the Calcutta High Court. And now the Supreme Court has set aside those appointments. So essentially, the West Bengal government had sought intervention from the Supreme Court, saying that if 25,000 candidates their appointments are null and void, that will create a big vacuum of teaching and non-teaching staff in the state-run, schools. And this will in turn affect the students who are, getting educated in these state-run schools across West Bengal. On the other hand, the West Bengal government had also informed the Supreme Court that no affidavit was taken in by the Calcutta High Court when the arguments were being placed, and that the West Bengal government stated that only through oral, there was just oral mentioning, and that's how the entire case played out in the Calcutta High Court. So what the West Bengal government was looking today was to overturn that Calcutta High Court order. And but the Supreme Court had asked the West Bengal government to explain how will they differentiate between those who were legally appointed and those who had been illegally appointed, because all these recruitments in the 2016 panel came under scanner after former Education Minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate here in Kolkata. The ED had made some very, very serious allegations against the sitting Education Minister then, saying that he had taken a bribe in offering posts in state-run schools for both primary section teachers as well as the clerics and the peons of those state-run schools. And now, of course, the Supreme Court verdict coming against the West Bengal government, essentially meaning that those teachers who were teaching in the government-run schools had been appointed in 2016 panel will no longer be employed at these schools, except for the exception that the Supreme Court has made for disabled persons who had been given jobs. Other than that, the rest of them have to refund their salaries that they have been drawing since their appointment. Now, of course, the West Bengal government has been told to recruit new teachers in the next 3 months. And that's going to be an Herculean task to recruit so many teachers in the state-run for the state-run schools. So it's going to be an upscale, challenge for the West Bengal government. But of course, we'll have to wait and see what the education minister has to say regarding today's verdict. Back to you.
Right, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown there, Shreyashi. We are given to understand that the Supreme Court has said that the entire selection process was vitiated, that it was tainted. But at the same time, the Supreme Court has said that there can be relaxation for clean candidates in the new selection process. What does this really mean?
Tell our viewers what essentially happened was the CBI, while investigating the matter, said those who had applied for these job posts and appeared for the written exam, those OMR sheets, the sheets on which they had answered the questions for the eligibility examination, those OMR sheets cannot be found. So the original OMR sheets are missing. And the company that had been hired from Uttar Pradesh to examine these OMRs had said that they had only mirror images saved in their hard drives and not the original copy because it wasn't given by the SSC body here in West Bengal. So essentially what the problem that arose is for the state government to differentiate between those who had been legally appointed and those who had not been legally appointed. And now they have to essentially find out how many people actually qualified and are clean and not tainted in getting these jobs, and those who had bribed, they have to find that out now in as per the Supreme Court verdict.
A big blow to Mamata Banerjee's government. Thank you so much, Shreyashi, for joining us with the latest. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention. And with that, let's turn our attention to Prime Minister Modi's Thailand touchdown. In fact, our Prime Minister has landed in Bangkok, where he will hold a meeting with his Thai counterpart and also attend the 6th BIMSTEC summit. This summit will bring Prime Minister Modi face-to-face with Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and also Bangladesh's Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus, among others. The Prime Minister will be on a 2-day trip to Thailand for the BIMSTEC summit. After wrapping up his trip here, he will be heading to Sri Lanka. But live visuals just coming in of the Prime Minister landing in Bangkok for the BIMSTEC summit. My colleague Arjun has been tracking the latest developments. Vishal Vivek is tracking the latest from ground zero in Bangkok for us. Let's just go across to Arjun for a quick update at the moment. Arjun, we can see through live visuals the Prime Minister has now landed in Bangkok.
The Prime Minister has landed in Thailand ahead of the BIMSTEC, the all-important BIMSTEC Maritime Summit. And as the visuals show on our screen, he's been accorded a ceremonial welcome upon his arrival. It's also important to note here that the summit comes amid heightened tensions between India and neighbor Bangladesh, with the Bangladesh interim government advisor Mohammad Yunus making an uncanny statement, a provocative statement, just 1 week before this summit. Even before his departure, the Prime Minister Modi also mentioned that India's northeastern region lies at the heart of BIMSTEC. Now, this will be the Prime Minister's official visit to Thailand, which came on the invitation of his Thai counterpart, Petogran Shinawatra.
Right, should also take us through the Prime Minister's plan of action for these 2 days while he's in Bangkok.
Most certainly, Parmeshwar. So the Prime Minister, as we know, is likely, or rather he will meet Nepal's Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli. He will also be, there are also talks and murmurs of a likely meeting between the Prime Minister and Mohammad Yunus from Bangladesh. Moving on from there, the Prime Minister will also be visiting Sri Lanka and to take part in various programs that will be aimed at, in fact, boosting India's cooperation with the island nation. In Bangkok later today, the Prime Minister will be meeting his Thai counterpart to discuss the full range, in fact, of India-Thailand friendship, and he'll take part in the BIMSTEC summit tomorrow and also call on, in fact, the King of Thailand. Parmeshwar, back to you.
Right, Arjun. Also, just a few moments before our Prime Minister landed in Bangkok, the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, had taken a jab at the Chief Advisor of Bangladesh's interim government, Mohammad Yunus. As you mentioned, there are murmurs of a meeting between our Prime Minister and the interim leader in Bangladesh. No confirmation on that front yet. But take us through Dr. Jaishankar's jab as far as the Bangladesh interim government leader is concerned.
Well, the EAM put it in the most diplomatic language as he could, and I quote here, he said, India has the longest coastline in the Bay of Bengal, and it was against Yunus's cherry-picking jab at India that he made earlier. The EAM, Jaishankar, also reaffirmed, in fact, New Delhi's commitment to BIMSTEC, highlighting its long Bay of Bengal coastline and its key role, in fact, in regional connectivity in the area. He also underlined that India is, in fact, as Big Brother, aware of its responsibility in regard to the Bay of Bengal initiative or the BIMSTEC. Back to you, Parmeshwar.
Arjun, thanks so much for joining us with those details. As you can see through the latest visuals coming in, our Prime Minister has touched down in Thailand, where he will be attending the 6th BIMSTEC summit. Quite a ceremonial and warm welcome that the Prime Minister has received as he has touched down in Bangkok. But before he arrived in Bangkok, a cherry-picking jab came in from our External Affairs Minister after Mohammad Yunus from Bangladesh pitched to strengthen China's presence in northeast India after wrapping up his visit in Beijing. Well, an action-packed schedule lined up for our Prime Minister and the 6th BIMSTEC summit. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you as far as Bangkok is concerned. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back in a moment. Do stay tuned.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर, आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियां माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Big blow to Mamata government, his top court junk speeches his appointment. Test for Waqf bill in the Rajya Sabha later today after the Lok Sabha approves the Waqf bill. Stalin's black badge protest against Waqf bill, Tamil Nadu CM says will approach Supreme Court. Hyderabad University row escalates. NDTV accesses exclusive videos showing extent of damage. Dr. Jaishankar has reaffirmed India's commitment to BIMSTEC, highlighting its long Bay of Bengal coastline and key role in regional connectivity, countering statements of Bangladesh's Mohammad Yunus. Trump tariffs spur trade warfare as world leaders condemn the import tariffs, 26% reciprocal tariff imposed on India. Very good morning and welcome to NDTV 24x7. And the latest coming in is from West Bengal. It's a big blow to the Mamata government as the Calcutta High Court order has set aside the appointment of 2,500 teaching and non-teaching staff. The services of the tainted candidates now shall be terminated and they should refund the salary. In fact, the Supreme Court has also said that the entire selection process itself was tainted. Supreme Court has also said that there should be a relaxation for the clean candidates in the new selection process. The top court has asked for the process to be completed in the next 3 months, with the SSC appointments coming under the scanner due to the infamous cash for jobs recruitment scam. A big blow for the Mamata government in West Bengal as the Supreme Court has quashed the selection process of the teachers in the state. Now, the Supreme Court has ordered that the teachers who had received the salary, they need to refund all of the amount. Meanwhile, the new candidates who had not been tainted by the process will get a fair chance in the new selection process, which is going to be completed in the next 3 months. Do note that the scam had come in after there was a scam with the jobs for cash that emerged in the state. Now, do note that several thousands of students. Let's go across to my colleague Nupur joining us from the Supreme Court. Nupur, what does this decision from the top court coming in really reflect with the teachers' appointment in the state of West Bengal?
Well, in fact, this is a very big step towards transparency in recruitment processes when it comes to government jobs. The Supreme Court, in a very big development and in fact a big blow to the West Bengal government, has upheld the Calcutta High Court order, which has set aside nearly 25,000 appointments and recruitments in SSC, where teaching and both non-teaching staffs were appointed. Today, the Supreme Court said that the entire process was denuded, vitiated, and cannot be said that any was in fact tainted. The Supreme Court had earlier asked the CBI to continue its probe and had in fact partially stayed the Calcutta High Court order. But today, the Supreme Court has upheld the same Calcutta High Court order with some modifications. The modifications, which are in fact ordered by the Supreme Court, are very important to note here for the candidates. That means that the candidates, the Calcutta High Court had said that candidates will have to refund their salaries and appointments will be cancelled. Now the Supreme Court has said that there are several categories of candidates. Some are untainted, some did not come through that selection process. One category was that they were previously working in several departments. They came through that route. But since their appointment was in the same process, they will be given a chance to go back to their previous departments, and they will not have to, untainted candidates will not have to refund their salary, but tainted candidates will have to in fact refund their salary. And candidates, the period of termination of service and restoration of new service will not be considered as vacant service. This means that now the time period missed by the candidates will also not be compensated. And some candidates who are not tainted may have been working in different departments. Like I said, that the Supreme Court has differentiated 3-4 categories of candidates in the selection process. So now they have the option to go back to their previous department, government department, and they will have the right to go to previous department, and applications will be proceeded in the same within 3 months. Pre-selection process will also have to be initiated in 3 months. But the Supreme Court has in fact made exception for the disabled candidates and has provided some relaxations for the candidates who had come via disability quota. So all in all, this is a very big blow to the West Bengal government, as we have seen that the education minister or their former education minister was in fact themselves under scanner because of this cash for jobs scam that was reported widely by the media. And in fact today the Supreme Court has rejected the West Bengal government's petition that was moved against the Calcutta High Court order, which has set aside these appointments. Now they have to conduct a pre-selection process, and tainted candidates that who will have to return entire salary and any payments that they have drawn as benefits since the time of appointment, that is 2016, So it is, in fact, a very big example for those who try to, conduct fraud on the institution and try to fraud the government and the process to get shortcuts to selection processes.
Right, Nupur. Thank you so much for getting us all those details. Let's go across to my colleague Shreyoshi Dey also, who's joining us live from Kolkata. Shreyoshi, a big tedious task ahead for the West Bengal government with the teachers now expected to refund all of the salaries and the benefits that they're drawn. How's that likely to pan out?
Well, of course, when the West Bengal government had moved the Supreme Court, the first, argument that they put across is that 25,000 teaching and non-teaching staffs appointments being set aside would only impact the students in the state-run schools here in West Bengal. However, the Supreme Court now has set aside those appointments made in the 2016 recruitment panel by the State Service Commission, and of course has come down heavily on the recruitment process because of being tainted. Then Education Minister Partha Chatterjee still remains behind bars here in the CBI case and the ED case, and of course we will be getting details from the families, those who had been appointed through that 2016 panel, what they have to say, considering all these appointments now will be set aside, and a Herculean task for the Mamata Banerjee government to recruit that many teaching and non-teaching staff to keep the schools running in West Bengal.
Certainly a big blow, Shreyoshi, as you mentioned, for the government, but also there are certain candidates who stand to benefit from this decision of the top court. How is that likely to sort of play out for the candidates who were not, tainted by that process?
Well, of course, a big relief for them because the case has been moving back and forth between the Calcutta High Court and the Supreme Court. And now, of course, with the verdict out, with what Supreme Court has outlined, those who had been appointed in a fair and right manner will continue to work. And also that exception for the disability category or those who had been recruited will continue to, work in these schools and get their salaries on time.
Right, Shreyoshi. Thank you so much for getting us all those details on the West Bengal government, which is facing a lot of backlash. At this point on the broadcast, I'm joined by Shaturupo, who is the spokesperson of BJP West Bengal, and Anirban Banerjee, who is representing the TMC. Coming first to Shaturupo, help me really understand, it certainly raised a lot of questions about the selection process that was going on in the state of West Bengal.
Yes, good morning. Again, a side slap on the government of West Bengal, specifically SSC, which is the School Service Commission, and the Education Ministry of West Bengal government. The Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal has gone on record in the Vidhan Sabha justifying the so-called supernumeric jobs that were created to help these tainted candidates, so-called tainted candidates who had been giving a lot of money to several, maybe either SSC or Partha Chatterjee or the then Education Ministry, just to get a recruitment in these jobs. There was a lot of effort from CBI, from even the High Court, and now the Supreme Court had also ordered that kindly sift out which of these innumerable candidates are genuine candidates or tainted candidates. But unfortunately or fortunately, SSC has absolutely no answer to give. I think we've been watching the progression of this case, and let me tell you, the OMR sheets, which were the ones in the basic debate all about, there has been black magic, so to say, in these OMR sheets where tainted candidates have suddenly got these marks which were not even ascribed to them. Most importantly, OMR sheets were not even available. There were no mirror images. The hard copies were not kept, despite the rule that hard copies need to be kept for over 3 years. SSC had no answer to give, and here you had the Chief Minister claiming on a public stage that she had some 40,000 jobs kept in stock. Where that stock is and what happened to the 40,000 jobs is still a question. But today, as of now, the Supreme Court has given the verdict. Most unfortunate, there will be certain, probably very few genuine people who have got affected. I'm seeing on screen on other channels that they're breaking down. Understandable. But The fact that the Supreme Court has once again upheld justice and has given a tight slap to the West Bengal government, and then now the rest of it remains to be seen what is going to happen to these people.
I'd like to bring in Mr. Banerjee at this point, who's representing the TMC. Mr. Banerjee, as you heard, Ms. Shatarupa also slamming the decision that has come forward now with the West Bengal government, really. There's no justification about the process. It's raised a lot of questions as well. And the fact that the 25,000 teachers or so will have to now refund all of the benefits and the salary that they withdrew during the time period. A big task ahead for the West Bengal government. How is that looking to sort of pan out?
Whatever the court has decided, the government will, of course, follow the orders. But if there is anything that the government thinks that needs to be challenged even in the upper forum, the government will do so. But what we have seen actually, that right from the year 2022, from the point of Pastor Chatterjee's arrest, the CBI has hardly progressed the case. That is the reason, one after the other, even Peter Chatterjee has also got bail. Shantanu Banerjee and all the others are there. One after the other, they are getting bail from the courts because the CBI has failed to produce anything hard or substantial against them. The BJP is simply trying to use this as a political fiasco and nothing more. And there's a coterie of CPIM lawyers in the Calcutta High Court who are at the drop of a hat trying to stall any appointment process in the state. And we have seen just 2 days before that the Chief Justice had actually pointed out one of the CPIM lawyers that person is particularly stalling one process after the another. And that was regarding the appointment in the judicial service, though that's a different process. But this is the scene that we have seen year after year. No trial has begun, no criminal trial has begun. CBI, ED, they are simply going on a merry-go-round, round and round. No end to the investigation process or even the trial is not commencing. And therefore, whatever is going on, the people are watching who are trying to use these things as a political brownie points and which government or which party is actually trying to stand beside the candidates who have been appointed fairly. Therefore, in the political court, the people will give their verdict a year after, that is the 2020 assembly election. But in the meanwhile, whatever the Supreme Court decides, the government will follow.
Shatarupa, you're also part of the key opposition party in West Bengal. How will the opposition really ensure that, as the top court has ordered, that the next selection process is not tainted and that it's completed within the next 3 months? Again, a Herculean task really for the government.
Herculean task, because all that Anirban said were basically very lame statements, trying to justify or even trying to justify the stand of the West Bengal government. Basically, the West Bengal government really has no stand because now these change people will have to cough up the money that was given to whichever minister, whether it was Partha Chatterjee or whether it is a number of people who are in jail now. But yes, now coming back to your question, how will we ensure when we come to power in 2026? Then, of course, we will ensure that all selection processes are absolutely transparent as can be. And we are definitely going to keep on pointing out the mistakes and the criminalities of the West Bengal government till for the next 9-8 months till we go into election. But more importantly, I think it is extremely necessary to point out here the bad intention of the West Bengal government. I really don't know what is going to happen to these so many people who are now told to where they're going to get hold of so much of money from, because I'm sure they've spent it happily. There's been such a beautiful understanding between many of these tainted candidates and the people in power. I really don't know where they're going to cough up the money from. And then Anirban's high hopes that those people will also vote for the Trinamool. But, in reality, everything does not have to be about votes. We people who are educated, we've been to school, we've sat for competitive exams. We have always been taught from childhood that it is extremely important to study. Now, here you have an uneducated, illiterate kind of a government who has absolutely no value of anybody's education and even dares to purchase the education or the lack of education, so to say. So, once again, we are faced with a government who has absolutely insensitively lacked good intent, and that has been upheld by the Supreme Court of India.
Mr. Banerjee, just to wrap up quickly, as Shatarupa said that the TMC or the ruling party in West Bengal has no stand really. What's your take on that? Just to quickly wrap up.
The spokesperson belonging from a party whose chief leader has not got the courage to display his educational certificates, the college diploma, degrees, whatever it might be. The entire political science diploma or degree holder, Mr. Narendra Modi, does not have the courage to display his certificate. Therefore, that speaks volumes about the what can I say, the respect for education that the BJP has. But apart from that, regarding this particular debate that is going on, the Trinamool Congress has expelled Partho Chatterjee and his lot long back. But we have seen under the BJP, whether it is the Vaibhav scam or the NEET scam, not Shivraj Singh Chauhan or not Dharmendra Pradhan, no one has been punished, no one has been expelled, not even a show cause letter. Therefore, we know what the BJP does when it's in power. The TMC will handle the political situation and the government will handle the administrative situation. In 2026, the BJP is going to get under 30 seats in the assembly elections. That's it.
All right, Ms. Shaturupo and Mr. Banerjee, thank you so much for sharing your insights on the West Bengal teachers' scam, where the top court has come in. We're also getting in some reactions on this case. Let's listen in.
Supreme Court was only with the legal issue whether this panel was legal or illegal, whether the services given to these people were tainted or beyond tainted. So Supreme Court has rightly held it today that the entire panel will go, everything has gone today.
So what happens to the 26,000 people who were appointed?
So everything goes, entire panel goes.
What about the salary part which they...
Though High Court has a specific observation of Justice Basak's division bench, the salary will also be returned back. So Supreme Court has also upheld that portion. आज वेस्ट बंगाल का जो 26,000 एसएससी कैंडिडेट्स का नौकरी को लेके जो हाई कोर्ट ने जो डिसाइड किया था, एंटायर पैनल को जो हाई कोर्ट ने खारिज किया था, उसके अगेंस्ट में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और एसएससी ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एक अपील दाखिल किया था. उसमें आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये डिसाइड किया, क्योंकि ये पैरामीटर ऑफ इलीगलिटीज और करप्शन इतना बड़ा है, दिस इज बियॉन्ड रिपेयरिंग. So Supreme Court had no chances to select it out whether those are the tainted candidates or untainted candidates. So Supreme Court had the occasion to deal with this situation, and ultimately they have come to the outcome that the entire panel will go.
Moving on to the Telangana High Court, which on Wednesday had halted for 24 hours the work on the 400 acres of land in the Kancha Gachibowli near Hyderabad Central University. Now, do note that the interim order was passed as the court had heard the PILs or the public interest litigations that were filed by students and the Vata Foundation. However, students have alleged that bulldozers were still in action despite the court orders. Let's go across to my colleague Uma, who's joining us live. Uma, help me understand. We have accessed some exclusive videos earlier which show there was an extent of damage caused in the wildlife and biodiverse region of the university area. Is the action still going on with the bulldozers at this point, Uma?
So the Supreme Court has now taken cognizance of the felling of the trees at the Kancha Gachibowli land parcel that the state of Telangana had said that they want to develop it into an IT park. And now the Supreme Court, in fact, has passed orders asking the High Court of the registrar of the High Court of Telangana to visit the site by 3:30 p.m. today and submit a report to the court. What the Supreme Court has said is that they have, taken cognizance of the media reports that suggest that massive tree felling has happened in that area, which has been, of course, in the news for the protests that not just the students have been carrying out, but also multiple political parties, civil society voices have been speaking out against the kind of felling of the trees with the students and others kept out of the area. JBCs being brought in over the weekend, and about 67 to 70 JBCs have been kept in that particular area for over the last 3 to 4 days, and they have been working non-stop, and exclusive footage that was accessed by NDTV seems to suggest that that entire area, you can see the footage itself, that there's a water body there. To one side of it is a green cover, and to the other side of it is almost a denuded area. Students have also been sharing footage to suggest that in the dead of the night, trucks have been carrying out the cleared vegetation, and they have been creating that, making it seem as though that area actually had no footage at all. So what the Supreme Court has now said is that we direct the Registrar Judicial of the Telangana High Court to forthwith visit the site in question and submit his interim report by 3:30 p.m. today. The Registrar Judicial of this court to forthwith communicate this order to the Registrar Judicial of the High Court, who shall act upon it forthwith. And they also are talking about the fact that forest area is housed to 8 types of scheduled animals, and this order was in fact passed, I must point out, by Justices B.R. Gawai and A.G. Masi based on the media reports that were placed before them, and Dr. A.M. Singhvi, who...
My colleague Oma also spoke to KTR Rama Rao earlier, and let's listen to that.
From the Chairman, sir, we heard the anguish and the words expressed by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I have stated earlier also, as a colleague, we must have high regard for each other. And Malika Arjun Kharge ji, what is this?
Please.
You want to speak? You speak.
Honorable members, 1 second. Honorable members.
Let this direct operator speak.
Honorable members.
You speak on behalf of me. You speak.
Honorable members.
Let him speak.
A little while ago.
Right, he has to make
1 second.
This kind of comment.
1 second. Little while ago, I had the occasion to pay salutations to this august house, because it was on this day we came into being. The leader of the opposition was heard in rapt attention. Let the other point of view come, and then there's a chair to take a call on this. Let me take the call, please.
I cannot speak in this manner.
No, please. You want to say something? Honorable members, honorable members, if we examine the issue critically, it boils down to certain situations. A situation, please, honorable members, we are discussing a serious issue. Take your seat. It raises 2 very important issues. One issue is that a member of parliament uses the great privilege of being member of the house, which has a constitutional protection, because anything said by a member in the house, there is no civil recourse and no criminal action can be initiated. An immunity is granted to a member when the member speaks in the house. And on a number of occasions I have said that this is not a place for free fall of information. We cannot damage reputations earned over decades or over half a century. I have said it on a number of occasions. Only this week, I had expressed my deep anguish, as Kharge has expressed, when one of the members of this house made an observation. But traction took place, though the member did not go by what was expunged. And I had indicated to this house that in this electronic age, explosive social media, anything said gets traction in microseconds. And therefore, expunction by chair is hardly a remedy. We faced a situation like Kharge's reputation when Rana Sangha became an issue. But the honorable member took the stand that till his life, he will reiterate. Once, please, honorable members, it is too serious an issue for either side to be commented. I then said one thing: if something is expunged as a respect to this parliamentary institution, no member should make an issue of it. But the honorable member continued, he's a very senior member. We have had all kinds of things being traversed in this house, in the other house, with respect to very senior people. Khadgeji is one of the very senior most people. I don't want to say what has been said with respect to other very senior people holding constitutional positions, including the Prime Minister. I would therefore urge everyone, whether one is Prime Minister, Leader of the House, Leader of the Opposition, for me, every member has a precious reputation to preserve. And therefore, anything which has been expunged should never get traction. And I had therefore indicated and assigned a task to Parliamentary Committee of Ethics, headed by Ghanshyam Tiwari ji, to exactly find a way out, because we expect a member who may emotively be carried on account of being a new member or otherwise, and if he apologizes in the House, it only improves image of the member concerned. But it is very difficult to control media traction. And I am sure Ghanshyam Tiwari, the very experienced member heading the Ethics Committee, I have given him this task to find out a mechanism, and for that, honorable members need to be counseled. Political parties must have their workshops, they must educate their members, and let me tell you, one second, no, again you are doing something which no, honorable members, no, nothing, no, whom?
The House wants to listen to the Minister.
Who, why?
Because he got up and he was offering an explanation.
No, Minister was reacting only to order in the House.
No, sir. Sir, I'm sorry. Let us listen to him, sir.
Jairam,
let us listen to him.
Don't create disorder. Even when Khadgeji was in the first instance speaking, you got unnecessarily. Let me tell you, I have said on a number of occasions, if Khadgeji rises, he doesn't need any crutches to make a point. His rising is sufficient as leader of the House and others. But I'm making one prayer. As chairman of the House, my suffering is no less on the premises of this parliament and in social media by responsible people. I don't want to say anything more. All I say is, let us counsel our members, be large-hearted, generate a good ecosystem, and let the Ethics Committee be extremely proactive, Ghanshyamji, and we expect you, because honorable members, I had said,
आपकी आज्ञा का पालन शुरू कर दिया है सर.
I'll tell you, honorable members, S.B. Chauhan,
sir, defamatory remarks against the LOP. Let's not go round and round.
This pretty not good.
Not diverting the issue.
Yes. One second. One second. Nothing is going on record. Nothing going. I appeal to very senior members. No, please. I appeal to senior members that S.B. Chauhan, a veteran congressman. उत्तर किस बात का? No. संजय जी, किस बात का उत्तर? किस बात का? I'm sorry. No. Matters raised with promotion. Secretary General, message from Lok Sabha. 1 second. First, Secretary General, message from Lok Sabha.
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to report that the Lok Sabha at its sitting held on the 2nd April 2025 has agreed to the amendments made by the Rajya Sabha in the Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2025, which was passed by Rajya Sabha at its sitting held on 26th March 2025.
Honorable members, Shri Jairam Ramesh, 1 second. Would you take your seat? Would you take your seat? No. Take your seat. I'm coming to you. Honorable members, in your presence right now, Jairam Ramesh has leveled most atrocious allegation against the chair, that the chair is diverting the issue. Can there be more critical than this? Let us continue with the workshop. Let us give quietus to it. My prayer, quietus to it. Shri Satnam Singh Sandhu demand for measures to uplift status of farmers of Punjab in border areas.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. माननीय चेयरमैन साहब, मैं पंजाब के बॉर्डर एरिया में रहने वाले बहादुर लोगों का महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा सदन के में रखना चाहता हूं. पंजाब की 553 किलोमीटर लंबी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा राज्य के 5 जिलों गुरदासपुर, अमृतसर, तरनतारन, फिरोजपुर और फाजिलका से होकर गुजरती है. इस सीमा पर बसे लोग भारत के साधारण नागरिक नहीं बल्कि हमारी फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस हैं. 1965 और 1971 की भारत-पाक युद्ध में इन लोगों ने हमारे जांबाज सैनिकों का बेमिसाल साथ दिया और भारत की विजय में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई. ये लोग हमेशा देश की पहली सुरक्षा दीवार बनकर खड़े हुए. माननीय चेयरमैन साहब, पिछली सरकारों की नीतिगत कमजोरियों के कारण हमारी सीमाएं भी कमजोर रहीं. सीमाओं की कमजोरी के कारण लंबे समय तक पंजाब के बॉर्डर में आतंकवाद, नशा तस्करी और घुसपैठ ने इस क्षेत्र में गहरा नुकसान पहुंचाया. इन सीमावर्ती गांवों और कस्बों के विकास के लिए कुछ नहीं किया गया, जिससे यहाँ के लोग आर्थिक और सामाजिक रूप से.
Let's go across to my colleague Vasudha is joining us live. Vasudha, what's really transpiring in the Rajya Sabha? A massive uproar seems to have happening over the Waqf bill after it was passed in the Lok Sabha late last night.
Absolutely. Yesterday we did see a fierce discussion between the opposition and the ruling party, and today the Waqf bill comes to, of course, the Rajya Sabha. It gets reported to the Rajya Sabha, and the discussion will start around 2 p.m. is what we've been told. Before that, of course, the Ministry of Minority Affairs, Kiran Rijiju, will speak. And we did see a whole range of arguments play out yesterday. While there was a lot of disagreement, the good thing is that there was deliberation that happened, which is what the House must represent, which is how the Parliament should run. And today, all of that did echo even in the Rajya Sabha, with Mallikarjun Kharge saying that, with first of all Sonia Gandhi in the CPP meeting saying that the Prime Minister is driving the country down, with a sense of decline, and the Constitution will just remain a piece of paper. And of course, Mallikarjun Kharge also reiterating those kind of sentiments, saying that the Waqf bill is completely unconstitutional. And of course, the BJP MPs also shouting and defending the government's move and also the ruling party's move. And then the Rajya Sabha chairperson intervening in this and saying that ethics committee needs to take note of all the comments that come under senior members of the parliament and that they need to be counselled. In fact, he did speak to ethics committee chairperson Ghanshyam Tiwari, and he told him to specifically take note of this. Remember, today the bill comes to Rajya Sabha, which is why there will be another replay of the discussion that took place yesterday. And remember that this Rajya Sabha is particularly going to be tricky because the majority number here is 119. The NDA has around 123 members. Yesterday, the bill was voted with around with the majority mark, but of course 232 people voted against it. 288 was the number of yeses. So clearly, while it was around 50 plus numbers more than what was needed, it's going to be slightly trickier in Rajya Sabha. But of course, the BJP is very confident about its numbers. The kind of discussion, the tone and tenor is going to be different because we saw the mass leaders, we saw the elected representatives talk yesterday. Today, it's going to be the guys who get appointed who get selected by their colleagues. People who get selected by their parties and their leadership. So it's going to be more cerebral, it's going to be more intellectual. The tone and tenor is going to be slightly different. JP Nadda could be speaking from the BJP, and from the Congress party we could have speakers like Imran Pratap Ghari and also Nasir Hussain from Karnataka. So the whole list of speakers is getting ready. And like I said, 119 is the number, 126 is what the NDA has, 123 is what the NDA has. So clearly, yesterday the opposition did not get the kind of numbers it was hoping. The NDA did manage to get 288, which is basically the kind of, the kind of, we're very close to the numbers that it was expecting, with TDP and JDU and LJP completely supporting the party's move in this. And of course, the arguments that played out with the Congress completely focusing it on the Constitution, saying that this move is, completely unconstitutional, and the BJP, the Home Minister himself, standing and clarifying that non-Muslims who will be introduced in the boards of the Waqf councils and the national and the state Waqf boards will not play a role in interfering with religious matters of Muslims was important there. Asaduddin Owaisi of the MIM also pointed out how the bill completely violates Article 26, which gives Muslims the right to monitor their properties. That was also rebutted by the Home Minister. So today's discussion is going to be important, and also today will also be a long night because this discussion will have 8 hours. So it is expected to go on till late night is what we know.
That's right, Vasudha. Thank you so much for getting us the latest on the Waqf bill, and a massive uproar is expected later in the day as well. Now, shifting focus to Tamil Nadu, where Chief Minister Stalin has attended the Tamil Nadu Assembly wearing the black badge to protest the passage of the Waqf bill in the Lok Sabha. In fact, DMK MLAs and allies too wore black badges to show their disapproval. Stalin said that the approval of the bill is an attack on the Constitution and that the DMK would take it to the Supreme Court. In fact, the Chief Minister also reaffirmed that the bill should not only be opposed but withdrawn, as it could lead to communal troubles. Let's go across. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has attended the Tamil Nadu Assembly wearing a black badge protesting the Waqf bill, which was approved late last night in the Lok Sabha. Do note that across the region, there's been a lot of backlash with the Waqf bill, which has been approved by the Lok Sabha. Now, later in the day, it is going to be tabled in the Rajya Sabha, and a massive uproar and a heated face-off is expected yet again. And in Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister Stalin attended the Tamil Nadu Assembly wearing a black badge, disapproving the passage of the Waqf bill in the Lok Sabha. In fact, it was not only just him, but also the DMK MLAs and his allies who too wore black badges to show their disapproval for the Waqf bill, which raised a lot of questions and caused a lot of divisions across the country, across political lines. Now, the Chief Minister, has also said that the DMK would be taking the Waqf bill to the Supreme Court, as they believe that the bill would not only need to be opposed but withdrawn, otherwise it could lead to communal troubles. Let's go across to my colleague Sam Daniel, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Sam, help me understand what's happening with the DMK. Are they also getting sufficient support with the parties in Tamil Nadu when it comes to going against the Waqf bill, which has been approved so far in the Lok Sabha?
In the recent resolution passed on the floor of the Tamil Nadu Assembly, except the BJP, all other parties supported the resolution moved by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin that seek to completely drop the move by the centre to amend the Waqf Act. And it's in that context this morning, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin came to the Assembly wearing a black badge in protest, along with all other DMK lawmakers besides their allies, all of them sporting a black ribbon in protest and intervening in the Assembly at the very beginning of the day's proceedings. M.K. Stalin said this is an attack on the Constitution and that this has been brought about despite opposition by major political parties across Tamil Nadu. This will spoil what he calls the communal amity in the state, and he assured on the floor.
It's time for us to take a short commercial break. Lots more news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
मैं हूं सिकंदर, आया हूं मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियां माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India. bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics.
Big blow to Mamata government as top court quashes the selection process for teachers. Test for Waqf bill in the Rajya Sabha after it was approved in the Lok Sabha late last night. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin sports a black badge to protest against a Waqf bill. DMK MLAs and allies sport a black badge at the Tamil Nadu Assembly. NDTV accesses exclusive video showing the extent of damage and deforestation at the Hyderabad Central University.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7 and we're getting in some breaking news coming from the Supreme Court where they have ruled that on the assets of the judges, they need to be disclosing the judges' assets. Now, this will make all of the assets public on the website. The top court has also said that they need to ensure that all the details are published onto the website. Now, this action comes after the Judge Cash Rao of Yashwant Verma, which is shaking the legal system in the country. Let's go across to my colleague Nupur, who will be bringing us the details. But first, to just recap for our viewers, the Supreme Court has come up with a decision on the assets of the judges. Now, the working judges will be required to disclose all of the assets, which will be made public and onto the website. And the Supreme Court will also be making sure that all the details are published. This action comes after the Supreme Court took cognizance of the Judge Cash Rao regarding Yashwant Verma, who was caught in a legal battle. Let's go across to Nupur, my colleague who's joining us on the broadcast. Nupur, with this decision really coming about, is that a measure to sort of clean up the legal system and the judges and whatever assets they hold?
Yeah, that's more than cleaning up the system. It seems to be a step towards more transparency to restore confidence of public in judiciary. If you see after this, in the backdrop of Justice Yashwant Verma controversy, it was said that public's faith is shaken in the judiciary. So this just coming after that on April 1, there was a full court meeting and all judges have now unanimously decided that they will in fact work on the modalities to make their assets on public on the website is in fact a very big development and a step from the Supreme Court itself. And as per current law, the public servants are already asked to disclose their assets. And however, they were previously, many had said that making them public on website would in fact could harm their privacy and in fact could raise further concerns. But this after this Yashwant Verma controversy, this has come as a very big step from the Supreme Court that now, keeping their concerns about their privacy aside, the judges have now unanimously decided that the section that was earlier created on the Supreme Court website with regards to the assets of declaration of justice, Supreme Court judges, they will in fact now try to upload their files also that of declaration. See, there is already a process whenever a judge takes oath, they declare their assets to the Chief Justice of India. Now the same will be done, made public on the website. So this is indeed a very big development. Even if today anyone who goes on the Supreme Court website, they can see the name of judges who have declared their assets to Chief Justice of India. Now, under the names, they are working on modalities to make sure that there are links, clickable links, where files can be uploaded for public to see the assets belonging to judges.
Right, Nupur, thank you so much for getting us all the latest as the Supreme Court aims to sort of make it more transparent for the judges who are working in India and ensuring that the public is also aware of all the assets that the working judges hold. Now, tracking the top global stories, US President Donald Trump has announced significant reciprocal tariffs on India, but said he's been kind by charging roughly half of what they charge us. Calling these as discounted reciprocal tariffs, Trump said that the US will charge an import duty of 26% on India. And speaking particularly about the country, President Trump described the tariffs by the country as very, very tough. He, in fact, went on to say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a great friend, but you've not been treating us right. Now, do note, India charges about 52%, so we will charge them half of that. That's 26%. This is what Donald Trump has said. Let's listen in to reactions coming in from Indian bureaucracy.
India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left. And he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
देखिए यूएस का काम है, उनका अमेरिका फर्स्ट है ट्रम्प साहब का, तो मोदी जी के लिए इंडिया फर्स्ट है. अब उसकी हम लोग समीक्षा करेंगे, फिर क्या उसका असर पड़ेगा, कैसे उससे निपटना देखा जाएगा.
Let's go across to Mr. R.K. Agarwal, who's joining us live on the broadcast. He's the national president of the BDMA, that's your Bulk Drugs and Manufacturing Association. Mr. Agarwal, the pharmaceutical sector is doing fairly well today. With the markets really bleeding across the world, the pharmaceutical sector seems to be sort of insulated from it. What do you think the sector will fare like for India going ahead?
Yes. In US, almost 40% of the generic drugs are produced by Indian manufacturers, and Indian manufacturers are doing well in US and other markets of the world, and they have made the drugs affordable to the world community. So earlier the drugs used to be very expensive. The incoming of the Indian and the pharma scene has made them affordable to the masses.
Also, Mr. Agarwal, does that mean are there any particular Indian drug making companies or particular drugs which are likely to benefit the most with this move?
No, most of the big pharmas who are exporting their formulations like Aurobindo, like Cipla, like most of the other big manufacturers will get benefited because they are exporting a lot of medicines to the US market.
However, Mr. Agarwal, there's been also a lot of questions about the transparency when it comes to the ingredients that are formulated in India in terms of the manufacturing of several drugs as well, which has raised a lot of questions. Do you think that negative sentiment, so to speak, is likely to sort of weigh in on the sector going ahead, even if it stands to benefit in the short term?
I didn't get your question. Can you repeat the question, please?
Mr. Agarwal, I basically wanted to understand now several Indian drug makers have come under the scanner globally when it comes to the formulation that has been manufactured in the country, right, in terms of the quality that has been raised. So do you think in the short term, of course, today India is doing very well with the pharmaceutical sector, but with the transparency sort of missing and the quality question being raised globally for the medicines that are manufactured in India, how do you see that trend to sort of will it continue, or do you think the drug makers in India who are manufacturing will have to take more steps?
No, there have been few quality questions, and they are not related to several, because there are very few, and these are from not so reputed manufacturers. But most of the manufacturers are making good quality product tests, and they are meeting all the international standards, and they are meeting the international norms on quality as far as the plant audits, because the Indian companies are being visited by FDA on a regular basis. They are looking at the systems which Indian companies are following. They are also looking at the quality of the drugs which Indian companies are producing. So Indian companies are regularly being monitored by the US FDA and being inspected by the FDA on a regular basis.
Right, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you so much for sharing your insights, and hopefully it's a more optimistic turnout, at least for the drug makers who are set up in India. Moving on, now President Trump has, of course, shaken up the global markets, and leaders worldwide are condemning the move as they view it could disrupt potentially the supply chains and escalate further the trade wars. Now, European Union leaders have united and called the tariff as wrong and unjustified, while US's key trading partners too haven't been spared from the tariffs. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in from world.
Well, thank you so much, Parmeshwar. As you said, Trump's reciprocal tariffs decision has indeed ruffled feathers worldwide as nations still are bracing for the economic storm that is yet to befall them. Upping the ante, we have the EU Commission's President Ursula von der Leyen first up, who has warned, in fact, that Europe will always protect its interests and values. In fact, it is also ready to engage with Washington to go from confrontation to negotiations. Next up, we have China's Ministry of Commerce that has also jumped right into the ring, Parmeshwar. It has announced resolute countermeasures, apart from urging Washington to, of course, immediately cancel its unilateral tariff measures. Now, from the land down under Australia, we have Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and he's warned that it's the American people who will, in fact, pay the biggest price for these unjustified tariffs. It does not end there. In Spain, moving to Europe now, Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez stands firm, saying we will promote and rather provoke our workers and remain committed to an open world. Meanwhile, that's not all we have from Europe. Swedish PM Ulf Kristersson has called for cooperation, declaring we do not want to fuel a trade war, a growing trade barrier. We do not want a trade war. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, in neighboring Switzerland, President Karine Keller-Sutter promises swift action, emphasizing the nation's commitment to international law and even free trade. Meanwhile, Ireland's PM Michelle Martin has decried the moves, stating that tariffs benefit no one, especially not the Irish workers. And in fact, in Colombia, Foreign Minister Laura Sarabia has added, we are evaluating how to protect our interests and exports. Now, as the world holds its breath, Parmeshwar, one thing is sure, these trade tariffs and the trade war, it's far from over. And well, as the dust settles, the writing seems on the wall. This is not just a trade dispute. It's in fact a powder keg waiting to blow. Back to you.
Indian stock markets opened in selling pressure on Thursday following the global decline that's been triggered by US President Donald Trump's latest tariff announcement. Let's go across to my colleague Sakshi for the latest.
Have seen global markets react to Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs. We did see Dow futures tumble over 1,000 points. We saw the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq tank significantly in trade as well. Asian markets also tumbled over 2% in early trade. And how have Indian markets reacted? Well, Indian markets opened lower, but soon after, just swiftly after, really in a few minutes, have trimmed those losses. Now, analysts believe India's direct impact to these tariffs are limited, and they believe that, look, India's impact is more sectoral and less general, and a lot really is in wait and watch mode as far as the negotiations and the trade deal framework is, whether that's in place or not. And of course the rupee also, we see the rupee marginally weaker in trade, but as far as India is concerned, India's markets and stock markets are not reacting as significantly as the rest of the world.
Now, the Ministry of External Affairs has also reiterated after Muhammad Yunus, the chief advisor of Bangladesh, said that China could potentially play a more major role really for the northeast part of India, as it's a landlocked part and it would possibly gain the ocean tariff area for Bangladesh. Now, the Ministry of External Affairs with Dr. S. Jaishankar saying that the cherry-picking jab has come in the light of Bangladesh's Muhammad Yunus after he reaffirmed in a way that China might potentially play a bigger role for the northeastern states of India. Now, Dr. Jaishankar has slammed that comment and said that it is, of course, not going to allow China alone to just go ahead. This comes amid all of the tensions that has been sort of brewing between India and Bangladesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Bangkok for the 6th BIMSTEC summit, where he will meet Thai Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra and King Maha Vajiralongkorn. Now, the Indian diaspora in Thailand gave him a warm welcome, chanting Vande Mataram and expressing hopes for stronger India-Thailand ties. The BIMSTEC summit will focus largely on the regional prosperity, resilience and economic cooperation. This also marks the first in-person meeting of the BIMSTEC leaders since 2018. After Thailand, Prime Minister Modi will also head to Sri Lanka for the next leg of his diplomatic visit.
Prime Minister Modi is about to arrive. It's just about few minutes from now. We have with us here members of the Indian diaspora in Thailand. Let's go and speak with them and get to know how excited they are. Sir, can you tell your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Somen Bose and I represent Bharati, the Bengali Association of Thailand. We are absolutely over the moon with our Honorable Prime Minister and Vishwaguru, Mr. Narendra Damodar Modi's arrival. We are really happy.
How long have these preparations going on, sir?
Oh, this has been going on since last 15 days. Each and every association was meticulously informed and told to nominate their best candidates. And then it was divided into airport, the lobby and the ballroom.
They have selected few people from their diaspora and they have nominated for airport separately and for the lobby. And the heads of these associations are invited into the ballroom as a special guest.
And will you have some face-to-face conversations with the PM as well, or that's not
in the lobby, I don't think it is possible because Prime Minister Ji will be walking across.
Are there any cultural events planned? I heard there was some Bhangra event planned or something like that.
No, in the ballroom, I heard that there's going to be some Ramakhiyan, which is a Thai version of Ramayana, is going to be performed. And then probably Prime Minister will give a speech.
I'm joined by the Secretary General of BIMSTEC here in Bangkok. Let's speak with him and get to know what is BIMSTEC up to. One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial and it is fast approaching, and as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio-Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
They asked us what questions will you.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including a key decision has been taken as regard to the assets of the Supreme Court judges. We'll get you all the details. First, let's get you the headlines. Now, Supreme Court judges will make assets public on their website. The Supreme Court action has been taken after that Judge Cash Rao, in which a lot of money was found at the residence of Justice Verma while he wasn't home. But this was because of fire that had broken out at his residence. Clash over Waqf bill in the Rajya Sabha. Mallikarjun Kharge seeks an apology from Anurag Thakur, saying that Anurag Thakur criticized the Congress and alleged that land was looted. And Waqf bill to be introduced in the Rajya Sabha after it got its nod from the Lok Sabha late last night. And a big blow to Mamata Banerjee's government. Top court junks the teacher's appointment. And Supreme Court cracks down as far as the Hyderabad land row is concerned. The Supreme Court has in fact said to the officials in Telangana that no tree felling should take place. Let's get to your top story, and this is in regard to a judgment that has been taken. Now, the courts have said that all Supreme Court judges will have to declare their assets to the Chief Justice of India. This basically includes all the judges, and they have agreed to come up with the modalities to ensure the declaration of the judges' assets that will be uploaded on the Supreme Court's website. So far, all 33 sitting judges of the Supreme Court have agreed to disclose their assets to the public by publishing the same or at the website. Now, the decision was taken at a full court meeting that was held on the 1st of April. A resolution in this regard was adopted and will apply to future judges as well. The decision was taken in the wake of recent controversy that's surrounding the functioning of the judiciary, especially after a huge pile of cash that was allegedly discovered at the residence of Justice Yashwant Verma, currently a judge of the Allahabad High Court. So do remember, in the national capital, this money was recovered and of course a huge controversy regarding the money, which of course Justice Verma has denied that he had nothing to do with the money, but a lot of questions are being raised, and after which this action has been taken. So basically now there is already a section on the Supreme Court website for this info to be uploaded under the name of the judges. So now all 33 judges have agreed to disclose their income, their assets to the Chief Justice of India. As per the current rules, all judges have to now declare those assets and will in fact this will be posted on the Supreme Court's website. So far, the 33 judges have decided, they have agreed to disclose their assets to the public by publishing the same, and the declaration is now also, this is going to be adopted by the future judges as well. So this is a resolution in this regard that has to be adopted and will be applied to future judges. We have my colleague Nupur joining us to get us more on this. Nupur, while Supreme Court judges have now submitted their asset declaration, these are yet to be made public. The specific framework for publishing the disclosures will also be finalized, and that is going to take some time.
Well, in fact, today in a press release, it has been said by the Supreme Court that on April 1, in a full court meeting, they have in fact decided, all the judges have unanimously decided that they will try to work on the fast track the procedures of finalizing modalities so that assets can be declared to the CGI. All the judges will declare their assets to the CGI, which is already part of the process that has been laid down previously. But now what is new is that they are saying that they are working on modalities to make these assets known to public on the Supreme Court website. So it is in fact a very big development. However, to clarify, this procedure was laid down previously also. Delhi High Court website, Supreme Court website, all of them have this section where judges provide their name after, and there are in fact functional links also on some of the names where they have declared assets. Now, but it is not fully functional, and as this declaration is done on a voluntary basis, making this declaration accessible to the public is still voluntary to judges. But now what is coming in is that all the judges, all sitting judges have unanimously decided that they will make an effort to make all their declarations public or accessible on the Supreme Court website. This is in fact a very big development when it comes to transparency. And coming in the backdrop of all the controversy that blew up in due to the cash recovery at the residence of Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Verma.
Thank you so much, Nupur, for getting us all those details. And let's just go across to Justice R.S. Sodhi, who is joining us on the phone line. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us here at NDTV. This seems to be an outcome after the controversy surrounding this is Justice Yashwant Verma. Is this a decision that has been taken right after in order to ensure that there is transparency in the process? Shouldn't this have been in place already?
Actually speaking, it was already in place. When I was also on the bench, we were asked to declare our assets in a sealed cover and give it over to the Chief Justice. None of us did it. When I was one of them, we gave the sealed cover to the Chief Justice, and which was to be returned to us or kept wherever, that I don't know. So this has been for a long time, but had gone out of practice, and no one was doing it. Now I'm glad that the Supreme Court has initiated it. If the Apex Court initiates such a healthy tradition, then it will percolate down to all the courts, and I think if everybody should be willing to declare their assets. I mean, there's no secrecy in it. It should be done. And made public so that the public is aware of, the judges and their assets. They don't have to be scared of that.
Right. So when you talk about, public disclosure of the assets of the judges, only a disclosure to the Chief Justice was something that was asked for, but now this is going to be uploaded on the website as well.
This is what I said earlier. This was in place when we used to declare our assets in a sealed cover and give it to the Chief Justice. No, but now that the Supreme Court has chosen to make a breakthrough and make a declaration to the public, this is a wonderful thing. It is an absolutely a welcome move, and I should say the transparency starts right from here, right from the day I joined to the day I demit my office. Every asset, every penny of mine is accounted for.
Right, sir, but there was no provision in terms of that it was mandatory on any sort of level. Of course, this was something that was in place but wasn't being practiced. Thank you so much, Justice R.S. Sodhi, for speaking to us here on NDTV. Let's just get you more news, and this is in regard to a big blow when it comes to the Mamata Banerjee government, as the Calcutta High Court order has set aside the appointment of 25,000 teaching and non-teaching staff. These are services of tainted candidates that will be terminated, and they should refund the salaries. The Supreme Court has said that the entire selection process was tainted. They've also gone on to say that there can be relaxation for clean candidates in the new selection process, and the court has asked for the process to be completed in a time frame of 3 months. Now, the appointments had come under the scanner due to the infamous cash for jobs recruitment scam. And of course, this is a big blow when it comes to the Mamata Banerjee government. And we have Shreyashi joining us to get us more on this. Shreyashi, the credibility of the selection process is something that, they have raised fingers at, that there was manipulation and fraud and that is, what was basically the crux of this whole exercise, and that the selection process was tainted beyond resolution, and that is why these 25,000 staff members will now be terminated.
Well, that's right. And in the opinion of the Chief Justice of India, he has said, in our opinion, this is a case where the entire selection process is vitiated and tainted beyond resolution. Manipulation and fraud on a large scale, coupled with intention to cover up, have tainted the selection process beyond repair. So here we're essentially talking about the 2016 recruitment panel, which had recruited teaching and non-teaching staff for the state-run government schools here in West Bengal. The Supreme Court today essentially has upheld the Calcutta High Court judgment, where it had said that the 25,000 teaching and non-teaching staff recruited in the 2016 panel is invalid because there was corruption in the recruitment process. The state government then went on to challenge that before the Supreme Court, saying that if 25,000 staff is removed from the schools in West Bengal. The students will be facing difficulties because there will be shortage in staff, because the recruitment process is a tedious and a long drawn process for these government-run schools. Here right now outside the education department, where the state education minister Bharata Basu sits, their police has been deployed, barricades have been put up, because this is a big setback for the Mamata Banerjee government. They had hoped that the Supreme Court will be cancelling the Calcutta High Court order in view of some relief for these 26,000 odd appointments that have been made. But of course, this entire situation came to light after then Education Minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in 2022 from his residence, and a large pile of cash was recovered from his associates there. And thereafter, there was a plea moved before the Calcutta High Court saying that people had paid for these job posts and they were not eligible, though they were not eligible. Now, the entire recruitment process, for the viewers to understand, was conducted on OMR sheets, where you essentially use a pencil to mark the MCQ questions in that paper, which is then evaluated electronically. But while hearing this case, the state government has informed the court that they do not have, they don't have the original OMR sheets. But of course, now what essentially the West Bengal government will be looking at is a quicker recruitment process to fill the vacuum in these state-run schools created today after the Supreme Court judgment. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. And to know more on this, we have our guests joining us as well. And this includes Shatarupa, spokesperson of the BJP of West Bengal. And we also have Tausif Ahmed Khan, lawyer, joining us as well. Let me take my first question across to Tausif Ahmed Khan. You know, what is really being called as a big blow when it comes to the Mamata Banerjee government. How would you describe this move in regard to, of course, you know, after Partha Chatterjee, who served as the education minister and was caught with those wads of cash, is already in jail. Will this verdict impact the popularity of the chief minister?
So whether this will impact the popularity of the chief minister really depends on whether chief minister had taken action against the minister responsible or not. And we had seen that the minister was removed from all party posts and is facing a trial. Now, there's a separate SLP pending before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has indicated that it will be taken up tomorrow. But the CBI is regarding the CBI investigation in the case. Now, this is a humongous task. You know, even earlier, the High Court had passed an interim direction of the similar nature, where all the jobs were cancelled, and in fact, that was larger now in number. And Supreme Court had given a stay on that. The interim order was also stayed previously. Then, you know, we are here right now where Supreme Court has found in its wisdom not to interfere with the High Court judgment. But there is a modification that those who have already been under employment, have been giving their services, need not refund their salaries, which was one of the direction under the High Court order. So yes, what are the legal recourse and what further steps the Bengal government can take, it will be decided in due course.
Right, of course, let me go across to Shatapata as well. Let's talk about the fact that, you know, the BJP is going on claiming that this is a crushing defeat as far as the Chief Minister of the state is concerned. You know, raising a lot of fingers in regard to, you know, the manipulation and the fraud that was at play here. Your reaction?
Divya, firstly, my name is Shatarupa. I understand it's a bit difficult for you to pronounce, but however, this is Supreme Court has once again dealt a tight slap on Mamata Banerjee, her education ministry, her the government-run SSC, which is the School Service Commission, simply because Supreme Court has once again pointed out, in fact, you're writing here, credibility of selection process denuded. Again, we have a classic example of a systematic crime which is organized by the government itself. And mind you, Tausif has very correctly pointed out, Partha Chatterjee has been suspended. All said and done, very nice. But the supernumeric jobs which were appointed to these people, the people who are, I mean, the term that you people are using, the tainted people, the people who have got fictitious OMR sheets, the black magic in the OMR sheets, which have suddenly disappeared. Now, these people have been given supernumeric jobs, which is something that the Chief Minister of West Bengal announced in the cabinet, in the Vidhan Sabha. I'm sorry, not just the cabinet, in the Vidhan Sabha. So this is a direct allegation, direct accusation to the Chief Minister of West Bengal and her cronies. And this is what we are saying, that we stand vindicated. The government of West Bengal, led by the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, is out and out corrupt, and they are the singularly the person who are to be blamed singularly for the people who have now lost their jobs. They gave an assurance to the people who gave money to the tainted ministers, saying that yes, you will get supernumeric jobs. So now that the Supreme Court has, most unfortunately, the entire appointment of 25,000 teachers set aside, exactly what you're showing. 8,000 OMRs have gone on record, which are absolutely tainted. Now, I don't know, Supreme Court in all its wisdom has cancelled the whole panel. Some unfortunate people I've seen are crying, but they need to understand that the only person responsible for their huge debacle, a lifetime debacle, is one and only Mamata Banerjee. She has been repeatedly standing up for her education ministry, which has very systematically allowed the School Service Commission to bungle up is the word, the OMR sheets.
Let's go across to Tawseef Ahmed Khan. Let him, react to this.
So in this entire process of judicial proceedings, whether in Supreme Court or in High Court, nowhere does it say anything with regard to the Chief Minister. This is not a reflection on or in any way there is any connection with this entire, a scam, the recruitment scam of under the Education Ministry. Now, as a responsible head of the state, what was expected from Mamata Banerjee, she had taken that step. What was expected from her, that she would remove the minister being the in charge of the entire education department, and that minister is now facing the investigative agencies and is in jail. Therefore, linking this, trying, for political purposes, anyone want to link this with Mamata Banerjee, and so it is a defeat or like a blow to Mamata Banerjee is wrong, because even after the scam came to surface, elections have been held, and the people of
let
Bengal
Shatarupa come in here. Shatarupa, how would you react to that?
Divya, first of all, there is no doubt that the West Bengal government is led by Mamata Banerjee. And she's the one who goes around claiming during all election procedures that you are only to look at her face. The other candidates don't matter. So whenever any blame comes onto any ministry, it is her face that comes up. Because she's the one who you cannot, there is absolutely no second opinion about this. It was Mamata Banerjee who stood in Vidhan Sabha, the Legislative Assembly of West Bengal, and justified the supernumeric jobs, which is the core cause of all this entire scam, the West Bengal teacher scam, which you people are showing here. Absolutely, there was 100% intention to cover up. There's absolutely no intention to do anything good for the people of West Bengal by Mamata Banerjee.
Right. Thank you so much for getting us the very latest in this regard, Shatarupa, as well as Tawseef Ahmed Khan. Thank you. We have breaking news coming in at the moment. Let's just get you shots coming in of the protest that is taking place as far as Karnataka is concerned. We have BJP MLAs there protesting, and this is a protest against the price hike. This, of course, comes about just on the heels of the price hike that we have seen in terms of diesel that's gone up by 2 rupees in the state. Of course, the government, they're claiming that this is a move that they have made which is necessary. They've also gone on to say that the taxes as far as the state of Karnataka is concerned is less in comparison to other states, and that back in 2021
the price of diesel was more than what it is at the moment because the sales tax on diesel was a lot more. So that is what the government has said in its defense. And this, of course, comes on the heels of a price hike that we've seen in the rate of milk as well as power. And then, of course, that was followed up by a 2 rupees hike in diesel. Now the BJP is taken to the streets protesting against the price hike by the government of Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah obviously is saying that this is something that is needed and this is required, and that, you know, there are other states which are more expensive for the same products and for the same in the same category. But this is the BJP. They're saying that the Siddaramaiah government is attacking the common man. So the protest there in regard to the price hike, we're talking about that diesel price hike that took place and that came into effect yesterday in the state of Karnataka. And this was, of course, followed by a hike that one has seen as far as the pricing of milk as well as power is concerned. So, of course, now after that hike, there is the BJP there protesting against the hike, and this is the diesel price hike that has come into effect in the state of Karnataka. Now we're talking about an increase of 2 rupees, and of course, as per the state government, the Karnataka sales tax on diesel has increased from, which was about 18.4% to 21.17%. So now the diesel that was priced at 88.99 per litre, now that is going to be costing more by almost 2 rupees. So we're talking about a price hike as far as the state is concerned. We're also talking about the price now going up in the state to 91 rupees and 2 paise. That has come into effect as of yesterday. So there is a price hike in Karnataka, and it is the BJP versus the Congress government of Siddaramaiah talking about that hike as far as pricing is concerned. So a lot of protests, people there protesting, and there you can see visuals on your screen of the BJP taking to the streets in order to raise their voices against this price hike as far as the state is concerned. They're alleging that the state government is increasing prices. They're attacking the common man. They are increasing prices, whether it's diesel, whether it's essential goods and services, including milk, vegetables, fruits, groceries, taxis. Now, bus ticket prices were recently increased without money to pay the salaries as far as the transport employees are concerned. So those are the issues that are being raised by the opposition. When they're talking about the power hike, they're talking about the fare hike, they're talking about the diesel hike. So this is something that is being raised now by the opposition in the state of Karnataka. Let's go across to my colleague Deepak, who is joining us on the phone line. Deepak, take us through, the demands that are being made by the BJP, who's taken to the streets. And this is, of course, in protest against the price hike that one is seeing in various sectors, in various commodities, whether it's diesel, whether it's milk, whether it's power, whether it's bus fares included. So now the BJP taking to the streets and in protest and, of course, resisting this hike that the government has been repeatedly making.
Well, yes, the protest began yesterday, and we saw the BJP, of course, call for this protest over various price hikes that the state has witnessed. The people, of course, had to go through, and just at that juncture, we also saw the diesel prices as well being hiked by about 2 rupees. The protest that began yesterday, and they decided to, of course, protest overnight. Many of the leaders slept at Freedom Park, and today, while the protest was coming towards an end, some of them trying to march from that particular venue towards the Chief Minister's office, when the police decided, of course, that they will not be allowed to go any further from where the protest was allowed, that is at Freedom Park, and eventually most of the BJP leaders were detained and taken into preventive custody.
Right, of course, this hike that we're seeing, whether it's milk, whether it's curd, the prices were gone up by 4 rupees a litre. And then, of course, now we're seeing that hike as far as diesel is concerned. Now, of course, the BJP there, is protesting against this hike, saying that this really is going to cripple the common man, and that, the common man is already burdened, and this is only going to be adding to their woes because these are essential commodities.
Well, precisely. This has been a big argument of the BJP ever since the Congress did come to power. Of course, the BJP believes they relied heavily on the 5 guarantees, but they always, of course, have been attacking the Congress that while they've promised the 5 guarantees, they have not been able to manage the finances well. And in turn, to manage the finances, the burden is being shifted once again on the common man, and that's reflecting on the price hikes, be it electricity, be it on stamp duty, be it on liquor, be it now on fuel. And we've also seen birth certificates, death certificates, the price of all of this that have gone up, and the BJP has been, categorically stating that this is a result directly of the 5 guarantees and how poorly the finances are being managed in the state, and that's the reason we are witnessing these sort of protests on the streets of Bengaluru now.
Right, of course, the BJP coming out in large numbers there, of course, trying to protest against that latest hike that we have, that has been reported in the state. And this is in regard to the diesel hike. Take us through other commodities that have become expensive in the last couple of months.
Well, now we're expecting water prices as well to go up. We've recently seen, of course, from the KERC notification that came in that there would be per unit an increase of 48 paise here as far as electricity is concerned. We've seen as far as government hospital rates that have been revised. We've also seen milk prices very recently go up, and this is the second time. Of course, last year as well there was an increase in milk prices, but there they justified it, saying that the quantity of milk that's being given to the common man as well is going up. But now with the latest price rise as far as diesel is concerned, that's definitely going to affect the prices of other essentials as well, because we should note that most of the transport vehicles, of course, use diesel as the primary fuel, and the transportation costs will definitely go up, which in turn will result in essential commodities prices as well shooting up, and that's going to definitely burn a hole in the common man's pocket. Now we are looking at the BJP hit the streets. They're saying that these sort of protests are only going to intensify if the state government does not provide any sort of relief to the common man by reducing some of these prices that they've increased. As far as the Congress is concerned, they maintain that there is no way that they are looking at burdening the common man. They're saying some of the price hikes are justified because it is only but natural with inflation to increase certain prices. But they're saying that, in comparison to other states in the country, Karnataka, the prices are much lower in various categories, and they continue to defend their price increase.
This is going to push people to perhaps refuel from other adjoining states, whether it's Andhra Pradesh or whether it's Tamil Nadu, because diesel is cheaper there. So this is really going to, result in the loss as far as the state of Karnataka is concerned. And of course, this is transportation that's going to go up, the cost of transportation, which basically means that other commodities will also become more expensive. Well, stay with us for our next story as well, and this is in regard to a woman who's been assaulted near the Ring Road in Bengaluru. A woman and her brother were on their way to a restaurant when 2 auto drivers assaulted the woman's brother and dragged the woman as well, and then allegedly sexually assaulted her. To know more on this, let's go back to my colleague Deepak, who is joining us. This is, a very shocking incident that's coming to light. Take us through the details that you have for us.
Well, definitely, quite an appalling incident. And at this point in time, we should note that the police fortunately have gotten hold of the accused, and they've also been identified here. The woman was assaulted near the outer ring road, like you mentioned. She and her brother were heading to a restaurant for dinner. This was late in the night on the 2nd of April, when one of the men there started to have an argument with her brother, dragged him towards the auto rickshaw that they were in. First, he assaulted the brother, and then held the woman, dragged her a bit further away, and then they are believed to have sexually assaulted the woman. Right now, the police, have acted swiftly in this particular case. There was a night patrol vehicle that was nearby, which attended to the scene of the crime and eventually got hold of the accused based on the statement from the victim here. The incident, like I mentioned, taking place at about 1:30 in the night. This was on the outer ring road. The Madhevpura police in Bengaluru are the ones who are investigating this case from all other angles. Primarily at this point in time, the investigation is based on the statement of the victim, but the police are saying that all other aspects as well will be looked into.
Right, thank you so much, Deepak Bopana, for joining us with all those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Moving on now, Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, demanded an apology from BJP MP Anurag Thakur for his remarks made against him in the Lok Sabha. Anurag Thakur had accused Mallikarjun Kharge of land grab. Now, this is something that, Mallikarjun Kharge is now asking for an apology from Anurag Thakur. Do remember the Waqf bill has been approved in the Lok Sabha, which took place after 12 hours of debate as late as 2:30 at night. The bill was cleared with a majority of 288. However, the opposition has called it as unconstitutional. The centre has said that the bill is pro-Muslims and the bill is expected to be tabled in the Rajya Sabha. This is after receiving that approval from the Lok Sabha. This contentious bill is seeking to amend the existing Waqf laws, continues to be, as far as that spotlight is concerned, with heated discussions that may follow during the day given its presentation in the upper house. Let's listen in.
एक इंच भी अगर जगह मैंने अगर किसी की ली, अरे मैंने तो उस एरिया से आता हूं साहब, जिस एरिया में मुझे एक सेगमेंट में मुस्लिम के 1,20,000 वोट मुझे मिलते हैं, 1,20,000 एक ही सेगमेंट से, और मुझे ये लगाते हो, और वो ठाकुर को जरा आप बुद्धि बोलिए, नहीं तो हाँ, अरे अनुराग ठाकुर भाई जात नहीं,
one second,
जात नहीं बोलता,
leader of the opposition, please sir, you have made your points.
No, this is very, sir, I condemn it, so I want your protection.
Yes.
I want your protection.
Yes,
he should apologize.
I would.
On behalf of him, the leader of the house should apologize.
Kharge is one of the very senior most people. I don't want to say what has been said with respect to other very senior people holding constitutional positions, including the Prime Minister. I would therefore urge everyone, whether one is Prime Minister, Leader of the House, Leader of the Opposition, for me, every member has a precious reputation to preserve.
Anguish and the words expressed by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I have stated earlier also, as a colleague, we must have high regard for each other. And Mallikarjun Kharge ji, what is this?
And my colleague Vasudha is joining us. Vasudha, Mallikarjun Kharge, they're promising to resign if Anurag Thakur can prove those land grab allegations.
That's right, Divya. The upcoming showdown in the Rajya Sabha over Waqf Amendment Bill 2025, also renamed as Umeed now, has just gotten a fierce start to this because Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, alleging that he is deeply hurt by whatever Anurag Thakur, the MP from Himachal Pradesh, spoke about yesterday. He's also a BJP leader, former minister. And remember, when he was speaking, Mr. Thakur also raised some serious allegations of land grabbing against the Congress president. And today, the Congress president has said that he's deeply hurt by these comments. His reputation has taken a hit, and he wants not just an apology, he also wants the Rajya Sabha chairperson to take note of this incident. Now, Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar also asked the ethics committee chairperson Ghanshyam Tiwari to counsel all MPs and to ensure that senior most members of the parliament don't feel humiliated. Now, that apart, all of this is a glimpse to what is to come right now. Starting 1 o'clock, what we can see is the reintroduction of the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025. It's gotten passed in the Lok Sabha yesterday. It's reintroduced in the Rajya Sabha today. It's part of the supplementary list of business already. And then there'll be an 8-hour discussion that will follow. And that is going to be interesting because we will witness speakers from the Congress party, including Imran Pratapgarhi, who's known for his speeches. We'll also have Nasir Hussain from Karnataka. We have Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who has given some legal pointers to his argument as well in the past. And from the BJP, we have JP Nadda and several others will be speaking. From the DMK, we have Trichy Shiva, who could be speaking. The BJD, which is seen as a neutral party, is all set to oppose. Remember, the numbers are trickier than what we saw in the Lok Sabha because 123 is what the ADA has.
Let's just cut across to the parliament. Bhupendra is raising that, Hyderabad issue in parliament. Let's
only failed to meet their authorized staffing levels, but have also fallen short of the mandate by not recruiting a sufficient number of independent scientists for pollution control activities. Media reports indicate that the technical independence of these agencies is often compromised, as top positions are predominantly occupied by civil servants and officials with government backgrounds rather than experts. How does the government justify this mismanagement of executive positions? And has the government analyzed the impacts of this on the functioning of these boards at large, sir? So one more thing.
Right, we just cut across to the Parliament. We have Vasudha back with us. Vasudha, take us through, the Waqf bill, which is expected to be, tabled in the Rajya Sabha today. When we talk about the NDA and the India bloc numbers stacking up, take us through those numbers. Let's just also get you the opposition and how it's responded to that late night discussion in the Lok Sabha in order to ratify the imposition when it comes to, let's just get you the details of what really happened in the Lok Sabha yesterday and what is it that the opposition really had to say. Listening.
एक इंच भी अगर जगह मैंने अगर किसी की ली, अरे मैंने तो उस एरिया से आता हूं साहब, जिस एरिया में मुझे एक सेगमेंट में मुस्लिम के 1,20,000 वोट मुझे मिलते हैं, 1,20,000 एक ही सेगमेंट से, और मुझे ये लगा और वो ठाकुर को जरा आप बुद्धि बोलिए, नहीं तो अरे अनुराग ठाकुर भाई जात नहीं, जात नहीं बोलता.
Leader of the opposition, please sir, you have made your points.
No, this is very, sir, I condemn it. So I want your protection.
Yes.
I want your protection.
Yes.
He should apologize.
I would.
On behalf of him, the leader of the house should apologize.
That's the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, demanding an apology from BJP MP Anurag Thakur. Moving on to more news coming in, and this is in regard to news coming in from Tamil Nadu. And we have Tamil Nadu Chief Minister attending the Tamil Nadu Assembly wearing a black badge in order to protest the passage of the Waqf bill in the Lok Sabha. In fact, the DMK MLAs and allies too wearing that black badge in order to show their disapproval. MK Stalin said that the approval of the bill is an attack on the constitution and the DMK would take it to the Supreme Court. MK Stalin also said that the bill should not be only opposed but withdrawn, else it could lead to more trouble. To know more on this, we have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through, there is, of course, this resistance as far as the opposition is concerned, and that continues today as well, and playing out in the Tamil Nadu Assembly with the DMK wearing these black badges.
That's right, Divya. This day after the Lok Sabha passed the Waqf Amendment Bill in a different name, and MK Stalin also had written to Prime Minister Modi yesterday asking him to completely drop this idea. And today, as the Tamil Nadu Assembly proceedings began, MK Stalin, along with all other lawmakers from the ruling DMK and their allies, arrived sporting a black badge. And MK Stalin, addressing the Tamil Nadu Assembly, said this is an attack on the constitution, something that will spoil what he calls the communal amity in India, and this would be challenged in the Supreme Court. The DMK would move the Supreme Court and win in this, he says. And the DMK earlier had specifically pointed out certain concerns, including appointment of non-Muslims in the administrative bodies of Waqf Board across India. And also this move, the amendment, he says, will deny or challenge or undermine the authority and freedom the Waqf bodies have at the moment. And he says, even in the present form, the Waqf body administrative bylaws have provisions to tackle all the concerns raised by the centre. The larger political message, Divya, Tamil Nadu was gearing up for the 2026 assembly elections, and the Muslims, particularly among the minorities, constitute a major vote bank for the ruling DMK. And this is an indication of how the ruling DMK is going out of the way to be seen to be championing the cause of the Muslim community, so that they are seen to be with them on this particular issue. Also, the ruling DMK is targeting the BJP at the centre, although it's the AIADMK that's the key or principal opposition in Tamil Nadu. It's inching towards the BJP for an alliance for the 2026 assembly elections, and indirectly it's targeting the BJP as well, so that it will help in terms of reaping electoral benefits in that sense. But the BJP denies these allegations, saying that in the parliament, the minister has explained in detail how this particular move will not interfere in any way on the religious aspect of minorities or the Muslim community, and this only attends to the administrative aspects of the Waqf body.
Right, thank you so much, Sam. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर, आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने। सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियाँ माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching, and as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves World Audiovisual and Entertainment Summit as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
April 2nd, 2025. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order
instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world.
US President Donald Trump announcing 26% reciprocal tariffs on India. He's saying that he is being kind by charging roughly half of what India charges the United States, calling those tariffs as discounted reciprocal tariffs. He's gone on to say that the United States will charge that import duty of 26% on India. He has described those tariffs, saying that New Delhi has been tough and that even though Prime Minister Modi is his great friend, but India hasn't been treating the US right. And that is why, with India charging about 52% tariffs, it's now going to come down to about 26%. That is what Donald Trump has gone on to say. So let's just listen in to what Donald Trump had to say.
India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
देखिए यूएस का काम है, उनका अमेरिका फर्स्ट है, ट्रम्प साहब का, तो मोदी जी के लिए इंडिया फर्स्ट है. अब उसकी हम लोग समीक्षा करेंगे, फिर क्या उसका असर पड़ेगा, कैसे उससे निपटना देखा जाएगा.
Let's go across to our guest who's joining us, Vinod Sharma, MD Deki Electronics. Thank you so much for speaking with us. What does this really mean for India and for its exports? Will India be able to maintain its exports to the United States despite the new tariffs? And can we compare these tariffs to, say, other countries which perhaps have, even steeper duties that have been imposed on them?
Thank you for having me, Divya. Yes, so let me break this, my response into 4 parts. Some of it is good and some not so good. First, of course, 26% is higher than what the industry was expecting. From the electronics perspective, we have now reached close to $30 billion of exports globally, of which one-third, a little over one-third, $10.6 billion actually is going to the US at the moment. More than 60% of that is one product called cell phones or mobile phones. Thanks to the PLI done by the government, we are in a position now to assemble and manufacture some mobile phones and also export them to US. And we think going forward, this is going to be a major export item for us. And electronics as a category is already at number 2 as a merchandise export category. And we do think that very soon we should be number 1. So given that ambition that we have, this is obviously not good news. Having said that, when we look at who are the potential competing nations who will go for the US market on electronics, that is largely cell phones, I would say IT hardware, white goods, and the electronic components and modules that go along with it, it would be largely Asian companies, starting from Japan, Taiwan, Korea, China, and maybe later Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, if I name some of them, maybe Thailand to some extent. Fortunately for us, all of them have either a higher duty than 26%, in some cases much higher, as in China or Vietnam, and in many cases equivalent to us. So for the moment, it doesn't look as bad as it sounds at 26%. The third thing is that we have recently also, the government has announced, was working very hard. Mr. Piyush Goyal was in America. We know the US trade representative was in India as recently as last week. So we believe that there is an extremely large amount of unrelenting, very positive work happening on the bilateral trade agreement with US. And this has 2 advantages. We hope that by December, when this is concluded, we will be able to settle for 0 or maybe near 0 duties between the 2 countries, at least for the electronic sector. And second, because this is somewhere on the horizon, we believe that what Mr. Trump is trying to do, establish more manufacturing or even assembly of electronics in America, I think investors are going to hold with that back till such bilateral trade agreements or multilateral trade agreements are concluded, because you don't make these investment decisions in a hurry. So quite frankly, we don't think in the industry that this is going to have any major impact on our plans of increasing exports to America. The last bit I want to say is about electronic components. Our government has been very proactive, first on mobile phones, then IT hardware, then white goods, and now on the building blocks of electronics, which is electronic components and modules, and earlier on semiconductors. With the recent policy that the cabinet approved as recently as last week, we believe that manufacturing of electronics at a globally competitive level is going to increase in India in the next 6 months to a year's time frame. And several component manufacturers who are typically medium-sized companies, sometimes even small-sized companies across in Taiwan, Korea, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, or Vietnam, may want to look at India as an investment destination, where either with Indian companies or on their own, they would be quite happy to manufacture in India and also have access to the American market. So that's our hope, and I think pieces of the jigsaw puzzle are coming together. Augurs very well for Indian industry, Indian electronic industry, and for our export potential.
Right, of course, when we talk about, you've said that the impact could perhaps be less in comparison to other countries where we're seeing, a steeper tariffs that are being imposed. So, of course, but this could have quite an impact as far as the world economy is concerned, and this could, actually increase the prices for many commodities across the world, and that could perhaps trigger recession. So that is the situation, increasing the possibility of a recession when it comes to the United States or other countries as well. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's just switch tracks. The Telangana High Court has halted for 24 hours the work on the 400 acres of land near the Hyderabad Central University. The interim order was passed as the court heard PILs on the public interest litigation filed by the students. However, the students say that the bulldozers are still there on that particular area. The students have gone on to claim that 200 acres has already been cleared. Those are the claims that are being in fact made by the students. And at a time like this, the Education Minister has in fact written to the Chief Minister, Revant Reddy, asking him not to take any sort of action and to hold off that auction for now.
Breaking news coming in from the Green Bench of the Supreme Court, which has now ordered the High Court Registrar here in Telangana to, in fact, go to the Chief Secretary's office and also visit the site of the Kancha Gachibowli area where, in fact, tree felling has been happening, and to stop any other tree from getting cut. Yesterday, the High Court had in fact ordered suspension of all the JBC activity at the Kancha Gachibowli area, but students had put out videos, shared videos with NDTV, and also put out in the public domain saying that tree felling is still happening. There are also trucks that were going out at night carrying the wood logs and the cleared green vegetation. I have with me K.T. Ramarao, BRS leader. This is a huge area of land that we are talking about, and now multiple agencies coming in and talking about stopping this. But exclusive footage that we also have seem to suggest that that area, almost 250 acres, has been cleared out.
Well, it's truly a sad turn of events, because this is clearly a judicial overreach. In fact, when a NGO had filed a public interest litigation about, I think in last week of March, government of Telangana had committed to submitting a counter within 10 days. They've, unfortunately, they've abused that 10-day period that has been given by the High Court. They've used that 10-day period to clear out the entire area and work 24/7 with hundreds of machines and hundreds of policemen and women deployed there, and have clearly committed a breach of the trust of High Court. I'm glad that the Supreme Court Green Bench has now stepped in and has said that not one more tree should be falling there. And I'm hopeful that this government, which acts as an institution which is above High Court and Supreme Court, at least now will stop its overreach, will at least honor the Supreme Court's directive.
Let's get to the latest as far as Prime Minister Modi's visit to Bangkok is concerned for the 6th BIMSTEC summit. He will be meeting with the Thai Prime Minister, the Thai King as well. The Indian diaspora in Thailand gave him a warm welcome, chanting Vande Mataram and expressing hopes for stronger ties when it comes to India and Thailand. Do remember that that summit is going to be taking place tomorrow in order to focus on regional prosperity, resilience as well as economic cooperation. And this marks the first in-person meeting of the leaders since 2018 after Thailand. The Prime Minister will also be heading to Sri Lanka. But what does it really mean as far as this summit is concerned? Of course, the Prime Minister there going to be in Thailand over today and tomorrow. It's a 3-day visit between Thailand and Sri Lanka. Now, in a small village in Rajasthan, a river has come alive. Earlier, this was a dumping yard for garbage, and also for mining of sandstone. Now, this is a river that has received a new lease of life thanks to the efforts of the local people who held a 9-day Ramayan. They were reciting the Ramayan for the last 9 days on the banks of the river, and they collected over 2 crore rupees in donation to open up that blocked water channel in order to create a riverfront and to lift the dumped garbage and waste from the basin of the river. And seeing those efforts of the local people, the government has also stepped in, promising 50 lakhs for the conservation and the rejuvenation of this river.
A dumping ground for waste and garbage, a quarry for illegal mining of sand that was eating up the riverbed, and pollution. This was the Moraine River in Rajasthan's Dungarpur earlier. But now the river has come alive due to efforts of local people here. Believed to be a sacred river, Moraine had faced years of neglect and encroachment. But after a 9-day...
Let's cut across to Rahul Gandhi, who's speaking in the parliament.
Completely devastate our economy. Our auto industry, our pharmaceutical industry, they're all on the line. Agriculture. So I'm wondering, somebody once asked Indira Gandhi ji, in the matter of foreign policy, do you lean left or do you lean right? And Indira Gandhi ji answered, I don't lean left or right, I stand straight. I'm Indian and I stand straight. And the BJP and the RSS have a different philosophy. When asked, do you lean left or do you lean right? They say, no, 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 we bow our head right in front of every foreigner that comes in front of us. Sir, this is something that is in their culture, it is in their history, we know that. But we would like an answer from the government of India. What are you doing about our land? And what are you going to do? What are you going to do about this tariff that our ally has imposed on us? Thank you.
P.R. Baluji. Sir, thank you very much, sir.
Some response from the ministry. Minister has to respond.
Sir, yesterday.
And we would like it,
but you're not.
Sir,
we would like to be a minister.
When you are, you can answer.
Sir, yesterday, the state of Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu Assembly has resolved a special resolution.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and in a short while from now, another round of India versus NDA bloc heated debate in Rajya Sabha. Now, let's take a look at the top headlines that we are tracking at this hour. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj. After Lok Sabha, discussion on Waqf Amendment Bill to begin shortly in Rajya Sabha. Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju to move the bill in Upper House. On the Hyderabad land row, Environment Minister speaks, says the ministry has issued notice to Telangana Chief Secretary and they will take action after taking report from Telangana government. Amid Judge Cash controversy, Supreme Court judges to make assets public in landmark move. In a massive loss of face to the Mamata Banerjee government, Supreme Court junks West Bengal teachers' appointment called selection process tainted. Viewers, just few minutes from now on, we are looking ahead at a heated debate between the NDA and the India bloc once again. Remember last night when the debate went on till late night in Lok Sabha, the marathon 12-hour debate between the centre and the opposition with heated arguments. It ended late at night and then it was passed by a majority. Now, another NDA versus India bloc political battle is set to begin in Rajya Sabha. Union Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will be moving the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Upper House. Afterwards, BJP Chief JP Nadda will be addressing the Rajya Sabha. And earlier today, with that, Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju addressing Upper House. Listen in.
सभापति महोदय जी, ये जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी जब बने हैं, उसके बारे में मैं अभी जिक्र करूंगा। उससे पहले कमेटी बनने से पहले कई लोगों ने कहा कि इसका कंसल्टेशन जितना होना चाहिए था हुआ नहीं है। मैं इतना जरूर बताना चाहता हूं कि जब हम ये वक्त संशोधन बिल लेके आए और जेपीसी बनाया, उससे पहले हमारे अल्पसंख्यक मामलों का मंत्रालय ने व्यापक रूप से देश भर में जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, राज्य सरकारों से, माइनॉरिटी कमीशंस होते हैं स्टेट में, वक्फ बोर्ड होते हैं और वहाँ के ऑफिसर्स और इंटेलेक्चुअल कम्युनिटी से, धार्मिक संस्थाओं में जो लोग प्रतिनिधि करते हैं, कई लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद ये बिल तैयार करके हमने इस सदन में पेश किया, पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया। फिर उसके बाद में जॉइंट कमेटी का गठन हुआ और राज्यसभा और लोकसभा से सदस्य मिलकर के जो काम किया है, मैं सदन पे ऑफिशियली मैं अपना बात को दर्ज करना चाहता हूं कि ये जेपीसी ने जो काम किया है, इससे ज्यादा पूर्व में जितने भी जेपीसी बने हैं, इतना लंबा, इतना व्यापक काम आज तक नहीं हुआ है। कुल मिलाकर के 284 संगठन, स्टेक होल्डर्स, अलग अलग क्षेत्र के लोगों ने जेपी के समक्ष आकर के अपने बातों को रखा, ज्ञापन सौंपा और 97 लाख से भी ज्यादा अब छोटा मोटा पत्र को मिला करके 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा हमारे देश के लोगों ने ज्ञापन सौंपा है और अपना मत को जेपीसी और मंत्रालय को दिया है। तो किसी बिल को सदन में चर्चा करने से पहले 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा सुझाव मिलना ये भी अपने आप में ऐतिहासिक है। विचार विमर्श राज्य सरकारों से भी हुए और साथ साथ में कल लोकसभा में बहुत लंबी चर्चा हुई और देर रात यानी कि आज सुबह बिल पास करके राज्यसभा में आया। मैं मानता हूं कि ठीक है, हमारा मेंबरों ने कहा है कि संशोधन देने के लिए समय मिलना चाहिए था, लेकिन सबने ये एग्री किया है कि आज जो सुबह हमारा मेंबर ने सवाल उठाया, चेयरमैन साहब ने कहा है कि ये हम लोगों ने बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में ये तय किया कि आज ही इसको यहाँ चर्चा करना है। ज्वाइंट कमेटी ने 10 शहरों में मुंबई, अहमदाबाद, हैदराबाद, चेन्नई, बेंगलुरु, गुवाहाटी, भुवनेश्वर, पटना, कोलकाता और लखनऊ में जाकर के अपना पूरा वहाँ समय भी दिया है। और आज मैं कमेटी के हर एक मेंबर को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। बाकी जो इस बिल में बोलने वाले हैं उनको धन्यवाद, मैं जब जवाब दूंगा आखिरी में तो मैं जवाब देते समय धन्यवाद जरूर मैं रखूंगा। सर, हर व्यक्ति, मैं तो इस सदन में एक मंत्री के रूप में बोल रहा हूं, लेकिन साधारण रूप से ये एक्सपेक्ट करता है कि कोई अच्छा काम करेगा तो उसका तारीफ भी जरूर होगा और खास करके उन लोगों से तारीफ ज्यादा मिलेगा जिसका इच्छा को मैं पूरा कर रहा हूं। इसलिए सभापति महोदय जी, 1976 में जब वक्फ इंक्वायरी रिपोर्ट को पेश किया गया था, वो कमेटी किसने बनाया था सर? कांग्रेस सरकार ने कमेटी गठन किया, वक्फ इंक्वायरी कमीशन बिठाया। कमीशन ने जब रिपोर्ट पेश किया, बहुत लंबा रिपोर्ट है, मैं जो यहाँ रेलेवेंट है उसको कोट करता हूं। मिसयूज बाय मुतावलीज एंड द इंक्वायरी कमिटी called out the mutawalis misusing the authority and power and proposed for steps to be taken to improve the functioning of the waqf। ये सबसे पहले रिपोर्ट आया। उसके बाद में दूसरा जिक्र किया कि इतना केसेस वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को लेकर के बना हुआ है, लिटिगेशन इतना ज्यादा लंबित है, इसको सरल करने के लिए सरकार को कदम उठाना चाहिए। उसके बाद सचर कमेटी बनी। सचर कमेटी का रिपोर्ट 2006 में पेश किया गया। उसका मुख्य अंश सचर कमेटी ने जो कहा, एक तो जो वक्फ बोर्ड है उसको स्ट्रेंथन किया जाना चाहिए और ये पुराना सिस्टम में चल रहा है, डिजिटल होना चाहिए। साथ साथ में सचर कमेटी ने कहा कि उस समय 4.9 लाख वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है इस देश में, आज तो बढ़ गया, उस समय 2006 में, और 4.9 लाख वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी जो रजिस्टर्ड वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है, उनका टोटल इनकम सिर्फ 163 करोड़ पर एनम था, 160 करोड़। और उसी समय सचर कमेटी में यह भी कहा, टिप्पणी भी किया और सुझाव भी दिया, अगर वो 4.9 लाख प्रॉपर्टी को अगर एफिशिएंटली मैनेज करते उस समय का मार्केट रेट से, तो भी 12,000 करोड़ हर साल इनकम जनरेशन होता। तो 12,000 करोड़ होना चाहिए था, लेकिन 163 करोड़ जनरेशन हुआ है। फिर उसके बाद में हम लोगों ने आकलन किया, आज का दिन में 8.72 लाख जो प्रॉपर्टी है इतना बढ़ गया, उसका तो हम हिसाब भी नहीं लगा सकता है। और मुझे हिसाब भी लगा के आंकड़े पेश नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मार्केट का अपना अपना एक फॉर्मूला होता है, लेकिन एक कॉमन सेंस है कि अगर सचर कमेटी 4.9 लाख प्रॉपर्टी को अनुमान लगाया 12,000 करोड़ इनकम होना चाहिए, तो आज उसको आप आज के समय मार्केट रेट में हिसाब लगा करके आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं। सचर कमेटी ने यह भी कहा सेंट्रल वक्फ काउंसिल में और स्टेट वक्फ बोर्ड में और ब्रॉड बेस करके इंक्लूसिव होना चाहिए। ये बंद कमरे में कुछ लोग बैठा है ऐसा लग रहा है, इसको खोलना चाहिए, ब्रॉड बेस करना चाहिए। साथ साथ में सेक्रेटरी जो सेंट्रल वक्फ काउंसिल और स्टेट बोर्ड है उसका स्तर सीनियर लेवल होना चाहिए। उस समय अंडर सेक्रेटरी डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी रैंक का था, उसको कहा कि ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी का रैंक ऑफिसर को नियुक्त करना चाहिए। और साथ में सर बच्चों और महिलाएं और बच्चों के लिए स्पेसिफिक कदम उठाना चाहिए। इस सच्चर कमेटी ने उस समय रिकमेंडेशन किया। और उसके बाद एक ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी का गठन हुआ जिसका अध्यक्षता के रहमान खान ने किया। और के रहमान खान जी अल्पसंख्यक मामलों का मंत्री भी रहा है, वरिष्ठ सदस्य थे। उन्होंने फिर पूरे ऑल पार्टी का सदस्य का एक जेपीसी हेड किया, उसमें कई मुद्दे उन्होंने रखे हैं और रेकमेंड किए हैं। मैं मेन वाला को यहाँ पॉइंट आउट करना चाहता हूँ। एक तो उन्होंने पॉइंट आउट किया कि जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वक्फ बोर्ड का वो काफ़ी नहीं है और मैन पावर और फंड बहुत ही मीगर है, कम है, छोटा है, वो काफ़ी नहीं है। दूसरा कहा कि ऐसा लगता है कि सारा जो झंझट है वो मुतावली पे केंद्रित है। मुतावली को कैसे अपॉइंट करना चाहिए, कैसे हटाना चाहिए, सारा विषय वही केंद्रित है। इसको भी पॉइंट आउट किया है। फिर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के बारे में और सर्वे के बारे में वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी और लीगल जो सेटअप होना चाहिए वक्फ को लेकर के, इसके बारे में भी कंप्यूटराइजेशन ऑफ वक्फ बोर्ड, सेंट्रल डेटा बैंक होना चाहिए, इसका भी उस समय के जेपीसी ने कहा। म्यूटेशंस, रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड और to adopt sound and acceptable financial and budgetary practices, इसका भी सुझाव दिया। और फिर लीज करने का जो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को किस तरीके से लीज होना चाहिए इसका भी सुझाव दिया है। जितना ये 3 कमेटी रिपोर्ट्स सचर कमेटी को मिलाते हुए जो मुख्य रिपोर्ट रिकमेंडेशन किया है, सर मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को बताना चाहता हूं, वो सारा रिकमेंडेशन रिपोर्ट्स को हम लेकर के आज ये बिल लेकर के, अमेंडमेंट बिल लेकर के इस सदन में आया है। इसलिए ये तीनों कमेटी, ये कांग्रेस सरकार में जो दूसरे और तीसरे कमेटी तो यूपीए सरकार थे, लेकिन शुरू वाला तो प्योर कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट था। तो मैं मुख्य रूप से कांग्रेस पार्टी को और उसके जो सहयोगी दल है, मैं अपील करना चाहता हूं कि आज जो बड़ा कदम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमने ये 2025 का वक्फ संशोधन बिल लेके आया है, तो आपका ही सोच विचार को आप जो पूरा नहीं कर पाया उसको पूरा करने का हिम्मत नरेंद्र मोदी जी सरकार ने लेके आया है, तो आप जरूर समर्थन करना चाहिए। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, कई लोगों का हमने स्टेटमेंट सुना है टेलीविजन में भी और कल दूसरे सदन में भी। ये कोई नया कदम तो हम नहीं उठा रहे हैं, इतिहास सबका मालूम है। संक्षेप में 1894 में जो प्रीवी काउंसिल ने वक्फ अल औलाद, जो बच्चों के लिए वक्फ क्रिएट करते हैं, उसको इनवैलिडेट करने के लिए एक ऑर्डर पास किया था, जो बाद में जाके बड़ा विषय बना। मुसलमानों का बड़ा दल गया, अपील किया ब्रिटिश हुकूमत के साथ, तब जाकर के 1913 में द मुसलमान वक्फ वैलिडेशन एक्ट को पहले बार औपचारिक तौर पर कानून के रूप में इस देश में शुरू हुआ। फिर 1923 में मुसलमान वक्फ एक्ट पास किया गया, जो केंद्रित किया है अकाउंटिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंसी को लेकर के। फिर मुसलमान वक्फ वैलिडेटिंग एक्ट 1930 पास हुआ, जो है रीइंफोर्सिंग द लीगल वैलिडिटी ऑफ फैमिली औकाफ। इस तरीके से शुरुआत हुआ। फिर हमारा देश आज़ाद हुई। उसके बाद 1954 में वक्फ एक्ट पारित हुआ, जिसमें स्टेट वक्फ बोर्ड्स का गठन का प्रावधान वहां से शुरू हुआ। फिर उसके बाद में 1959, 1964, 1969 और 1984 में वक्फ एक्ट 1954 को फिर से संशोधित करके यहां से पास हुआ, और 1995 में सबसे ब्रॉड बेस बिल फाइनली जो आया, जिसको आज हम अमेंडमेंट कर रहे हैं, जिसमें ट्राइब्यूनल गठन का प्रावधान रखा गया। सेंट्रल वक्फ काउंसिल, जो आज के दिन में मैं उसका अध्यक्ष के रूप में काम कर रहा हूं, उसका गठन हुआ। फिर जो वक्फ जिसका इनकम 5 लाख से ज्यादा है, उसमें एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर अपॉइंट होना चाहिए, ये प्रावधान शुरू हुआ है। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये जब चल रहा था, समस्या तो है, सबको मालूम है, और कमेटी का रिपोर्ट का भी मैंने जिक्र किया, लेकिन ऐसा क्या हुआ जो हमको ये एक मेजर अमेंडमेंट आज लेके आना पड़ा। 2013 में यूपीए सरकार था और चुनाव सर पे था, चुनाव आने वाला था। उसमें यूपीए सरकार ने कदम उठाया कि कुछ बदलाव लाना चाहिए। उस समय सर यूपीए सरकार ने जो चेंजेस लाया है, उसको मैं थोड़ा सा कंपेयर करके बताना चाहता हूं। उस समय भी जेपीसी गठन हुआ, आज भी जेपीसी बनी है। फर्क क्या है सर? उस समय का सेलेक्ट कमेटी में 13 मेंबर थे और इस बार के जेपीसी में 31 मेंबर्स। उस समय का सेलेक्ट कमेटी का टोटल सीटिंग हुआ 22 बार, इस बार का जेपीसी का टोटल सीटिंग हुआ है 36। उस समय टोटल डेलीगेशन, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, स्टेक होल्डर जो सेलेक्ट कमेटी के सामने में पेशकश हुआ 18 और इस बार 284। उस समय 14 राज्य और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों से चर्चा हुई, इस बार 25 स्टेट बोर्ड, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, 5 माइनॉरिटी कमीशन और कई विधायक एमपी, तो उसका हिसाब ही नहीं है। टोटल मेमोरेंडम रिसीव किया उस समय 32 और इस बार का तो मैंने पहले बता दिया 97,27,772 प्लस अनौपचारिक रूप से हमारा मंत्रालय में भी लाखों के संख्या में हमने रिसीव किया है। उस समय का सेलेक्ट कमेटी कहां विजिट किया? ले, जम्मू, श्रीनगर। उस समय ये तीनों एक ही स्टेट था। ले अभी यूनियन टेरिटरी हो गया, जम्मू, श्रीनगर। और इस बार कहां विजिट किया, मैंने आपको नाम पहले ही बता दिया किस किस शहरों में इस कमेटी ने विजिट किया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, जब हम लोग महत्वपूर्ण बिल पर चर्चा कर रहे थे, थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड संदर्भ को भी रखते हुए मैं बात को रखना चाहता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, यहां कहा गया है कि हम जो कदम उठा रहे हैं मुसलमानों को नुकसान होगा। कई लोगों ने कहा ये अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, गैर कानूनी है और मुसलमानों का हक छीना जा रहा है। अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों ने अपना बात को रखा है। ठीक है, बात रखने का अधिकार है, लेकिन मैं बहुत ही साफ तरीके से ये सारे जो आरोप लगाए हैं उसको मैं खारिज करना चाहता हूं। सर, सबसे पहले ये जो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी होता है, इसका मैनेजमेंट, इसका क्रिएशन और इसका बेनिफिशियरी ये नॉन मुस्लिम के अलावा कोई और हो, किसी के पास हो ही नहीं सकता है, मुस्लिम के पास ही रहेगा। कोई नॉन मुस्लिम इसमें हस्तक्षेप नहीं कर सकता है। जो वाकिफ होता है वो एक मुसलमान ही होता है, और जो औकाफ बन जाता है वो प्रॉपर्टी क्रिएट हो जाता है, उसको मैनेजमेंट कौन करता है? मुतावाली, वो भी मुसलमान ही होना पड़ता है। और किसके लिए वक्फ क्रिएट करता है? 3 पर्पस के लिए, धार्मिक रिलीजियस पर्पस, अच्छा काम के लिए, पायस भगवान के नाम में, अल्लाह के नाम में, और चैरिटेबल, भला के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, गरीबों के लिए, तो वो मुस्लिम ही होगा। तो यहाँ ये सवाल ही नहीं उठता है कि नॉन मुस्लिम, मुस्लिम धार्मिक भावना और धार्मिक व्यवस्था या वे किसी भी तरीके से मुस्लिम प्रॉपर्टी में, मैनेजमेंट में नॉन मुस्लिम हस्तक्षेप कर रहा है, ये सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। तो इसलिए मैं बहुत क्लियर करना चाहता हूँ, ताकि हमारा जब डिबेट का जब सिलसिला शुरू होगा तो सुझाव हमको चाहिए कि वक्फ मैनेजमेंट में, प्रॉपर्टी मैनेजमेंट में वक्फ बोर्ड को और ताकत बनाने में क्या क्या और काम करना चाहिए, ये सुझाव हमारे माननीय सदस्यों से मिल सके। जो इंसान, जो मुसलमान अपना प्रॉपर्टी को ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से अगर चलाना चाहता है वो चला सकता है, उसके लिए कोई बंधन नहीं है। वक्फ एक्ट के अंदर में ये पूरा छूट दिया गया है, अगर आप वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से चलाना चाहते हैं आपको पूरा इसके लिए इजाजत है। तो चैरिटी कमिश्नर जितना ट्रस्ट प्रॉपर्टीज को देखते हैं, निगरानी करते हैं, व्यवस्था को चेक करता है, उसी प्रकार से वक्फ बोर्ड जो है वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को सही तरीके से चला रहा है कि नहीं, ये निगरानी करने के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड बनाया गया है, वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को चलाने के लिए नहीं है। इसलिए ये बात को हम बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से अगर समझ लेंगे तो बाद में हमारा चर्चा का स्तर भी वो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। हमने सर जो प्रावधान किया है, बेसिकली ट्रांसपेरेंसी को, अकाउंटेबिलिटी को, एफिशिएंसी को, ये तीन बड़ा पैमाना है। जवाबदेही तो होना चाहिए, क्षमता होना चाहिए, पारदर्शिता होना चाहिए। तो ये तीन जो व्यवस्था है, ये हमारा पूरा एक्सरसाइज जो है इस पे केंद्रित होता है। आर्टिकल 25, 26, 30 का हवाला देकर के कई बार लोगों ने हमारा खिलाफ, इस बिल का खिलाफ, इस प्रस्तावना के खिलाफ में लोगों ने कहना शुरू किया है। तो मैं आज जरूर इसका जवाब देना चाहता हूं कि हम किसी का धार्मिक भावना को चोट पहुंचाने के लिए नहीं है। एक मुसलमान वक्फ क्रिएट कर सकता है। अब सबसे जो छोटा आप जो क्रिएट करता है फितरा, सबसे छोटा सर, वो हर मुसलमान, गरीब से गरीब मुसलमान भी क्रिएट करता है। ज़कात आप क्रिएट करते हैं, आप देते हैं, दान देते हैं, उसमें कोई किसी को अधिकार ही नहीं है पूछने का कि हिसाब किताब कैसे किया है। ये आपका अंदर का बात है, आपका फेथ है, इसमें हम हस्तक्षेप कैसे कर सकते हैं। इसलिए बिल्कुल ये बात आप बिल्कुल मत बोलिएगा अपना बात रखते समय कि सरकार या कोई गैर मुसलमान के जो कामकाज में उसका तौर तरीके में हस्तक्षेप कर रहा है, ये मत बोलिएगा। वैसे तो कोर्ट केसेस बहुत है, मैंने दूसरे सदन में भी कोर्ट करके बताया, यहाँ मैं फिर से इसको दोहराना चाहता हूँ ताकि कोर्ट ने क्या रूलिंग दिया है वो भी क्लियर हो जाए। सैयद फजल पुकाया तंगल वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया में केरला हाई कोर्ट ने जो ऑब्जर्वेशन और ऑर्डर पास किया, उसमें कहा गया है, हाई कोर्ट, द वक्फ बोर्ड इज ए स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी, प्योर एंड सिंपल, it is not a representative body of the Muslim community, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है। इसलिए कोर्ट का जजमेंट बहुत साफ हमारे सामने में दिखाई देता है। इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट है, हाफिज मोहम्मद जफर अहमद वर्सेस यूपी सेंट्रल सुन्नी बोर्ड ऑफ वक्फ। क्या कहा गया है उसमें? हाई कोर्ट, a mutawali's right is purely a right of management of the property and is not a proprietary right. The duties of a mutawali are purely of a secular character. His duties are not of a religious character. इसलिए मुतावालिस को ऊपर में निगरानी रखने के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड बनाया गया है। तिलकायत श्री गोविंद लालजी महाराज वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ राजस्थान, उसमें कहा गया है, मैं कोट करता हूं, राइट टू मैनेज द प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ द टेम्पल इज प्योरली ए सेकुलर मैटर एंड कैन नॉट बी रिगार्डेड एज ए रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस। प्रॉपर्टी का मैनेजमेंट के बारे में इतना क्लियर कोर्ट ने कहा है, कई केसेस है, मैं बहुत कम आपके सामने में साइट कर रहा हूं। अब मैं 2013 के बारे में आपको बताया, अब उसको थोड़ा सा अंदर घुस के आपको बताऊंगा और आपको भी सुन करके लगेगा कि आज कितना जरूरी था आज जो संशोधन बिल लेकर के हम यहाँ आया है। 2013 में ये जो कमेटी वगैरह जब बनाया, 5 मार्च 2014 में कमेटी 13 में गठन हुआ और पारित हुआ दोनों सदनों में। फिर 2014 5 मार्च को, यानी कि 25 दिन पहले इलेक्शन एकदम नोटिफाई होकर के कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लगने ही वाला है, तब हनन फनन में उस समय के यूपीए सरकार ने देश का राजधानी दिल्ली के अंदर में सबसे प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी 123 प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी को डी नोटिफाई करके दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड को सौंप दिया है। ये प्रॉपर्टी किस मिनिस्ट्री में आता था? हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री का अंदर में आता है। तो आप सोच के देखिए, 1970 से केस चल रहा था और पेंडिंग है, कोर्ट को निर्णय करने दीजिए, वो पेंडिंग है। और ये सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स वगैरह आप नाम सुनेंगे, लिस्ट बाद में मैं दे दूंगा। ऐसा प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी 123 प्रॉपर्टी को सीधा सीधा एक झटके में आपने हैंडओवर कर दिया। उसके बाद 2013 अमेंडमेंट में आपने क्या कहा? कोई भी आदमी वक्फ क्रिएट कर सकता है। वक्फ क्रिएट करना, जो मैंने बताया, चैरिटेबल रिलीजियस पायस पर्पस के लिए एक मुसलमान अल्लाह के नाम में क्रिएट करता है। अब उसको बदल करके यूपीए सरकार ने यह कह दिया कि कोई भी आदमी वक्फ क्रिएट कर सकता है। तो हमने इसको चेंज करके पुराना 1995 का प्रावधान के साथ मिला करके साथ साथ हमने ये कहा, नाउ इन द प्रोपोज्ड अमेंडमेंट only persons practicing Islam for more than 5 years can dedicate वक्फ। ये हमने क्लियर कर दिया है ताकि इसमें कोई डाउट का कोई गुंजाइश ना हो कि वक्फ क्रिएट कौन कर सकता है। उस समय वक्फ बोर्ड में एक मुसलमान का अंदर में भी कई सेक्ट है, सुन्नी है, शिया है, आगा खानी से, दाऊदी बोरा से, पसमंदा है, बहुत लोग हैं। लेकिन यूपीए सरकार ने कह दिया, हाँ ये डिस्प्यूट करते हैं कई लोग, ये तो दरगाह वाले भी कहते हैं कि कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि तुम लोग मुसलमान ही नहीं है। इस तरह का क्लेम पे मत जाइए। क्लेम यहाँ इस्लाम का स्कॉलर भी बहुत होगा, जानकारी लोग भी बहुत है, लेकिन मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि आप जो कह रहे हैं, मैं जो कह रहा हूं वो सत्य है। मैं क्लेम के बारे में बता रहा हूं कि लोग कहते हैं कि ये मुसलमान नहीं है या ये इस ग्रुप में, उस ग्रुप में। मैं यहाँ डेफिनेशन देने नहीं जा रहा हूं। हम सिर्फ ये कह रहे हैं कि हमने जो नया प्रावधान लेके आया उसमें हर वक्फ बोर्ड में मुसलमानों में जो रिकॉग्नाइज्ड सेक्ट है सब मिलकर के वक्फ बनेगा। उसमें सुन्नी भी होगा, शिया भी होगा और जितने बाकी जो पिछड़े वर्ग है वो भी वक्फ बोर्ड में मेंबर होगा, ताकि सबका इंटरेस्ट का ख्याल रखा जा सकता है। इसमें तो किसी का आपत्ति होने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं होना चाहिए। हम इतना इंक्लूसिव बना रहे हैं। उसके बाद सर, सेंट्रल वक्फ काउंसिल में जो हमने प्रावधान रखा है, ताकि आप भी अच्छा लगे कि हमने कितना आपका पुराने रिकमेंडेशन को ध्यान में रखते हुए प्रावधान रखा है। आउट ऑफ 22 मेंबर्स इन द सेंट्रल वक्फ काउंसिल, not more than 4 will be non-Muslims, including ex-officio members, in that case the Minister of Minority Affairs. There will be 3 members of parliament. अब member of parliament तो किसी के धर्म हो सकता है, ये नहीं कहना कि ये इस जाति का MP है इसलिए ये member नहीं हो सकता है। 3 members of parliament, 10 members from Muslim community, 2 former judges from the Supreme Court or High Court, 1 advocate of national eminence, 4 persons of national eminence from various fields, an additional secretary or joint secretary to the government of India dealing with वक्फ matter. जो ministry में concern officer है वही हो सकता है। और out of 10 Muslims, 2 members minimum shall be women. 2 महिला सदस्य होना अनिवार्य है। स्टेट वक्फ बोर्ड्स में आउट ऑफ 11 मेंबर्स नॉट मोर देन 3 विल बी नॉन मुस्लिम्स। कल किसी ने कहा कि नॉन मुस्लिम मेजोरिटी हो जाएगा, सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता है। नॉट मोर देन 3 विल बी नॉन मुस्लिम्स इंक्लूडिंग सर, ये अतिरिक्त नहीं है, इंक्लूडिंग एक्स ऑफिशियल मेंबर्स, 1 chairperson, 1 member of parliament, 1 MLA, 4 members from Muslim community, 2 members with professional experience, 1 member from Bar Council, the joint secretary to the state government dealing with the वक्फ मैटर, जो संबंधित संयुक्त सचिव है। आउट ऑफ 4 मुस्लिम मेंबर्स 2 शैल बी वुमेन, ये हमने सुनिश्चित किया है। और दूसरा चेंज किया है, कितना जरूरी था, सेक्शन 108A में क्या आपने प्रावधान किया था, ये लिखा गया कि वक्फ का जो प्रावधान है, वक्फ एक्ट का जो प्रावधान है, बाकी देश में जितना कानून बनाया है उसको ऊपर में ये ओवरराइडिंग इफेक्ट होगा, ऐसा प्रावधान रखा। हमने इसको रेशनलाइज किया है। नाउ इन द प्रपोज्ड अमेंडमेंट दिस provision has been omitted. This facilitates the legal harmonization of the Waqf Act with all other property laws. इस देश में बहुत सारा property laws है, ताकि सब में एक समन्वय हो जाए। हार्मोनाइजेशन होना जरूरी है सर, एक कानून दूसरा कानून का सर लड़ाई के लिए नहीं बनाता है, हार्मोनाइज करना बहुत जरूरी है। कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अवॉइड करने में तो आप भी अच्छा लगेगा, इसमें कोई विरोध होने का मुझे कोई कारण नजर नहीं आता है। सर, जो आज हम बिल लेके आया है, एक आप इसको कह सकते हैं नए सवेरा, एक अच्छा सोच के साथ जब हम आए हैं, तो हम बिल का नाम को भी, नाम से तो आपत्ति नहीं होना चाहिए, नाम को हमने अच्छा नाम लेकर के आया है। अब ये नया बिल का नाम होगा, इस एक्ट का नाम हो जाएगा उम्मीद सर, उम्मीद नाम। अब उम्मीद से तो आपका कोई एतराज तो नहीं होना चाहिए। अब उम्मीद रखने का पीछे कारण है यूनिफाइड वक्फ मैनेजमेंट एम्पावरमेंट एफिशिएंसी एंड डेवलपमेंट। अब सर इसमें यूनिफाइड हम कहां से शुरू किया, पूरा जो व्यवस्था है उसको हमने यूनिफाई किया है। कलेक्टर का रोल से लेकर के सर्वे, रजिस्ट्रेशन, म्यूटेशन, इंक्रोचमेंट और जितना भी जो मैटर है उसको अब पारदर्शिता के साथ जब हमने यूनिफाइड एफर्ट डाला है to overcome the issues which were pending for such a long time, तो इसको हमने यूनिफाइड एफर्ट के साथ में आया है। और एम्पावरमेंट का जब बात होते हैं तो डाइवर्स सोशल ग्रुप जिसको मैंने जिक्र किया है, चाहे वो सुन्नी हो, चाहे शिया हो, चाहे वो आगा खानीस हो, पसमानदा मुस्लिम हो, बैकवर्ड मुस्लिम्स का कोई भी डेफिनेशन में आप देख लीजिए, वुमेन हो और बाकी कोई भी हो, हम चाहते हैं कि सबको डिसीजन मेकिंग का बॉडी में जगह मिलना चाहिए, इसलिए सबको एम्पावरमेंट कर रहे हैं। एफिशिएंसी को हम इंक्रीज करने के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करने का भरपूर इसमें प्रावधान किया गया है। अब सेंट्रलाइज्ड डेटाबेस होगा, डिजिटल पोर्टल होगा जो हमारा मंत्रालय में होगा, जो सारा स्टेट बोर्ड के साथ में लिंक होगा, लाइव होगा। वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी का कंटिन्यूसली रजिस्ट्रेशन, ट्रैकिंग, कंप्लायंस, पूरा मैनुअल अगर गड़बड़ होता है उसका भी ट्रैकिंग करने के लिए, ब्यूरोक्रेटिक डिले हो रहा है, किसके टेबल में डिले हो रहा है उसका भी जांच करने के लिए पूरा व्यवस्था करके हमने एफिशिएंसी को टारगेट दिया है। और आखिर में डेवलपमेंट, जो मैंने आपको बताया कितना करोड़ हम इनकम जनरेट कर सकते हैं, इसलिए जो डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को मैं बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। मैंने कल भी इस बात को बताया है कि दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी हिंदुस्तान में है। और कई लोगों ने कहा कि डिफेंस, रेलवेज के बाद तीसरा डेटा बैंक देखा जाएगा तो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी, जो लैंड प्रॉपर्टी जो है वक्फ बोर्ड के पास है। मैं उसको थोड़ा संशोधित करके बताना चाहता हूं, ये तीसरा नहीं है, दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा लैंड प्रॉपर्टी नंबर 1 वक्फ बोर्ड के पास है हिंदुस्तान में। ये थर्ड नहीं है, क्योंकि डिफेंस और रेलवे को आप प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी के हिसाब से आप इसको गिनती नहीं कर सकता है, ये देश का प्रॉपर्टी है। इसलिए जब इतना प्रॉपर्टी हमारा देश में है, इसमें किसी को आपत्ति नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन आपत्ति तब होता है जब दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉपर्टी मुसलमानों के नाम में वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी हमारे देश में है और करोड़ों जो हमारे बहनाई हैं, गरीब मुसलमान हैं, उसको कोई फायदा नहीं मिल रहा है इतना प्रॉपर्टी। तो ये प्रॉपर्टी किस काम का? करोड़ों का प्रॉपर्टी कोई, मैं तो देखा हूं, मैं ये मंत्रालय संभालने का बाद भी और पहले भी कई वक्त प्रॉपर्टी है या संस्थाएं हैं बाहर में, बहुत गरीब अवस्था में भीख मांगने वाला भी मैंने देखा है। क्यों काम नहीं आ रहा है? अगर सही तरीके से वक्त प्रॉपर्टी को हम डेवलप करेंगे तो मैं कह सकता हूं अगले 3-4 साल के अंदर में करोड़ों गरीब मुसलमानों का जिंदगी आबाद हो जाएगा। थोड़ा सा अगर आप योगदान करेंगे, सब मिलकर के हम काम करेंगे तो क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं। इसी मंशा के साथ हम यहाँ आज इस सदन में आए हैं। हमारा टारगेट जो है बहुत ही क्लियर है। 2013 में दूसरा प्रावधान जो चेंज किया था उसको हम लोगों ने क्या बदलाव किया है वो आप भी हमारा समर्थन करेंगे। वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी जो है ये तो आप जानते ही है, इसको कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी हो उसका एक टाइटल होने के लिए कोई डॉक्यूमेंट चाहिए, कोई रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहिए, कोई प्रूफ तो चाहिए। अगर वक्फ बाय यूजर के नाम में अगर हम वर्बली कह देंगे कि इतने साल पहले, 500 साल पहले हमारा बाप दादा या फलाना फलाना ने ऐसे किया था, ये जमीन ये हमारा वक्फ जमीन है, तो ठीक आप क्लेम कीजिए, मगर कुछ तो दिखाना पड़ेगा सर, कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट होना पड़ेगा। तो वक्फ बाय यूजर ये जो हमने ऐसे आप आर्बिट्ररी नहीं कर सकता है। साथ साथ सेक्शन 40 में वक्फ बोर्ड किसी भी जमीन को अगर क्लेम करता है तो सीधा सीधा वक्फ बोर्ड डिक्लेयर किया जाता था, उसको हमने हटा दिया है। ये बहुत जरूरी था। अदरवाइज इसके बाद अगर आप 2013 में कितना वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी था, आज 2025 में कितना वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी का संख्या में जंप हो गया, तब आप पता चलेगा कि ये सेक्शन का कितना इसका दुरुपयोग किया गया है। लेकिन साथ साथ में हम लोग ने संरक्षण भी दिया है कि वक्फ बाय यूजर में जो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड है, जो सेटल्ड केस है, हम उसको रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव जाकर के उसको हम छेड़छाड़ नहीं करेंगे। ये प्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट होगा। हाँ, अगर कोई डिस्प्यूटेड है, कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है, बातचीत चल रहा है, डिस्प्यूटेड है, तो जाहिर सी बात है सर कि कोर्ट का अधिकार को तो हम यहाँ खत्म नहीं कर सकता है। तो इसीलिए unless the property is disputed, all those land, those property, work property which are registered, which has a proper documentation, they will remain so, और इसका अधिकार राज्य सरकारों का है। लैंड इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, तो भारत सरकार, केंद्र सरकार तो कुछ कर नहीं सकता है, वो राज्य सरकार को ही अथॉरिटी दिया है। अब महिलाओं का अधिकार को लेकर के, बच्चों का अधिकार को लेकर के सब कहते हैं। मैंने कहा कि वक्फ औलाद का इतिहास बहुत पुराना है। राइट ऑफ इनहेरिटेंस का आप अलग अलग तरीके से इंटरप्रिटेशन भी करते आए हैं। तो हमने ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि जो विडोज है, जो डिवोर्स वुमेन है, ऑर्फन है, जो यतीम बच्चे हैं, उनके लिए संरक्षण तो होना चाहिए माननीय सभापति महोदय। तो हमने ये प्रावधान किया है कि जो प्रॉपर्टी मेरा है, अगर मैं एक मुसलमान हूं, मैं वक्फ क्रिएट करना चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैं उसी प्रॉपर्टी को ही वक्फ कर सकता हूं जो मेरा अधिकार है। साथ साथ उस प्रॉपर्टी में जो महिला का अधिकार है उसको मैं छेड़छाड़ नहीं कर सकता हूं। महिला का अधिकार को सुरक्षित रख करके ही मैं अपना मर्जी से मेरा जो अधिकार है उसको हम वक्फ क्रिएट कर सकता है, ताकि कोई महिला ऐसा ना हो कि परिवार में इतना प्रॉपर्टी है लेकिन उसको कोई उसका अधिकार ही ना हो। तो ये सुनिश्चित करना बहुत जरूरी है। इस 21वीं सदी में इतना प्रोग्रेसिव थिंकिंग तो सब कोई होगा। मैं आपका आपको नहीं कह रहा हूं कि आपका ऐसा सोच नहीं है, हम लोग सब एक समानता सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। दो मेजर अमेंडमेंट हम जो लेके आया है उसमें भी मैं मानता हूं आप समर्थन करेंगे। एनी मॉन्यूमेंट्स, कई मॉन्यूमेंट्स हमारे देश में प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज अंडर एंशिएंट मॉन्यूमेंट्स प्रिजर्वेशन एक्ट 1904 और एंशिएंट मॉन्यूमेंट्स एंड आर्कोलॉजिकल साइट्स एंड रिमेन्स एक्ट 1958 declared as work properties under this act or under any previous act shall be void। कोई हमारा आर्कोलॉजिकल साइट जो हमारा राष्ट्र का प्रॉपर्टी है इसको आप छेड़खानी नहीं कर सकता है। दूसरा, हमारा देश में करोड़ों आदिवासी शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स, हम लोग सब मानते हैं कि इंडिजिनियस जो शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब होते हैं उसका संरक्षण होना चाहिए, तो हमने यहाँ ये प्रावधान लेके आया है। आप शेड्यूल 5 और शेड्यूल 6 जगह में जहां हमारा स्पेशल प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया है वहां किसी जमीन को वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी डिक्लेयर नहीं कर सकता है। ये सेक्शन 4 क्लॉज 4 सेक्शन 3E में हमने प्रावधान रखा है। मैं मानता हूं कि हमारा देश में जितने आदिवासी भाई बहन हैं उनके लिए आदरणीय मोदी जी का तरफ से और हम सब का तरफ से ये बड़ा सौगात होगा। सर, ट्राइब्यूनल में हमने कुछ बदलाव किया है, हमारा जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी का भी सुझाव आया था। अब जो ट्राइब्यूनल बनेगा उसका फिक्स टेन्योर होगा और उसको एफिशिएंसी बढ़ाने के लिए कई हमने स्टेप्स उठाया है। आज का दिन में टोटल जो केसेस पेंडिंग है, लिटिगेंट्स टोटल कितना केसेस है, 14,470 केसेस, नहीं सॉरी सर 31,999 केसेस है, जिसमें मुस्लिम लिटिगेंट्स है 14,470 केसेस। तो 31,999 केसेस जो पेंडिंग है। तो हम ये समझते हैं कि ट्राइब्यूनल को मजबूत कराना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमने 2 मेंबर प्रपोज किया था, जेपीसी में कहा गया कि 3 मेंबर होना चाहिए, उसको हमने एग्री करके 3 मेंबर बनाया और 1 मेंबर हैविंग नॉलेज ऑफ इस्लामिक लॉ एंड ज्यूरिस्प्रूडेंस फॉर बेटर फंक्शनिंग ऑफ द ट्राइब्यूनल। और दूसरा सर, द कंपोजिशन ऑफ वर्क ट्राइब्यूनल हैज बीन एक्सपांडेड to both serving and retired officials, each serving for a fixed tenure of 5 years। tenure को 5 years fix किया है, from the date of appointment or until they attain the age of 65 years, whichever is earlier। section 84 clause 4 में हमने ये बहुत क्लियर से प्रावधान रखा है। एक इम्पोर्टेंट हमने प्रावधान रखा है राइट टू अपील। इसमें कई लोगों ने डिस्प्यूट भी किया है, मैं क्लियर करना चाहता हूं। पहले क्या कर दिया था आप लोगों ने मतलब प्रीवियस यूपीए सरकार ने, राइट टू अपील अगर ट्राइब्यूनल से आपको निजात नहीं मिल रहा है, ट्राइब्यूनल में आपका सुनवाई नहीं हो पाया, तो आप कोर्ट नहीं जा सकते हैं। ओनली रिव्यू पिटीशन में आप जा सकते हैं, जो बहुत ही सीमित दरवाजा खुला होता है। रिव्यू पिटीशन आप तो सर आपसे ज़्यादा कौन समझ सकता है, उसमें आम आदमी कहाँ रिव्यू पिटीशन जा करके ये सब चक्कर खात के घूमते रहेंगे। इसलिए हम ये मानते हैं कि राइट टू अपील मस्ट बी द सब्सटेंटिव राइट, इसलिए हमने ये दरवाजा खोल दिया है। अगर ट्राइब्यूनल में आपका हक नहीं मिला तो आप अपील कर सकते हैं, सिविल रिट आपका अपील करके किसी भी जगह में आपको जाने के लिए क्यों रोका जाना चाहिए। इसलिए हम ये मानते हैं कि जब हम ये अपील प्रोविजन रखा है तो ट्राइब्यूनल भी जल्दी काम करेगा, कोर्ट भी जल्दी काम करेगा, लोगों को भी जल्दी न्याय मिलेगा, कहीं किसी का हमने दरवाजा बंद नहीं किया है। एनुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन जो आप देते हैं मुतावलिस, आप चिंता मत कीजिए, ये ये बहुत सोच समझ करके फैसला किया है, इससे कोई समस्या खड़ा नहीं होगा। वक्फ इंस्टीट्यूशन का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है बोर्ड को देना होता है, पहले 7% होता था, हमने उसको घटा करके 5% कर दिया, ताकि ज़्यादा पैसा आप गरीबों के लिए इस्तेमाल कर सके, बच्चों के लिए इस्तेमाल कर सके। आप काहे का बोर्ड को इतना पैसा देंगे, इसलिए हमने घटा करके वेलफेयर पर्पस में ज़्यादा खर्चा करें, इसलिए इसको हमने सीलिंग कर दिया है। वेरी नोबल। सर, लिमिटेशन एक्ट, आप तो जानते हैं लिमिटेशन एक्ट अगर लागू नहीं होगा तो फिर कहाँ तक जाएगा, कोई सीमा तय कैसे होगा। इसलिए हमने जब ये कानून पारित होगा, सरकार का अगर लैंड है तो उसका लॉ ऑफ लिमिटेशन के हिसाब से 30 इयर्स का प्रावधान रखा है, अगर प्राइवेट लैंड है तो 12 साल का हमने प्रावधान रखा है। मैं मानता हूं कि ये बहुत ही रीजनेबल हमने लॉ ऑफ लिमिटेशन को यहाँ अप्लाई किया है, और जिस दिन से ये एक्ट पारित होगा, एनफोर्स होगा, उसी दिन से ये हिसाब उसका गिनती शुरू किया जाएगा। सर, जो सेक्शन 40 का मिसयूज होने का कारण से जो एक ऐसा माहौल पैदा हो गया था, मेरे घर में कम से कम कितना डेलीगेशन पिटीशन आ चुके हैं। सेक्शन 40 में वक्फ बोर्ड ने ऐसा ही क्लेम कर दिया। अभी जो न्यूज में भी आपने पढ़ा होगा, केरला में 600 क्रिश्चियन फैमिलीज का, जो वो लोग सब खेती करने वाले लोग हैं, फार्मर्स लोग हैं, किसान हैं, उनका जमीन जो केरला में मुनम्बम केस के नाम से अभी सब लोग ने पढ़ चुका होगा, उसको वहां वक्फ बोर्ड ने क्लेम कर दिया, और वो कहीं भी नहीं जा पाया, वो ठोकरे खाते रहे, घूमते रहे, जिसको लेकर के पूरा वहां के जो कैथोलिक बिशप्स काउंसिल है और दिल्ली में भी और अलग अलग कई हमारा क्रिश्चियन संगठनों ने हमको मेमोरेंडम दिया है, प्रेस रिलीज भी दिया है और अपील भी किया है। सारा मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को अपील किया है। मैं नाम लेकर के सिर्फ केरला एमपीज को मैं दबाव नहीं डालना चाहता हूं, मानसिक रूप से बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर होगा केरला का एमपीज को। ये तो सबके लिए अपील किया है कि जो बड़े हमारे चर्च के जितने भी बड़े बड़े बॉडीज हैं, उन्होंने अपील किया है कि अपना विवेक का इस्तेमाल करें और सारा मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट इस वक्त अमेंडमेंट बिल को समर्थन करना चाहिए। तो कम से कम चर्च का अपील को तो आप लोग मानिएगा। सर, कई केसेस है, उसको तो मैंने कई बार दोहरा चुका है, इसलिए सारा केसेस, तमिलनाडु का केस हो या कर्नाटका में जो केस हो या हरियाणा वाला गुरुद्वारा वाला को वक्फ क्लेम करना, कई केसेस है, मैं उसको साइट नहीं करना चाहता हूं क्योंकि संख्या बहुत ज़्यादा है। लेकिन सर, ये बात तो मैं जरूर कहूँगा क्योंकि हम लोग इस महान सदन में बैठे हैं। 2013 में 123 प्रॉपर्टी को तो उस समय सरकार ने डी नोटिफाई कर दिया था। उसके बाद कई लोगों ने कहना शुरू किया और स्टेटमेंट मीडिया में भी है कि ये पूरा पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग भी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है। अब सोचिए सर, अगर वो सरकार कंटिन्यू रहता, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सरकार नहीं आते, तो कितना खतरा मंडरा रहा था हमारे सर के ऊपर में, आप सोचिए। तो हम तो देश के लिए सोच समझ करके आज ये बिल लेके आए हैं, तो ये हमारे लिए कोई इसमें एक लाल पैसा बेनिफिट मिलने वाला नहीं है। ये बिल करोड़ों गरीब मुसलमानों को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए और गलत काम ना हो, गलत तरीके से दूसरा का जमीन को हड़प ना ले, इसको प्रतिबंध लगाने के लिए, रोकने के लिए अच्छा सोच के साथ हम ये बिल लेके आए हैं। अन्य सभापति जी, मैं कहने के लिए बहुत कुछ है क्योंकि ये ओपनिंग है। हमारे यहाँ जितना विद्वान माननीय सदस्य हैं, उनके बातों को मैं सुनने के लिए बहुत इच्छुक हूँ, तो सुनने के लिए मैं तैयार हूँ। हमारे वरिष्ठ माननीय मंत्रीगण भी यहाँ बैठे हैं, हम लोग सब सुनेंगे। तो जेपीसी में जो सदस्य हैं और जो सदस्य नहीं हैं, सबका सुझाव हम सुनते हुए आखिरी में जैसे हमने टाइम यहाँ दिया है चर्चा के लिए, मैं उसका बारीकी से जवाब देने का कोशिश करूँगा। मैं सिर्फ ही इतना ही अनुरोध करूँगा कि आप ऐसा बात मत बोलिए जिससे हंगामा खड़ा हो जाएगा। ऐसा बात बोलिए जो सुन करके हमारा कानों को भी थोड़ा अच्छा लगेगा। हम बैठ करके सुनने के लिए तैयार है और चर्चा का स्तर ऊंचा होगा। मैं इसी उम्मीद के साथ आप सबको इस महत्वपूर्ण जो उम्मीद का जो हमारा बिल लेकर के आए हैं उसको समर्थन करने के लिए मैं अपील करता हूं।
Motion moved. The motions for consideration of the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 and the Musliman Waqf Repeal Bill 2025 are now open for discussion. I now call upon the members whose names have been received for participation in the discussion. Dr. Syed Nasir Hussain, 20 minutes.
चेयरमैन सर, मैं आभारी हूं आपने मुझे महत्वपूर्ण बिल पे बात करने का मौका दिया और मेरी पार्टी और आप मिलके मुझे जेपीसी का सदस्य भी बनाया था। कल लोकसभा में जितनी भी बहस हो रही थी मैं बड़े गौर से सुन रहा था। हमारे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर किरण रिजिजू जी ने काफ़ी बातें वहाँ पे रखी, आज भी यहाँ पे रखी। कल हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री भी वहाँ पे काफ़ी बात रखी। उन्होंने कहा कि ये बिल 2025 का नहीं आता अगर 1995 का एक्ट और 2013 के अमेंडमेंट्स नहीं आते। मैं आपके माध्यम से पूरे देशवासियों को ये बताना चाहता हूं, जब 1995 में ये बिल आई थी और 2013 में जब ये अमेंडमेंट्स आए थे, जो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये क्लेम कर रही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉस लाई थी, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक कम्युनिटी को अपीस करने के लिए लाई थी, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से परे है। ये जो आज बड़ी बड़ी बात ये कर रहे हैं और इसका बेसिस बनाया आज के बिल का, मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि 1995 में आप क्यों इस बिल का समर्थन किए थे? 1995 में अद्वानी साहब यहां पे थे, मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी थे, सुषमा स्वराज जी थे, अरुण जेटली जी थे, राजनाथ सिंह जी थे, सारे के सारे कंसेंसस के साथ 1995 का वक्फ बिल पास किया था। 2013 में जब ये अमेंडमेंट्स आए थे, जब भी कंसेंसस से पास किया गया था। 1995 में लोकसभा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से बंडारू दत्तात्रेय जी ने अपनी बात रखी थी और राज्यसभा में सिकंदर बख्श जी ने अपनी बात रखी थी। अपनी बात रखने के टाइम पे दोनों भी इस बिल का पूरा समर्थन किया था। उसके बाद में लोकसभा में भी उसके बाद में इनके 2009 के मैनिफेस्टो में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये कहती है कि हम रहमान खान कमेटी रिपोर्ट को एग्जामिन करके हम उसको इंप्लीमेंट करने का काम करेंगे। उसी रहमान खान कमेटी के रिपोर्ट के रिकमेंडेशंस के बेसिस पे और आज ये जो बार बार कह रहे हैं सच्चर कमेटी रिपोर्ट, जिस कमेटी के रिपोर्ट को इन टोटो इन्होंने खारिज किया था, उनके खिलाफ क्या क्या इन्होंने नहीं कहा था, उस कमेटी के रिपोर्ट के खिलाफ इन्होंने क्या क्या नहीं किया था। हम लोगों ने रहमान खान कमेटी रिपोर्ट और सच्चर कमेटी के रिपोर्ट के आधार पर जब 2013 में अमेंडमेंट्स लाए थे, उस टाइम पे इनके तरफ से लोकसभा में शाहनवाज हुसैन जी, राज्यसभा में मुख्तार अब्बास नकवी जी अपनी बात रखते हुए उन 2013 के अमेंडमेंट को पूरी तरह से सपोर्ट किया था। मैं इन लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं, अगर ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ था, अगर ये किसी एक कम्युनिटी को अपीस करने का मामला था, अगर ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के परे थे, तो आपने क्यों सपोर्ट किया था? क्यों कंसेंसस के साथ आपने ये बिल पास करने दिया था? आज 2013 के बाद सर 2014 में ये लोग सरकार में आ गए। 2014 से 2024 तक इनको समझ में नहीं आया कि ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ है। इनको ये समझ में नहीं आया कि कम्युनिटी को अपीस करने के लिए लाया गया है। 2024 में फिर ये बिल इनको 2024 में इनको याद आ गया, वक्फ बोर्ड ड्रैकोनियन लॉ है, कम्युनिटी को अपीस कर रहे हैं। 2024 में याद आया। क्यों 2024 में याद आया? 10 साल क्यों आपको याद नहीं आया? 2024 में इसलिए याद आया क्योंकि 400 का नारा इनको दिए थे, 2240 में निपट गए थे। इनको बिल्कुल मेजॉरिटी नहीं मिली थी। इनको अब समझ में नहीं आ रहा कैसा अपना वोट बैंक बढ़ाएं। इनको यह समझ में नहीं आ रहा कौन सा मुद्दा उछालें, तो इन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को लेके आया, इस एक्ट को लेके आके कम्युनल पोलराइजेशन करने का काम कर रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि हम अपील कर रहे हैं, आप पोलराइज करना चाह रहे हैं। पूरे देश को, पूरी दुनिया को पता है पोलराइजेशन देश में होता है तो किसका फायदा होता है करके। कौन पोलराइज करता है, कौन धर्म की राजनीति करता है, कौन किसी एक कम्युनिटी को विलन बना के उसके खिलाफ में एक नैरेटिव बिल्डअप करने का काम करता है। और ये पूरी बिल मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं और पूरे में तत्व के साथ, लॉजिक के साथ यहां पे अपनी बात रखूंगा, ये बिल टोटली फॉल्सिटी पे है, ये मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन पे है। एक नैरेटिव बिल्डअप करने की पिछले 4 महीने से 6 महीने से कोशिश की गई है। इसमें सिर्फ ये नहीं, पूरा गोदी मीडिया लग गया इनके सपोर्ट में। इनका जो फेक फैक्ट्री है, बीजेपी की जो आईटी सेल है, पूरी लग गई ये कह रहे मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन फैलाने में। मैं इनके सारे जितने ये मैं भी जो बात किया मैं आपके सामने यहाँ टेबल पे रखता हूं सर। आप कह रहे हैं, आप रिजिजू कह रहे हैं कि हम ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाएंगे, गरीब को मदद करेंगे, हम वक्फ बोर्ड को ताकत देंगे, हम वक्फ बोर्ड को शक्ति देंगे। भैया आप 10 साल पावर में थे, क्या किए? आज वेबसाइट निकाल के देखेंगे, सेंट्रल वक्फ काउंसिल की जो बात कर रहे हैं सिर्फ किरण रिजिजू जी का नाम नजर आएगा, काउंसिल नहीं है उसके अंदर, काउंसिल नहीं है उसके अंदर। और जो बजट एलोकेट होता था वक्फ काउंसिल के लिए वो भी नहीं दिया गया। वहां का जो स्टाफ था उनको सैलरीज नहीं दिए गए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो रूल्ड स्टेट्स हैं, कई जगह 10 साल, कई जगह 15 साल, कई जगह 20 साल से है, वहां पे स्टेट वक्फ बोर्ड कॉन्स्टिट्यूट नहीं किए गए। आप अपने शासित राज्यों में वक्फ बोर्ड का नाम नहीं लेते, वहां के वक्फ बोर्ड कॉन्स्टिट्यूट नहीं करते। आज आप कह रहे हैं गरीब मुसलमान को मदद करेंगे, आप कह रहे हैं इसमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाएंगे। कितना आप जो असत्यवादी देश के सामने रखेंगे और पार्लियामेंट में रखेंगे। आप हमेशा मिसलीड करने का काम किए हैं। हर एक चीज जो ये बोल रहे हैं इसमें ये सत्य से दूर है और देश को गुमराह करने के लिए, मिसलीड करने के लिए ये बातें यहां पे कर रहे हैं। सर, किरण रिजिजू जेपीसी की बात की, कल जगदम्बिका पाल साहब जेपीसी की बात की, बहुत सारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने जेपीसी की बात की। जेपीसी गठित हुई, आप लोगों ने मुझे भी सदस्य बनाया था, मौका दिया था वहां पे काम करने का। पहले जब शुरू हुआ, स्टेक होल्डर्स आने लगे, एक्सपर्ट्स आने लगे, एकेडमिशियंस आने लगे, तो उसमें 97-98% लोग आके बिल के खिलाफ बात रखे। उन्होंने तर्क दिया, उन्होंने रीजंस दिया। जब इनको पता चल गया कि बिल के फेवर में कोई आ नहीं रहा है, पूरा बिल के खिलाफ लोग आके डिपोज कर रहे हैं, आप इनको पूछिए कि 1 लाख जो है आंकड़ा दे रहे हैं, कितने लोग उसमें बिल के फेवर में, कितने बिल के खिलाफ है। आज वो सदन के पटल पर रख दें तो देश को पता चल जाएगा कितने लोग उस बिल का अपोज किया था। जब इनको पता चला तो मुझे लगता है कि पहली बार किसी जेपीसी में नॉन स्टेक होल्डर्स को बुलाया गया। नॉन स्टेक होल्डर्स जिसको वक्फ से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, ना वो दान दे सकता है, ना उसका मेंबर बन सकता है, जिसको वक्फ के बारे में पता नहीं है, कोई नॉलेज नहीं है, और कुछ ऐसे थे एक्सट्रीमली कम्युनल स्टेटमेंट्स आके वहां पे दे रहे थे। तो ये माहौल क्रिएट करने के लिए, बिल के फेवर में सपोर्ट ड्रम अप करने के लिए जेपीसी में लोगों को बुलाया गया था। आज ये बार बार ये कह रहे हैं कि जेपीसी के रिकमेंडेशंस लाए हैं, जेपीसी के रिकमेंडेशंस लाइए। इनको पूछिए क्लॉज बाय क्लॉज उसमें डिस्कशन हुआ था, उसमें क्लॉज बाय क्लॉज डिस्कशन हुआ था। किसी भी जेपीसी का ये मिनिमम बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट होता है कि वहां पे अमेंडमेंट्स के लिए जो भेजा गया है उसका क्लॉज बाय क्लॉज डिस्कशन होना है। मुझे लगता है कि पहली बार ये 75 इयर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी इन इंडिया में जेपीसी में क्लॉज बाय क्लॉज बिना डिस्कस किए अमेंडमेंट बुलडोज करके इन्होंने लेके आया है। वो पूरी जेपीसी के रिकमेंडेशंस नहीं थे, वो पूरी जेपीसी के रिकमेंडेशंस नहीं थे, वो एनडीए के एमपीज के रिकमेंडेशन थे, वो थोपे हुए रिकमेंडेशन थे। वहां पे अंतर ज्यादा नहीं था, 1-2 एमपीज का अंतर था। आप उठा के जेपीसी की रिपोर्ट में देख ले कितने फेवर में किए, कितने खिलाफ किए। हमारा एक भी रिकमेंडेशन उसमें लाया नहीं गया है। तो अगर वही आपको करना था, जो स्टेक होल्डर जो आए थे, जो वहां पे डिपोज किए थे इसके खिलाफ में, उनका सुझाव नहीं लेना था, अपोजिशन के एमपी का सुझाव नहीं लेना था, जेपीसी घटित ही नहीं करना था। आज जेपीसी की बात करें, आप ऐसा करें, हमने इतना बड़ा दिल कर दिया, हमने जेपीसी में भेज दिया। अरे जेपीसी में भेज के किया क्या? उसको और वर्सन किया है। मैं आगे बताऊंगा कैसा कैसा इन्होंने वर्सन किया है।
प्लीज
सर, आई नीड योर प्रोटेक्शन।
यस प्लीज।
जब रिजू जी बात कर रहे थे, हम लोगों ने किसी ने बात नहीं किया।
प्लीज बैठ करके,
ये मत ना समझे कि आप बात करने तो हमारी कैपेसिटी नहीं डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए।
प्लीज आप
सर
उनको बोलने दीजिए प्लीज।
सर ये जितने अमेंडमेंट्स अब लाए हैं हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस के खिलाफ हैं। ये 14, 25, 26, 30 को वायलेट करते हैं। ये इक्वलिटी बिफोर लॉ को वायलेट करते हैं। ये पैरिटी इन लॉज फॉर ऑल सेक्शंस ऑफ द पीपल को वायलेट करते हैं। वन नेशन वन लॉ हम नहीं कहते, वन नेशन वन लॉ का नारा बार बार ये लोग देते हैं, उसको ये वायलेट करते हैं। ये यूसीसी बार बार बोलते हैं, उसको ये वायलेट करते हैं। अगर इतना ही है, मैं आज भी यहाँ कह रहा हूँ, कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से मैं कह रहा हूँ, एक मुसलमान एमपी उस कम्युनिटी के होने के नाते से मैं कह रहा हूँ, इस देश में जितने समुदाय हैं, जितने धर्म हैं, उन तमाम रिलीजियस सेंटर्स, रिलीजियस एक्टिविटी सेंटर्स, धर्मस्थल जितने हैं, उसके गवर्नेंस और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में एक तरीके का लॉ होना चाहिए। सबको एक तरीके का लॉ रहने, हिंदूज को, मुसलमान को, सिख्स को, क्रिश्चियन को, पारसीज को, जोरस्ट्रियंस को, सबको एक तरीके का लॉ बनाइए। आप क्यों घबरा रहे हैं उससे? बनाइए लॉ उसके लिए। पर्सनल लॉ छोड़ के बाकी के सब गवर्नेंस एंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में एक तरीका लॉ होना चाहिए। मैं आगे बताऊंगा और पार्लियामेंट के पटल पे मैं देखूंगा किस तरह से अलग अलग समुदाय में ये भेदभाव कर रहे हैं, किस तरह से ये टारगेटेड लेजिस्लेशन है, किस तरह से ये अनफेयर लेजिस्लेशन है, किस तरह से ये मुसलमानों के खिलाफ का लेजिस्लेशन है। आप बार बार कह रहे थे मुसलमानों के खिलाफ नहीं है। मैं दावे के साथ मैं कहना चाहता हूं, मैं आपके सामने प्रूफ दूंगा, यहां पे रखूंगा, ये बिल्कुल टारगेटेड लेजिस्लेशन है। आप इस देश में आप ये मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि यहां पे एक कम्युनिटी को बिल्कुल सेकेंड क्लास ग्रेड का सिटीजन हम बना के रखेंगे। आप जिस तरह के लॉस लेके आ रहे हैं, वो धर्म के आधार पे आप लॉस लेके आ रहे हैं। ये पहला नहीं है। कल कोई सीएए एनआरसी की बात कर रहा था, यहाँ अमित शाह जी बैठे हैं, जब उस हाउस में हम लोगों ने सवाल किया था तो इन्होंने बोला था क्रोनोलॉजी से समझिए, ये सिर्फ सीएए नहीं है, इसके साथ एनआरसी और एनपीआर जुड़ेगा। जब इनसे सवाल पूछा गया था तो बोले नहीं, इससे लिंक्ड है। आप कह रहे हैं कि हम धर्म के आधार पे हम किसी की सिटीजनशिप छीन नहीं रहे, लेकिन धर्म के आधार पे आप सिटीजनशिप रोक रहे हैं। ये पहली बार हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ऐसा हुआ है। मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कहीं ऐसा और हो रहा होगा। उसके बाद में 1991 का सेटल्ड क्वेश्चन है सर, 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट का सेटल्ड क्वेश्चन है। उसमें इनके लोग हाई कोर्ट में चले जाते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चले जाते हैं, उसके खिलाफ इनके पार्टी के ऑफिस बेयरर्स पिटीशन फाइल करते हैं 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के खिलाफ में, और मंदिरों के नीचे मस्जिदें ढूंढने का काम करते हैं। आज अगर हमारे देश में हम खोदना शुरू कर देंगे, इतिहास में पीछे चले जाएं, तो किसके नीचे क्या क्या मिलेगा किसको पता है। हम इतिहास को खोदना नहीं चाहिए। बाकी के सारे देश आगे बढ़ने का काम कर रहे हैं, तो हमें इतिहास में जाके खोदने का काम शुरू किए। यहाँ पे भी उसका प्रोविजन कर दिए। आज किरण रिजिजू जी आप यहाँ कह रहे थे, भाई हम लोगों ने, सर कौन है सर?
आप बीच में टिप्पणी ना करें।
कौन है सर?
हाँ बोले इधर प्लीज।
सर मैं उस पर आगे आऊंगा। अभी किरण रिजिजू जी ने बताया कि वफ का मायना क्या है। सर वफ का माना दान है, इट एज सिंपल एज दैट। वफ का माना दान है। दान कोई भी किसी को भी कर सकता है। ये बार बार कह रहे थे कि 2013 में एनीबडी कैन डोनेट करके लेके आए। इनको शायद ये पता नहीं, हुजूर मोहम्मद, प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद के जमाने में गैर मुसलमानों भी दान करते थे। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेंटर से जहां पे गैर मुसलमानों ने दान किया है। दान के लिए कोई रोक नहीं है। और ये दान का कॉन्सेप्ट सिर्फ हमारे धर्म में नहीं है, हम उसको वक्फ के नाम से कहते हैं, लेकिन दान का कॉन्सेप्ट हर मजहब में है, हिंदूज में है, सिख्स में है, क्रिश्चियंस में है, दुनिया के हर मजहब में दान का कॉन्सेप्ट है। हमारे दान के कॉन्सेप्ट से बनाए हुए इदारों को गवर्न करने के लिए, एडमिनिस्ट्रेट करने के लिए, रेगुलेट करने के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड बना है। ये बात फैलाई जा रही है, क्यों सिर्फ मुसलमानों को वक्फ बोर्ड चाहिए, क्यों हमारा बोर्ड नहीं चाहिए, क्यों सनातन बोर्ड नहीं चाहिए, इतना सोशल मीडिया में इसको फैलाया गया। मुसलमानों को अपील करने के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड बनाए गए, शायद इनको पता नहीं, शायद ये बोलना भी नहीं चाहते। इस देश में एंडोमेंट बोर्ड्स हैं, इस देश में मुजरा डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, इस देश में हिंदू रिलीजियस प्लेसेस एक्ट्स हैं, इस देश में SGPC है, इस देश में बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में क्रिश्चियंस के लिए काउंसिल्स और कॉर्पोरेशंस हैं, हर मजहब के लिए है। हर मजहब के रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूशंस को गवर्न करने के लिए अलग अलग एक्ट्स बनाए गए हैं, टेंपल ट्रस्ट से, स्टेट से अलग अलग एक्ट्स बनाए गए हैं। आप ये क्यों भ्रम फैला रहे हैं? और ये सिर्फ कांग्रेस का अचानक बनाया हुआ मामला नहीं वक्फ का। आपने अभी कहा कि अंग्रेजों के जमाने में वक्फ को रेगुलेट करने के लिए कई एक्ट्स आए थे, उसको आगे बढ़ाते गए, उसमें अमेंडमेंट लाते गए, उसमें सुधार लाने के लिए कई अमेंडमेंट्स लेके आए। कांग्रेस ने उसको सुधार करने के लिए कई काम किया है। और 1995 में 2013 के एक्ट्स के बारे में बार बार जो बोल रहे हैं, वो बिल्कुल वक्फ बोर्ड को स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को बचाने के लिए, एंक्रोचर्स को हटाने के लिए, उसमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाने के लिए हम लोगों ने वो अमेंडमेंट्स लेके लाए थे और इनका पूरा सहयोग और सपोर्ट उसमें था। सर, इसमें बार बार ये कहा जा रहा, आज भी ये कह रहे हैं कि वक्फ बोर्ड, ये सबसे बड़ा एलिगेशन वक्फ बोर्ड के खिलाफ है सर, और सबसे बड़ा मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन फैलाया गया। आज भी यहाँ पे बोल रहे थे कि वक्फ बोर्ड कोई भी जमीन को अपनी जमीन डिक्लेयर कर सकती है। क्या हिंदुस्तान में लॉ नहीं है? क्या रेवेन्यू रूल्स नहीं है? क्या प्रॉपर्टी रूल्स नहीं? मतलब कहीं पे भी हम टवल डाल दें और हमारी बना लें? हम ट्रेनों में चलते हैं, ट्रेनों में नमाज पढ़ते हैं, फ्लाइट्स में नमाज पढ़ते हैं, तो नमाज पढ़ ले तो क्या ट्रेन हमारी हो गई? क्या फ्लाइट हमारी हो गई? क्या वक्फ में उसको लिखवा दें? वक्फ को जो पावर दिया था, अगर वक्फ बोर्ड के सामने कोई कंप्लेंट आता है, वक्फ बोर्ड के सामने कोई कंप्लेंट आता है, तो वक्फ बोर्ड उसकी तहकीकात करती है, उसकी इंक्वायरी करती है, उसके लिए सेट रूल्स हैं। शायद किरण रिजिजू को ये बात पता नहीं कि हर स्टेट उस इंक्वायरी कैसा कराया जाए, हर स्टेट के रूल्स अलग बने हुए हैं। मैं वक्फ बोर्ड का मेंबर पिछले 6 साल से हूं सर, कर्नाटका में 6, अब 7वां साल कंप्लीट कर रहा हूं। तो वहां पे ये पूरा इंक्वायरी
तो बोले प्लीज।
पूरा इंक्वायरी होने के बाद में सर्वे कमिश्नर उसको सर्वे करता है, कलेक्टर उसको चेक करता है, फिर उसके बाद में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को जाता है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उसको वेरीफाई करती है, उसके बाद में वक्फ गेजेट उसके बाद में सरकार उसको गेजेट करती है। उसके बावजूद भी अगर कोई संतुष्ट नहीं है तो ट्राइब्यूनल में जा सकता है। अगर वहां भी कोई अगर वहां भी उसके खिलाफ अगर डिसीजन जजमेंट आता है, अगर वहां पे वो कन्विंस नहीं है तो वो कोर्ट में जा सकता है। आज ये कह रहे हैं कि कोर्ट में रिव्यू नहीं कर सकते, कोर्ट में बिल्कुल रिव्यू कर सकते हैं। अगर कोर्ट में रिव्यू नहीं कर सकते तो हाई कोर्ट में और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में वक्फ के इतने केसेस कैसा हो रहे हैं, हाई कोर्ट में और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में।
माननीय गृह मंत्री कुछ कर दे जी प्लीज।
मान्यवर, मैं सदस्य को बीच में टोकना नहीं चाहता, शायद वो भोले भाव से गलत इंफॉर्मेशन सदन के सामने रख रहे हैं, तो मैं थोड़ा करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ। मान्यवर,
प्लीज चेयर हैज गिवन टाइम।
क्या कह रहे हैं आप रमेश जी? क्या कह रहे हैं? मैं मान्यवर
प्लीज
मान्यवर,
बोलो।
जो डिस्प्यूट है वो इतना ही है कि अगर ट्रिब्यूनल के फैसले से कोई असंतुष्ट है तो ये भूमि का मामला है, इस पर सिविल सूट होना चाहिए। सिविल सूट में अधिकारों के बहुत वाइड रेंज होती है। इन्होंने इस पर अपील का प्रोविजन 2013 के कानून में रखा ही नहीं है, तो रीट के कार्य क्षेत्र में हाईकोर्ट के सामने जाता है। रीट का कार्य क्षेत्र बहुत संकरा होता है, तो जो ट्रिब्यूनल का फैसला होता है वो फाइनल होने के चांसेस 99% हो जाते हैं। जिनकी भूमि है इसका अधिकार जाता रहता है। मान्यवर, एक गलतफहमी फैला रहे हैं।
यस, आप ही को दे रहे हैं, आप सुनते नहीं
सर,
आप ही को कह रहा हूं मैं।
सॉरी, अब शुरू की। देखिए साहब, वो बात कर रहे हैं और हमने रिजू जी साहब का तो बहुत शांति के साथ सुना, और रात में भी कल आपका भाषण वहां पर भी टीवी में पूरा सुना। कम से कम वो जो उन्होंने तैयारी करके लाए हैं, उन्होंने भी पढ़ के आए, वो तो कोई ऐसे वैसे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। इसके ऊपर गंभीरता से अध्ययन करके वो आए हैं, उनका फ्लो बीच में चले जाता, विचार चले जाता। तो इसलिए मैं आपसे कृपा करके विनती करता हूं, उधर के लोगों को टोकना बंद करने के लिए कहो। जो कुछ कहना है वो अपनी बात उत्तर में कहे, मैं यही चाहता हूं। अब उनको कंट्रोल करिए।
डॉक्टर सैयद नसीर हुसैन, प्लीज प्लीज।
सर, ट्रिब्यूनल के बारे में इन्होंने कहा, रिजू जी ने, कि 2 थे, उन्होंने 1 बढ़ा दिया। 2013 में भी 3 ही थे, 2013 में भी 3 ही थे, 2013 में भी इस्लामिक स्कॉलर डोमेन एक्सपर्ट थे। बल्कि इन्होंने अभी कर दिया कि रिटायरिंग या सर्विंग, पहले हम लोगों ने सर्विंग जज को रखते थे। भ्रम में फैलाया जा रहा था कि वक्फ का ट्रिब्यूनल है, वक्फ कॉन्स्टिट्यूट करती है, लेकिन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूट करता है, वक्फ बोर्ड नहीं कॉन्स्टिट्यूट करती है। ये भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा है। सर, इन्होंने एक नया प्रोविजन लाया, बोला कि सिर्फ मुसलमान दान कर सकता है, और दूसरी बात इन्होंने बोला कि 5 साल का प्रैक्टिसिंग होना। अब ये तो था पहले, जेपीसी को जाके आने के बाद अब ये कह रहे हैं कि उसको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना चाहिए। पहले तो प्रधानमंत्री कहते थे कि हम कपड़ों से पहचान लेते हैं, आप कैसा पहचानेंगे, हम कैसा डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करेंगे, कौन से कपड़े पहनना पड़ेगा, मैं टोपी पहन के जाऊं या दाढ़ी लगा के जाऊं, या कोई मेरे घर में सीसीटीवी कैमरा लगा के देखेगा मैं नमाज पढ़ रहा हूं या नहीं पढ़ रहा हूं, मस्जिदों में सीसीटीवी कैमरा लगाएगा, या और कोई तरीका होगा कि 5 साल प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम है या नहीं पता करने के लिए, या नहीं। कोई रिजू जी से मैं पूछना चाह रहा हूं, क्या एक दूसरा डिपार्टमेंट खोलेंगे कि ये आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम है या नहीं, और वो जो सर्टिफिकेट देंगे उस पे भी मोदी जी का ठप्पा रहेगा कि ये मुसलमान है या नहीं करके बोल के। हाँ, मोदी जी की फोटो भी लगा देंगे उस सर्टिफिकेट पे। सर, वक्फ बाय यूजर, सर वक्फ बाय यूजर की बात, तो सबसे बड़ा मार जो इस बिल में ला रहे हैं वक्फ बाय यूजर, क्यों ये ला रहे हैं सबको पता है। इनकी सारी की सारी जो है निगाह संपत्ति पे है, जमीन पे है, लैंड पे है, धारावी पे में किसको दिया है उन्होंने, करोड़ों के भाव पे किसको दिया। कल मैं टीवी डिबेट पे था, एक जेपीसी की मेंबर थी इनकी मेरे साथ में, वो कह रही थी कि हम लैंड मोनेटाइज करेंगे। तो समझ में आ गया, मोनेटाइज करके किसको देंगे। तो वक्फ बाय यूजर का मतलब क्या है सर। इस देश में, हमारा देश प्राचीन देश है, इस देश में अलग अलग टाइम अलग अलग धर्म के स्थल बने हुए। हमारे देश में इतने किंगडम्स थे, राष्ट्रकूटा से लेके मौर्य से लेके चेरास, कदम्बास, विजयनगर एम्पायर, अशोका सम्राट का पता नहीं क्या कितने थे, बादशाहें थे, ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट थी। यहाँ पे सिर्फ मस्जिद मंदिर की बात, सिर्फ मस्जिद की बात नहीं सर, इस देश में बहुत खूबसूरत मंदिरें बने, जबरदस्त मॉन्यूमेंट्स हैं देखने के लायक, गुरुद्वारास हैं, चर्चेस हैं, मस्जिद हैं। अगर आप 400, 500, 600 साल पुराने इमारतों के कागज पूछेंगे, तांबे में, पीतल में जहां लिखा था, कहां से ढूंढ के लाएंगे। उसका प्रूफ सिर्फ ये है, ये हर समुदाय के लिए सही है कि दोज those properties, those institutions exist even today, and they are in long usage. That is the proof of that being in waqf. There is waqf by user, there is temple by user, there is gurudwara by user, there is church by user, there is mata by user, there are so many religious institutions by user. किसका प्रूफ मांगेंगे? जब हमने बोला तो ये बोले कि हम प्रोस्पेक्टिवली अब ये करेंगे, रेट्रोस्पेक्टिवली नहीं देखेंगे। भाई जो रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है वक्फ बाय यूजर, अगर 200-300 साल पुरानी है तो उसको कैसा मानेंगे आप ये कह रहे हैं कि और दूसरा उसमें ये बोल रहे हैं कि डिस्प्यूटेड है। तो मैं प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप टैग की बात कर रहा था। अगर डिस्प्यूटेड है, गवर्नमेंट है, तो फिर हम नहीं करेंगे। बट डिस्प्यूटेड कैसा है? डिस्प्यूटेड तो एक ही थी, वो बोले थे अयोध्या का मसला छोड़िए बाकी के पूरे इसमें आ जाएंगे। आप कैसा डिस्प्यूटेड पुराने इदारों के डिस्प्यूट कैसा हो जाएगा? ये खोज रहे हैं बार बार देश में दंगे फसाद करवाने का। ये डिस्प्यूट लड़ना, दंगे फसाद करवाना, अपना वोट बैंक क्रिएट करने की राजनीति कर रहे हैं वक्फ बाय यूजर को निकाल के। और दूसरा अब ये कह रहे हैं कि हम उसको ले लेंगे। अब मेरा टाइम बढ़ाया है, मेरा पार्टी का टाइम लूंगा
ऑलरेडी
मैं मेरे पार्टी
हमारे पार्टी का समय बाकी है, इनको 25 मिनट दीजिएगा।
और उससे ज्यादा
साहब ने कहा था।
प्लीज
तो सर अब एक
बोल 25 मिनट क्या 30 मिनट
समय यहाँ 20 मिनट लिखा हुआ है।
देखो साहब,
मैं 20 मिनट
रात के 2:30
कृपया समय देखिए। मैं ऑलरेडी माननीय एलओपी ऑलरेडी बोलने से अतिरिक्त समय दिया मैंने। प्लीज आप
मैं ले रहा हूँ सर। सर दूसरा सर आप ये कह रहे हैं कि वक्फ बाय यूजर ऐसा ही रहेगा जो रजिस्टर्ड है, और दूसरी तरफ कह रहे हैं कि पोर्टल हम नया ला रहे हैं और उस पोर्टल में हर एक वक्फ को फिर दोबारा रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा। भाई वक्फ बाय यूजर वो रजिस्टर्ड हो गया तो सीधा उठा के डाल लीजिए उसमें, आप फिर दोबारा उनको क्यों रजिस्ट्रेशन करें? आप चाह रहे हैं कि फिर वो दोबारा पेपर उससे मांगे, आप पेपर ना दें, फिर आपके लोग जाके दंगा फसाद करें और आपका वोट बैंक बढ़ता रहे। ये आपका वो है। सर तीसरा ढांचे की बात कर रहा हूं मैं। ये बहुत जोर जोर से रिजू जी बोल रहे थे कि ये सेक्युलर कैरेक्टर है वक्फ बोर्ड का सेक्युलर कैरेक्टर है। वक्फ बोर्ड सिर्फ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और गवर्नेंस नहीं देखती है, वक्फ बोर्ड रिलीजियस अफेयर्स में भी दखलंदाज करती है, रिलीजियस अफेयर्स भी देखती है। अगर आपको इतना ही है, अगर आप कह रहे हैं, अगर मैं आपकी बात भी मान लो तो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या हिंदू रिलीजियस एक्ट के तहत जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस बने, एंडोमेंट एक्ट, मुजराई डिपार्टमेंट, प्लेसेस ऑफ हिंदू रिलीजियस प्लेसेस एक्ट, एसजीपीसी और अलग अलग समुदाय के जो इदारे जो बने हैं, क्या उसमें एक मुसलमान, एक सिख, एक बुद्धिस्ट, एक जैन को आप रखेंगे? क्या मुझे रखेंगे आप उसमें? आप मुझे रखेंगे आप उसमें? ये बिल्कुल मेरे राइट के खिलाफ है। जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मुझे जो राइट देता है उसके खिलाफ है, और इसको लेके काफी जजमेंट भी है। दूसरा सर, मैं उसके सारे को, और ये जो कह रहे हैं, और ये जितने यहाँ पे हैं, यहाँ पे बिहार हिंदू रिलीजियस ट्रस्ट एक्ट, मद्रास हिंदू रिलीजियस एंड एंडोमेंट एक्ट, उड़ीसा का, तमिलनाडु का, उत्तर प्रदेश का, आंध्र प्रदेश का, सब में साफ लिखा जाता है कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ हिंदू वहां रहेंगे और कोई और दूसरे मजहब का आदमी नहीं रहेगा। जब वहां पे वो एक्ट में ही है तो यहाँ कैसे आप दूसरे लोगों को देंगे? आप एक्चुअली क्या प्रूव करना चाह रहे हैं? आप लाके क्या हमारे ऊपर भरोसा नहीं? क्या हम काबिल नहीं अब हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को चलाने के लिए? आप हम लोग को सेकेंड ग्रेड सिटीजन बनाना चाह रहे हैं, हमारे ऊपर स्पाइंग करना चाह रहे हैं आप? सर सीईओ को लाने की बात थी कि मुस्लिम सीईओ नहीं रहेगा, दूसरा आएगा। वहां पे भी मैं तमिलनाडु, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश के मैं एक्ट बताता हूं, वहां पे भी यह कहा गया कि सर फाइनली सर प्लीज फाइनली नहीं सर, मैं अब थोड़ा टाइम लूंगा, खत्म करें। नहीं फाइनली अब 25 मिनट हो गए सर। फाइनली सर, फाइनली प्लीज डू नॉट टेक सर। नहीं फाइनली 3-4 इश्यूज के बारे में बोलूंगा सर। रिजू जी कल भी बोले, आज भी बोले, 123 प्रॉपर्टीज को लेके भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा है। ये सारे के सारे 123 प्रॉपर्टीज आके या तो दरगाह है, या तो मस्जिद है, या तो कब्रिस्तान है, या तो यही दगा है, ये झूठ है। ऑथेंटिकेट करो, ऑथेंटिकेट करो, उसकी लिस्ट में आपको देना चाह रहा हूं। ऑल 120 और इसको
आपकी बात
जयराम जी, जयराम जी, अनदर 5 मिनट्स, अनदर 5 मिनट्स,
डॉक्टर राधा मोहन दास अग्रवाल। नहीं, आपकी बात ठीक। माननीय, जो भी असंसदीय शब्द अगर आप इस्तेमाल करेंगे वो रिकॉर्ड में नहीं होगा। प्लीज प्लीज। यहाँ जो लिखा हुआ 20 मिनट 20 से 25 हुआ, आपकी पार्टी का समय जाएगा, आपकी पार्टी का समय जाएगा। बोले आप 2 मिनट
पार्टी के समय में दे दो,
2 मिनट में और खत्म करें प्लीज।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
2 मिनट में
पार्टी के समय में 3 मिनट,
2 मिनट में और खत्म करें
सर। ये 123 एकर्स, 123 प्रॉपर्टीज जो बिल्कुल रिलीजियस प्रॉपर्टीज है। ये लुटियंस दिल्ली जब बना रहे थे, न्यू दिल्ली जब बना रहे थे 1910 में, अंग्रेज गवर्नमेंट ने पूरा का पूरा ये एरिया अक्वायर किया था। जब मुसलमान जाके उनके मिले, वो बोले कि ये 123 प्रॉपर्टीज वक्फ के पास ही रहेंगे, पोजीशन उनके पास ही रहेगा, बट गवर्नमेंट का नाम रहेगा जब तक ये सिटी नहीं बन जाती। बनने के बाद उन्होंने दोबारा वापस उसको वक्फ को दिया था। आज भी, जब से लेके आज भी 123 प्रॉपर्टीज ये पोजीशन वक्फ में ही है, बिल्कुल वक्फ में ही है। और जब 2013 में गवर्नमेंट 2013 में जब इसको डी नोटिफाई करने की बात आई, सरकार ने हाई कोर्ट ने सरकार को बोला था कि आप जल्द से जल्द इसका रिजॉल्व करो। तो जल्द से जल्द रिजॉल्व करने के चक्कर में उस टाइम पे डी नोटिफाई किए। आज इन्होंने 1 मैन कमीशन बनाया था, उसका रिपोर्ट सबके सामने क्यों ना रख देते, उसको पारी कर दिया। 2 मैन कमीशन बनाया था, उसका रिपोर्ट रख दीजिए लोगों के सामने, आपको पता चल जाएगा वो प्रॉपर्टीज हैं या ना है। ये झूठ बोलना, लोगों को गुमराह करना, मिसगाइड करना बंद करें। दूसरा सर, ओके सर, ओके
खत्म हुआ,
ओके सर। दूसरा सर,
नहीं खत्म हुआ,
मेरे हमारे पार्टी का टाइम ले रहे हैं सर।
जितना
उन्होंने बोल दिया, एलओपी ने बोल दिया, एलओपी ने बोल दिया सर, एलओपी ने बोला। दूसरा केरला की बात ये करते हैं, केरला की बात ये करते हैं, केरला की बात ये करते हैं। मैं इनको ऑथेंटिकेट करने के लिए कहता हूं, वक्फ बोर्ड कभी ये नहीं क्लेम किया उनकी प्रॉपर्टी है। कोर्ट ने 2 टाइम ये डिक्लेयर किया वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है, तीसरी बार जुडिशियल कमीशन ने कहा वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है। लेकिन मैं आज भी यहां पे कहता हूं, कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से मैं यह कहना चाहता हूं, जितने गरीब लोग वहां रह रहे हैं, जो फिशरमैन है, पूरे इंडिया की तरफ से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, जो फिशरमैन है, जो गरीब है, जिन्होंने जमीन खरीदी थी, कुछ लोग ऐसे ही रह रहे हैं, उनका इंटरेस्ट प्रोटेक्ट किया जाएगा, उनको वो जमीन दिलाई जाएगी। लेकिन वक्फ बोर्ड को बात करना बंद करें। डॉक्टर
धन्यवाद। नो नथिंग सर। डॉक्टर राधा मोहन दास अग्रवाल, नो मोर, नो प्लीज। उन्हें बैठा दें, नहीं जा रहा है, बैठाएं। आप बोले, आप बोले। माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, बहुत ध्यान से मैं नासिर साहब को सुन रहा था। वो किसी शायर ने कहा है, तू इधर उधर की न बात कर, तू बता कि कारवां कहाँ लूटा। मैं बताऊंगा इन्हें कारवां कहाँ लूटा है। मेरा भाषण समाप्त होने दीजिए, मैं ठीक से इन्हें एक्सपोज करने वाला हूं। जी प्लीज। माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, अच्छा डिस्कशन आप चलने दें। आप मैं इनकी बातों को सुन रहा था और मैं इस सदन के संज्ञान में लाना चाहूँगा। माननीय सदस्य सैयद नासिर हुसैन जब इस बारी राज्यसभा में चुने गए, जब ये इनके जीत की घोषणा हुई, मैं उस समय कर्नाटक के बेंगलोर में था। कर्नाटक की विधानसभा में पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाए गए थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने विरोध किया, उनको पकड़ करके जेल में भेज दिया गया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता जो इस पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे का विरोध कर रहे थे, उन्हें जेल में भेज दिया गया और इन्हें पतित किया गया। ये लोग, बैठाइए इनको, इन्हें बैठाइए, ये बोल नहीं सकते। बैठ जाओ, बैठो। आपस में बात नहीं, प्लीज प्लीज। आप बैठो, बैठो प्लीज। आपस में बात नहीं, आपस में बात महोदय। आप चेयर को संबोधित करें, हम नहीं, चेयर को संबोधित करें। सभापति महोदय प्लीज, आप चेयर को संबोधित करें। सभापति महोदय, आज देश के लिए गौरव का दिन है। देश के आम मुसलमान के लिए, देश के गरीब मुसलमान के लिए, देश के पसमानदा
बीच में टोका टोकी नहीं होगी, तो दोनों के लिए होना चाहिए। फिर तो
प्लीज 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 नासिर जी, प्लीज प्लीज, झूठ बकवास सब
उपसभापति महोदय
नहीं जा रहा, आप रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जा रहा, बैठ जाइए।
उपसभापति महोदय, आज का दिन गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए, पसमानदा मुसलमानों के लिए, तलाकशुदा महिला बहनों के लिए, विधवा महिला बहनों के लिए, अनाथ बच्चों के लिए आज ऐतिहासिक दिन है। एक क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन आने जा रहा है। पूरी की पूरी इस गरीब समाज, मुस्लिम समाज की आर्थिक और सामाजिक व्यवस्था में यह वक्फ अधिनियम क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन लाने जा रहा है। मैं आभारी हूं माननीय मोदी जी का, जिन्होंने इस महान विधेयक को इस सदन में लाने का काम किया। अध्यक्ष उपसभापति महोदय, हम हिंदू हैं, हम लगातार अपने समाज में परिवर्तन की बात करते हैं। हमने लगातार अपनी समाज की बुराइयों के विरुद्ध संघर्ष किया है। इतिहास पर गवाह है, हमारे यहाँ सती प्रथा होती थी, हमने सती प्रथा निषेध अधिनियम लाया। हमारे यहाँ बाल विवाह होता था, हमने बाल विवाह निषेध अधिनियम लाए। हमारे यहाँ विधवा विवाह नहीं होते थे, हमने विधवा विवाह अधिनियम लाया। आश्चर्य की बात होती है जब इस समाज की चर्चा होती है, आश्चर्य की बात होती है इन 75 सालों के अंदर एक बार भी मुस्लिम समाज के संशोधन को लेकर, सुधार को लेकर के, एक गरीब मुसलमान की जीवन की बेहतरी को लेकर के एक बार भी किसी प्रकार के सुधार आंदोलन को इस सदन में लाने का काम नहीं किया। आज यह पहली बार है और हमें गर्व है अपने प्रधानमंत्री पर, नरेंद्र मोदी पर, जिन्होंने इस मुस्लिम समाज के सुधार के इस ऐतिहासिक विधेयक को लाने का काम किया है। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, उनके दृष्टि में कभी हिंदू और मुसलमान नहीं होता था, उनका सिर्फ एक नजरिया होता था, गरीब और अमीर। आप गौर कीजिएगा, यह सदन गौर करेगा। हम जनधन योजना लेकर के आए, 42% लाभार्थी मुस्लिम थे। हम प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना लेकर के आए, 31% लाभार्थी मुस्लिम थे। हम उज्ज्वला योजना लेकर के आए, 37% लाभार्थी मुस्लिम थे। हम मुद्रा योजना लेकर के आए, 36% लाभार्थी मुस्लिम थे। हम स्किल इंडिया लेकर के आए, 22.7% लाभार्थी मुस्लिम थे। हमने प्रधानमंत्री एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी प्रोग्राम चलाया, अध्यक्ष महोदय 70% अधिक मुसलमानों ने उस योजना का इस देश में लाभ लिया। मेरे पार्टी की बैठक है, मुझे बताना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन मैं कहूंगा, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री इसी बाल योगी सभागार में हम सारे सांसदों की बैठक ले रहे थे। उन्होंने क्या कहा हमसे? उन्होंने कहा, लोग कहते हैं कि मुसलमान भाजपा को वोट नहीं देते, आपको याद होगा मित्रों? उन्होंने कहा नहीं, ये गलत है, देते हैं। और अगर मान लिया जाए कि नहीं देते हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है? क्या वो देश के नागरिक नहीं है? क्या उनके काम नहीं होने चाहिए? क्या उनका विकास का काम नहीं होना चाहिए? हम सारे सांसदों को उन्होंने मीटिंग में कहा, अपने काम को करते समय कभी हिंदू और मुसलमान न करना, विकास की धारा सारे समाज पर समान रूप से पहुंचाने की बात कही। उन्होंने दूसरी बात कही, मैं पूरे देश को 2047 में विकसित भारत का सपना दिखाता हूं। क्या 20% मुसलमान अगर देश का पिछड़ा रह जाएगा तो क्या भारत का विकास का सपना पूरा होगा? नहीं। हमें भारत के विकास का मतलब है 20% मुसलमान के विकास की भी योजना बनानी है। यह कल्पना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ले सकते हैं। आजादी के 75 सालों के अंदर इस कल्पना को लेकर इस देश में कोई नहीं आया था। और तीसरी बात उन्होंने कही, सरकार के, और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात है, सरकार के स्तर पर सरकार जो कुछ भी कर सकती है मुसलमानों के जीवन की बेहतरी के लिए हम करने का प्रयास करेंगे, लेकिन मुस्लिम सामाजिक संस्थाओं की भी रोल होनी चाहिए। ये मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड की भी भूमिका होनी चाहिए, या जमायत उलेमा की भी भूमिका होनी चाहिए, या वक्फ कमेटियों की संपत्तियां जो पड़ी हुई हैं उनकी भी मुसलमानों की जिंदगी को बेहतर करने में भूमिका होनी चाहिए। यह बात आज की नहीं थी, ये लोकसभा चुनाव के 6 महीने पहले की बात है अध्यक्ष महोदय। उस समय वो कल्पना लेकर चल रहे थे कि अगर हमने मुस्लिम वक्फ की संपत्तियों का बेहतर उपयोग कर लिया, पारदर्शी उपयोग कर लिया, उनकी आय को बढ़ा दिया, उनके ऊपर जो कब्जा करके लोग बैठे हुए हैं, उन कब्जेदारों को हटा दिया तो स्वाभाविक रूप से जो अकूत संपत्ति पूरे भारत में मुसलमानों के पास आएगी, हम उसका इस्तेमाल गरीब मुसलमानों की शिक्षा के लिए, जीवन की बेहतरी के लिए, उनके मुसलमान महिलाएं दर बदर भीख न मांगे, अपनी इज्जत का समझौता न कर सकें, कोई बूढ़ी मुस्लिमरा रात को खाली पेट सोने के लिए मजबूर न हो, हम उसके लिए व्यवस्था करके लाएंगे। और वस्तुतः अध्यक्ष महोदय, वक्फ अधिनियम की जो ही माननीय गृह मंत्री ने घोषणा किया, पूरे देश में तूफान आ गया। आश्चर्य होता है, वक्फ की घोषणा भी नहीं हुई, कानून सामने भी नहीं आए, विरोध शुरू हो गया। तुम्हारी मस्जिदें कब्जा कर ली जाएंगी, तुम्हारे दरगाह कब्जा कर लिए जाएंगे, तुम्हारे कब्रिस्तान कब्जा कर लिए जाएंगे, तुम्हारे मदरसे कब्जा कर लिए जाएंगे। मैं एक पत्रक लेकर के अध्यक्ष महोदय आया हूँ। केरल और कर्नाटक की एक आतंकवादी संस्था है PFI, माननीय गृह मंत्री को आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, उन्होंने बैन किया है। PFI की एक दूसरी संस्था है SDPI। आज SDPI, मेरे पास पर्चे हैं, मैं गृह मंत्री को सौंपूंगा और आपको भी दूंगा। आज SDPI पूरे देश में, मेरे पास राजस्थान के पर्चे आए हैं जहां SDPI सबसे कमजोर है, पूरे देश में पर्चे बांटे जा रहे हैं और बताया जा रहा है कि ये वक्फ कानून अगर आ गया तो मस्जिदों पर भाजपा सरकार कब्जा कर लेगी। आखिर क्यों? लेकिन ये लोग भूल गए, नरेंद्र मोदी किसी और मिट्टी के बने हुए हैं। आपके विरोध से वो डरने वाले नहीं थे। आप चाहे जितना भी विरोध करते, वो मजबूती के साथ एक आम गरीब मुसलमान, एक दलित, एक पिछड़ी महिला, एक अनाथ महिला, एक तलाकशुदा महिला, अनाथ बच्चों के साथ खड़े होने वाले थे और इसीलिए वो मजबूती से विधेयक लेकर के आए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये चर्चा कर रहे थे वक्फ बाई यूजर की। क्या होता है वक्फ बाई यूजर? हजरत मोहम्मद साहब ने क्या कहा था? आपके पास अपनी कोई संपत्ति हो तो दूसरों को भले के लिए दान करो। हदीसों ने क्या लिखा था? यदि किसी व्यक्ति के पास अपनी संपत्ति है, उस संपत्ति का एक हिस्सा वो दान कर सकता है, उसके लिए मुतवल्ली बना सकता है, उसके आय के साधन कैसे होंगे लिख सकता है, आय से होने वाली आय किस वर्ग के उपयोग में आएगी उसके भी निर्देश दे सकता है। व्हाट इज दिस वक्फ बाय यूजर? किसने आपको संपत्ति दी? किसने आपको संपत्ति दान की? किसके मन में मनसा थी कि अल्लाह को दे दिया जाए? एक भी आदमी ने वक्फ बाई यूजर की संपत्ति वक्फ के अधिनियम के तहत नहीं दी। जैसे फिल्मों में गुंडे हुआ करते थे, जिस औरत पर हाथ रख दी वो औरत उनकी हो गई, इसी प्रकार से इन वक्फ बोर्डों ने भू माफियाओं की तरह काम किया। जिस जमीन पर हाथ रख दिया इन्होंने, वो जमीन उनकी हो गई। आज इस मानसिकता से ये काम करते हैं। जमीनों पर मैं कानून लेकर के आया हूँ। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इसी सदन में माननीय सदस्य झूठ बोल रहे थे, असत्य बोल रहे थे। 1995 का यह एक्ट है, धारा 40, द बोर्ड में इटसेल्फ कलेक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन। बोर्ड स्वतः इस बात की सूचना इकट्ठी कर सकता है यदि उसे इसका कोई कारण महसूस होता है कि यह वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी है। आगे क्या करेगा? एंड इट एनी क्वेश्चन अराइजेस वेदर ए पर्टिकुलर प्रॉपर्टी इज ए वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी और नॉट, whether a waqf is a Sunni or Shaq board. After making such inquiry as is deemed fit, decides the question. संपत्ति पर हाथ रख दो, किसी भी संपत्ति को वक्फ बोर्ड की संपत्ति कह दो और वक्फ बोर्ड खुद ही तय कर लेगा कि वो संपत्ति वक्फ की है कि नहीं है। और जिस बेचारे की संपत्ति ले ली जाएगी उसको पता ही नहीं चलेगा। और अगला वाक्य क्या है? द डिसीजन ऑफ द बोर्ड on the question under section 1 shall, unless revoked by tribunal, shall be final. ट्रिब्यूनल ने अगर उस निर्णय को बदला नहीं तो वह डिसीजन फाइनल होगा। और उसी एक्ट का दूसरा हिस्सा है अध्यक्ष महोदय, नो अपील shall lie against any decision or order whether interim or otherwise given or made by tribunal. ट्रिब्यूनल के द्वारा कोई भी आदेश जो दिया गया होगा उसके खिलाफ किसी प्रकार की अपील नहीं होगी। एक अपार्टमेंट में कोई परिवार चला जाए, किराए पर मकान ले ले, और ऐसी घटना हुई है अपार्टमेंट में, किराए पर मकान ले ले, अपने 4 मित्रों को बुला ले और नमाज पढ़ ले। 5वें दिन वो कह देगा हमने इस स्थान पर नमाज पढ़ी है, यह वक्फ बाय यूजर है, अब इसे वक्फ घोषित कर दो। और घोषित हो गई। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके पास एक बड़ी जमीन है, खाली पड़ी है, बगल में कुछ मुस्लिम परिवार रहते हैं, उन्हें नमाज पढ़ने के लिए कहीं जाना होता है, वो उस जमीन पर नमाज पढ़ ले, आप हिंदू हैं, आप मना नहीं करते, 5 दिन 7 दिन नमाज पढ़ने के बाद वो लिख के दे देंगे कि हम लोग इस जमीन पर नमाज पढ़ते थे, अब यह वक्फ बाय यूजर हो गई, अब इस जमीन पर किसी का कोई अधिकार नहीं रहेगा। माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री उल्लेख कर रहे थे उस घटना का, तमिलनाडु की घटना का उल्लेख कर रहे थे। क्या हुआ तमिलनाडु में? एक रामचंद्रन नाम का आदमी अध्यक्ष महोदय, वह व्यक्ति अपनी लड़की की शादी के लिए अपनी जमीन बेचना चाहता था। वह जमीन बेचने के लिए जब रजिस्ट्रार के घर गया, ऑफिस में गया, तो पता चला कि वह जमीन उसके नाम पर ही नहीं है, वह जमीन वक्फ को दे दी गई। जब हल्ला मचा, गांव के लोग रजिस्ट्रार ऑफिस में गए, तो पता चला कि उन दोनों गांवों की सारी जमीन वक्फ को दे दी गई। 1500 साल पुराना मंदिर भी वक्फ के हवाले कर दिया गया। यह होता है इन लोगों का वक्फ बाय यूजर, अध्यक्ष महोदय। और आश्चर्य होता है, इन्हें बैठाया जाए अध्यक्ष महोदय, आश्चर्य होता है। मैं भी जेपीसी का मेंबर हूँ, ये भी जेपीसी के मेंबर हैं, ये गवाह है इस बात के। मैं लगातार जेपीसी में जितने भी विटनेस आते रहे, इनके बड़े बड़े धार्मिक मतावलंबी, मैं उनसे कुरान को कोट करके कहता रहा। मैं कुरान पढ़ता हूँ, कोई बुराई नहीं है किसी धर्म को पढ़ने में। मैंने कुरान को कोट करके कहा कि मौलवी साहब ये तो बताओ कि इस कुरान में या किस हदीथ में यह लिखा है कि अगर हमने कोई संपत्ति दान नहीं की तो तुम उसको वक्फ बाय यूजर मालिकाना मान लोगे। किसी के पास एक भी मेरे सवाल का जवाब नहीं था। इन लोगों ने क्या किया मालूम है? वो जो ओवैसी साहब वहाँ बैठते हैं ना, उन्होंने मेरा नाम रख दिया मौलाना डॉक्टर राधा मोहन अग्रवाल। अब इससे बड़ी मेरी जीत क्या हो सकती है? मैंने इनसे पूछा, इस बात पर बहस होती है कि डीड लिखित गया या नहीं। मैंने इनसे कहा, जब हजरत मोहम्मद साहब ने अपने आयतों में लिखा है, 3 आयतें हैं, 4, आप चाहिएगा तो मैं पेश करूँगा। 4 आयतें हैं जहाँ हजरत मोहम्मद साहब कहते हैं, एक भी पैसा अगर किसी को दो तो उसको लिखो, उसका उदाहरण दो, उसका विटनेस बनाओ, ताकि ताकीद रहे कि कल तुम्हारे देने को कोई चुनौती न दे पाए। एक भी पैसा दो तो लिखित दो। और तुम कहते हो कि तुम्हारे पास ये सारी संपत्तियां हैं जिसका कोई लिखित रिकॉर्ड नहीं है, फिर भी वक्फ है। मेरे एक भी सवाल का जवाब, मैं उस कमेटी की बातों को बोलता नहीं, लेकिन चूंकि इन्होंने कमेटी का उल्लेख कर दिया इसलिए मैं इन्हें एक्सपोज कर रहा हूं। मेरे एक भी प्रश्न का जवाब ये लोग नहीं दे पाए, खाली मुझे कहते थे कुरान पढ़ते हैं मौलाना है, कुरान पढ़ते हैं मौलाना है। अरे कुरान मैं पढ़ता हूं, तुम तो मुसलमान हो, बचपन से पढ़ते हो ना। मैं पढ़ूं और बताऊं कुरान में क्या लिखा है? मार हो जाएगी, मार। ये हिंदू की भलमन साहत है जो कुरान पढ़ के तुम्हें बताता नहीं है। अध्यक्ष महोदय दूसरी चीज, सरकार इनकी थी, इन्होंने वक्फ को अभय दान दे दिया। और क्या नारा दिया? जो जमीन सरकारी है वो जमीन हमारी है। सरकारी संपत्तियों पर कब्जा करने का ऐतिहासिक इन्होंने कार्य किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश की 74% वक्फ की संपत्तियां सरकारी जमीन पर कब्जा करके बनी है। तेलंगाना में 50% की संपत्तियां सरकारी जमीन पर कब्जा करके बनी है। पूरा अभयदान इनको मिला था अध्यक्ष महोदय, और उसका फल क्या हुआ? 2006 में सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट आई। सच्चर कमेटी ने कहा 4,50,000 संपत्ति है और 6 लाख एकड़ जमीन है। आज 2024 में 8,72,000 संपत्ति है और 37,94,000 एकड़ जमीन है। 2006 से 2023 6 लाख एकड़ से बढ़ करके 37,94,000 एकड़ जमीन इनकी हो गई। इन्हें बताना तो पड़ेगा सभापति महोदय कि आखिर 31 लाख अतिरिक्त जमीन इन्होंने पाई से कहां से है। इन्हें उसका उदाहरण देना पड़ेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जितना ये कांग्रेस के पहले वक्ता रहे हैं, जितना समय ये बोले हैं, मैं भी उतना ही समय बोलने वाला हूं। यह मेरा अधिकार है।
Showdown in the Rajya Sabha today after that showdown over that debate that lasted 12 hours and the Waqf bill that was cleared in the Lok Sabha. Now this is the lower house that had witnessed that 12-hour debate, after which the bill was passed with 288 in its favor against 232, and now the bill is being tabled in the Rajya Sabha. The BJP chief there, speaking of the legislation in the Rajya Sabha, the bill seeks to improve the administration of Waqf properties, introduce technology-driven management, address complexities, as well as ensure transparency. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
मैं हूँ सिकंदर, आया हूँ मैं NDTV पे आपको बताने सच्चे दिल से की गई 100 गलतियाँ माफ, जानबूझकर की गई एक भी गलती के लिए कोई माफी नहीं। इस ईद पूरे परिवार के साथ सिकंदर देखना सिर्फ थिएटर्स।
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
Waves के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी।
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
All of these auditors.
Is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company. Powered.
Breaking news coming in regard to the government's first response as far as the US tariffs that have been announced by Donald Trump. The government has gone on to say that they're carefully examining the implications, and the Department of Commerce is engaged with all stakeholders. And after taking feedback of the stakeholders is what the government has said, that they are basically going to carefully examine the implications before they can react to the tariffs that have been announced by Donald Trump. We're talking about 26% tariffs that now Donald Trump is imposing on the United States. Do remember, he's called them discounted reciprocal tariffs. And to know more on this, we have my colleague Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, the government, they're saying that they are, going to be, evaluating this, and India, of course, while saying that India is really valuing its partnership with the United States, and that is exactly what even Donald Trump had to say. Donald Trump said that Prime Minister Modi is his great friend, but that the United States wasn't being treated right by India, and that is what he's gone on to say. But now the government is reacting to those tariffs.
Absolutely, Divya. US is the most important trade partner for India. It's also a very important diplomatic geopolitical ally for India, which is why India is treading on this matter very carefully. We know that the Commerce Minister, Piyush Goyal, had also visited India. He'd spoken to officials last month. He has already laid the ground for a successful bilateral agreement between the US and India. Now the Department of Commerce has said that it is examining the implications of the various measures and announcements made by the president. And in fact, the release also talks about Viksit Bharat, the Prime Minister's vision of a developed nation by 2047. And he said that it's being said that the Commerce Ministry is also engaging with stakeholders, including Indian industry exporters. It's taking feedback of their assessment of tariffs. Remember that different sectors are going to be hit differently by these tariffs. And the department is also studying opportunities that may arise due to this, because India is not the only country that is facing reciprocal tariffs. We can actually, sense a new opportunity here, because other countries like China and Vietnam also are facing high tariffs. And, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, and Donald Trump, the President of the US, have a very special relationship. They have friendship. In fact, that was invoked by President Trump even yesterday while he was announcing these tariffs. So I think the focus is on the bilateral trade agreement, which is what the government press release also focuses on. And it says that it covers a variety of issues of mutual interest, including efforts to deepen the supply chain integration, and that the ongoing talks are focused so that both countries are encouraged to grow trade and investment. And the government has also, in a parting shot, said that it will remain. It is in touch with the Trump administration on these issues and is expecting to take the talks forward in the coming days.
Right, Vasudha, of course, thank you for getting us all those details. But when we talk about the opposition, the Congress, coming down heavily when it comes to the government and the centre, with Manish Tiwari, they're saying that the government needs to develop a spine and stand up to the United States, and that is something what India is not doing.
We heard a few days ago, Mr. Chidambaram, who's a former finance minister, also talked about how India has already reduced its taxes when it comes to U.S. goods, and how this is all being done in a clandestine manner. He has accused the government of that, but the government is prepared for something like this, which is why there have been several meetings. There are bilateral agreements that are being worked out with both U.S. and U.K. The Commerce Minister, Piyush Goyal, had travelled to U.S. a few days ago. In fact, Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, is also travelling to U.S., and all that is with regard to banking. But it is well known that ministers are trying to ensure that they are in touch with Trump administration officials, and that a bilateral agreement is being put in place by talking to both industry experts and also stakeholders.
Right, of course, even Rahul Gandhi, they're literally, questioning as to what has the government really done, and, the negotiations, where are they going? This represents a complete failure as far as negotiations between the US and the Indian government is concerned. That is what the Congress party is saying, and that the United States has imposed not just tariffs, but they've also expelled students and cancelled visas. So they, on the whole, highlighting what exactly is happening with this new change of guard, with this friend of Prime Minister Modi, Donald Trump, coming into the White House.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what the Congress party has been saying, that friendships will not result in diplomacy that will ensure a fair trade between India and the United States of America. Remember that there are international organizations, including the WTO, which regulate a lot of this trade, and what Donald Trump is also doing actually goes against the principles of what WTO has already put in place, which is why several countries, including those in Europe and also Canada and Russia and Mexico, have also spoken against it. But India has maintained a very cautious stance, because U.S. is our most important geopolitical, diplomatic and trade ally, which is why we want to tread very cautiously on this. The U.S. is also the most important ally when it comes to, the battlefront that we have with China, so that tensions are at ease, which is why the government is looking at this matter very carefully. And the Commerce Ministry's press release also focuses on this fact, that talks are on and efforts are on to ensure that this bilateral agreement is being worked on based on the feedback of industry experts, and also the kind of feedback they are getting on the kind of opportunities that reciprocal tariffs on other countries like Vietnam and China also offers to Indian exporters.
Right, of course. Now India is saying that it values its partnership with the United States. This really comes at a time when Donald Trump has gone on to call Prime Minister Modi his great friend, but also having said that India hasn't been treating the United States right, and that is why the United States president has gone ahead and announced those reciprocal tariffs. He's calling them discounted tariffs because they're 26% as opposed to the tariffs that India has imposed on the United States. Now we'll get you the very latest on the other side. For now, we're just slipping into a very short break. The Waqf bill tabled in the Rajya Sabha a day after it was cleared with a majority in the Lok Sabha.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching. And as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
If Honorable Member Haq wants to speak, since he was called, because the chair gave him the permission, let him speak.
कृपया आप सब लोग बैठ जाए, कृपया बैठ जाए.
And if he doesn't speak, how many times will he have to go back to that person?
Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please. देवगौड़ा जी खड़े हैं. मैं एक सूचना के साथ आपको निवेदन कर रहा हूं.
Honorable Chairman,
yes,
to speak on this bill. I am only waiting when the chairman comes, because he has made an announcement yesterday for the former Prime Minister. 10 minutes we have allotted. There should not be any disturbance. For the first time after 17 years, I don't want to quote what has happened in the other house. It is not proper. to mention anything what has happened in the other house. I know something. I don't want to speak. For 17 years, only 1 minute or 2 minutes, because I was only one member. I suffered. I was humiliated. Now, yesterday, the chairman has given at least 10 minutes to speak. I am waiting. When the chairman comes, I will speak on this bill. There is no need of any hesitation. I am going to stand by what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister yesterday spoke. Up to 1 o'clock, I heard your speech. Up to 1 o'clock, I heard your speech. I know what has happened. I am going to speak. There is nothing to fear. I am the person who fought for the cause of the Muslims. India was there. But today, my stand, what is my stand? I am going to make it clear to the country. There is no hesitation. I'll speak. Wait, madam, please. There is no
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves World Audio-Visual and Entertainment Summit as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
हमारी बुनियादी बात यह है कि ये सिर्फ एक मजहबी मसला नहीं बल्कि एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इशू भी है. मैं एक बात फिर कहूँगा, ये एक निहायत अहम और संगीन आईनी मसला भी है. सर और मौसम नूर, समीरुल इस्लाम, दूल्हा सेन और मैं खुद यहाँ मौजूद हूँ. हमारे सारे मेंबरान भी मौजूद हैं. हमारी पार्टी ऑल इंडिया तृणमूल कांग्रेस और हमारी दीदी ममता बनर्जी ने मुझे ये जिम्मेदारी दी है कि मैं यहाँ अपनी पार्टी की जानिब से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का दफा करूँ. मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि मेरी बात तवज्जो से सुनी जाएगी और किसी भी फैसले से पहले इन ज़रूरी बातों का ख्याल रखा जाएगा. सर, हमारे लिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सिर्फ एक किताब नहीं बल्कि हमें रास्ता दिखाती है. यही फ़र्क है आज की सरकार और हमारे नज़रिए में. और यही वजह है कि हम भारत के आइन की हिफाजत के लिए अपना आखिरी कतरा खून भी देने को तैयार है. सर, वक़्फ़ तरमीमी बिल 2025 में कई संगीन खामियां मौजूद हैं. इसमें कानूनी ज़ाब्तों में खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हैं, आइनी उसूलों की पामाली है और ये एक गैर मुनासिब कदम है. इस बिल में बहुत सारे गैर मंतकी फ़ैसले हैं. इसमें किसी भी तब्दीली की वाज़ेह तौजीह नहीं है और सबसे बढ़कर ये अक़लियतों के हुकूक को पामाल करता है. यहाँ तक कि ये बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के ख़िलाफ़ है, एंटी फेडरल है और फंडामेंटल राइट्स की भी खिलाफ वर्जी करता है. सर, मैं अपनी बात 10 पॉइंट में कहूँगा. पहला पॉइंट, उम्मीद. वक़्फ़ दरअसल सदका जारिया है, यानी ऐसी खैरात जो हमेशा के लिए हो. और लेकिन ये बिल वक़्फ़ की पहचान को कमज़ोर करता है और इस बात को रीडिफाइन करने की कोशिश कर रहा है कि वक़्फ़ क्या है. ये हुकूमत इस फैसले के नताइज को समझने में नाकाम है. ये बिल वक़्फ़ को उसकी तारीख़ी और मजहबी हैसियत से महरूम कर देगा. सर, रिफॉर्म्स के नाम पर हमारी सदियों पुरानी दीनी व समाजी इदारों को नया नाम देना वक़्फ़ की रूह के साथ एक भयानक मजाक है. मैं समझता हूँ कि ये ऐवान माने हाउस को खुद से पूछना चाहिए कि ऐसा डाइल्यूशन क्यों जरूरी है। ये करोड़ों मुसलमानों को क्या पैगाम दे रहा है, जिनके लिए वक़्फ़ ईमान, अकीदा और इज्तिमाई फ़क्र की अलामत है।
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered.
Kiran Rijiju tables the Waqf bill in Rajya Sabha after the government was able to pass it through the Lok Sabha yesterday. Government's first response on United States tariff, carefully examining the implications. Environment Minister on Hyderabad land controversy. Minister has issued notice to Telangana Chief Secretary. Will take action after report from Telangana. Key decision on assets of Supreme Court judges. Supreme Court says will make assets public on the website. Action after judge cash controversy. Big blow to Mamata government. Supreme Court junks teachers' appointment. Calls selection process tainted. Hello and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. You're with the news at 3 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, let me very quickly just recap for you, because the top focus remained the Waqf bill in the Rajya Sabha. And after a 12-hour marathon debate in the Lok Sabha, now the Waqf bill has been presented in the Rajya Sabha, where the battle between the Treasury benches and the India bloc is all set. In fact, it's ensuing as we speak. Union Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju moved the Waqf Amendment Bill in the upper house with the BJP chief JP Nadda, who's also likely to address the Rajya Sabha in a short while from now. Leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha Mallikarjun Kharge demanded an apology from BJP MP Anurag Thakur for his remarks made against him inside the Lok Sabha. Thakur had accused Kharge of land grab. The Waqf bill was approved in the Lok Sabha late in the night after a completely fiery debate of more than 12 hours. The bill was cleared with a majority of 288. However, the opposition has called it unconstitutional. The centre has said the bill is pro-Muslims and is important for the reforms as far as the Waqf which stands currently.
ये जो डिस्प्यूट है वो इतना ही है कि अगर ट्रिब्यूनल के फैसले से कोई असंतुष्ट है तो ये भूमि का मामला है। इस पर सिविल सूट होना चाहिए। सिविल सूट में अधिकारों के बहुत वाइड रेंज होती है। इन्होंने इस पर अपील का प्रोविजन 2013 के कानून में रखा ही नहीं है, तो रीट के कार्य क्षेत्र में हाईकोर्ट के सामने जाता है। रीट का कार्य क्षेत्र बहुत संकरा होता है, तो जो ट्रिब्यूनल का फैसला होता है वो फाइनल होने के चांसेस 99% हो जाते हैं। जिनकी भूमि है इसका अधिकार जाता रहता है। मान्यवर एक गलतफहमी फैला रहे हैं,
वो बात कर रहे हैं। और हमने रिजू जी साहब का तो बहुत शांति के साथ सुना, और रात में भी कल आपका भाषण वहां पर भी टीवी में पूरा सुना। कम से कम वो जो उन्होंने तय करके लाए हैं, उन्होंने भी पढ़ के आए, वो तो कोई ऐसे वैसे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। इसके ऊपर गंभीरता से अध्ययन करके वो आए हैं, उनका फ्लो बीच में चले जाता, विचार चले जाता। तो इसलिए मैं आपसे कृपा करके विनती करता हूं, उधर के लोगों को टोकना बंद करने के लिए कहो।
कई लोगों ने कहा कि इसका कंसल्टेशन जितना होना चाहिए था हुआ नहीं है। मैं इतना जरूर बताना चाहता हूं कि जब हम ये वक्त संशोधन बिल लेके आए और जेपीसी बनाया, उससे पहले हमारे अल्पसंख्यक मामलों का मंत्रालय ने व्यापक रूप से देश भर में जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, राज्य सरकारों से, माइनॉरिटी कमीशंस होते हैं स्टेट में, वक्फ बोर्ड होते हैं और वहाँ के ऑफिसर्स और इंटेलेक्चुअल कम्युनिटी से, धार्मिक संस्थाओं में जो लोग प्रतिनिधि करते हैं, कई लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद ये बिल तैयार करके हमने इस सदन में पेश किया, पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया। हमने सर जो प्रावधान किया है, बेसिकली ट्रांसपेरेंसी को, अकाउंटेबिलिटी को, एफिशिएंसी को, ये तीन बड़ा पैमाना है। जवाबदेही तो होना चाहिए, क्षमता होना चाहिए, पारदर्शिता होना चाहिए। तो ये तीन जो व्यवस्था है, ये हमारा पूरा एक्सरसाइज जो है इस पे केंद्रित होता है। आर्टिकल 25, 26, 30 का हवाला देकर के कई बार लोगों ने हमारा खिलाफ, इस बिल का खिलाफ, इस प्रस्तावना के खिलाफ में लोगों ने कहना शुरू किया है। तो मैं आज जरूर इसका जवाब देना चाहता हूं कि हम किसी का धार्मिक भावना को चोट पहुंचाने के लिए नहीं है।
My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this story. He's been tracking it from the Parliament after the Lok Sabha. Now, of course, it will be a lot of words being spoken from both the sides. The Treasury benches hoping that they would be able to sail through in the Rajya Sabha as well, Aishwarya. All right, I think we have lost that line with my colleague Aishwarya, who is in the Rajya Sabha. We'll go across to him in a short while from now. But ladies and gentlemen, let me very quickly tell you that at this moment, it seems that the debate, though in the Parliament, continues in the Rajya Sabha, but the Treasury benches have the numbers. 119 is what is required as far as the numbers are concerned for the majority of this this to be passed. I'm sure there will be voting. What kind of a resistance the opposition parties are able to put, that will also be interesting to see, given the fact that many of the parties like the BJD, on the other hand, the YSRCP have more or less taken a neutral position on this. They are either going to abstain or vote against the bill. But important, this government says that, that this is an important bill for the reforms as far as the Waqf is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us at this moment. How confident, Aishwarya, are the Treasury benches of the numbers as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned, where the resistance possibly is slightly more than it is in Lok Sabha?
Certainly, but the government has extended its communications to the alliance partners. We've been told just from YSRCP and BRS, these are two parties which are opposing the bill, but the number is still with the government comfortably. They are crossing the halfway mark in the Rajya Sabha, but it is the government who has stated that the top leaders have spoken to the ND alliance partners as well, and therefore the reason perhaps they are very confident that by tonight they will be passing the Waqf Amendment Bill 25 in the upper house and return back to the Lok Sabha by this evening. But it was Union Minister Kiran Rijiju who tabled the bill in the Rajya Sabha for further discussions, and he clearly had stated that the Waqf Board will only oversee properties. It is bill. It is that bill that does not intend to hurt religious feelings while rejecting the opposition's charge that it is against the Muslims. Further, it was Amit Shah who also clarified that Congress is spreading misinformation. As the Rajya Sabha saw the heated debate, it was Amit Shah who stated that Congress is also spreading misinformation, and it was Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha who responded by saying that BJP is appeasing its vote bank politics and wants to incite riots. But it is the sources within the Rajya Sabha Secretariat who stated to us that it will be total 42 speakers, 8 hours time had been allotted for the discussion in the upper house of the parliament, and certainly it is the discussion on Rajya Sabha chairperson as to if the sense prevails, then as we saw in Lok Sabha, the time could be extended in Rajya Sabha as well. It will go till midnight today in the Rajya Sabha because government is very much firm that they want to pass the entire bill in this session itself as far as Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and then sending back to Lok Sabha is concerned. And finally, they will get an assent from the President of India, and it will become a reality. But certainly, government is very much hopeful, and the discussion is still underway as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, government's first response on the United States tariffs. The government has said that carefully examining the implications, the Department of Commerce is engaged with all stakeholders. This happened after US President Donald Trump issued an executive order on reciprocal tariffs imposing additional ad verbatim duties ranging from 10% to 50% to all on all imports from all trading partners. The baseline duty is 10% and will be effective from April 5, 2025. The remaining country-specific additional ad valorem duties will also be effective from April 9, 2025. The additional duty on India, as per the Annexure 1 of the executive order, is 27%. The Department of Commerce is carefully examining the implications of the various measures. In fact, announcements were made by the US President keeping in view of the United States, but the government of India will have to see of how it impacts the stakeholders in the country. Moving on, the Supreme Court orders no further felling of trees in the 400-acre of forest land in the Kancha-Gachibowli in Telangana. Supreme Court to hear this petition at 3:45 p.m. today. Supreme Court had clarified it has not stayed the proceedings before the High Court. However, the students say the bulldozers were still in action after the court's order.
Breaking news coming in from the Green Bench of the Supreme Court, which has now ordered the High Court Registrar here in Telangana to, in fact, go to the Chief Secretary's office and also visit the site of the Kancha-Gachibowli area where, in fact, tree felling has been happening and to stop any other tree from getting cut. Yesterday, the High Court had in fact ordered suspension of all the JBC activity at the Kancha-Gachibowli area, but students had put out videos, shared videos with NDTV and also put out in the public domain saying that tree felling is still happening. There are also trucks that were going out at night carrying the wood logs and the cleared green vegetation. I have with me K.T. Ramarao, BRS leader. This is a huge area of land that we are talking about, and now multiple agencies coming in and talking about stopping this. But exclusive footage that we also have seem to suggest that that area, almost 250 acres, has been cleared out.
Well, it's truly a sad turn of events, because this is clearly a judicial overreach. In fact, when a NGO had filed a public interest litigation about, I think in last week of March, government of Telangana had committed to submitting a counter within 10 days. They've, unfortunately, they've abused that 10-day period that has been given by the High Court. They've used that 10-day period to clear out the entire area and work 24/7 with hundreds of machines and hundreds of policemen and women deployed there, and have clearly committed a breach of the trust of High Court. I'm glad that the Supreme Court Green Bench has now stepped in and has said that not one more tree should be falling there. And I'm hopeful that this government, which acts as an institution which is above High Court and Supreme Court, at least now will stop its overreach, will at least honor the Supreme Court's directive.
एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना हैदराबाद में घटी। मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कि ऐसे क्या पेड़ों से दुश्मनी थी कि रात को बड़े भारी संख्या में लाइट लगाकर और बड़ी भारी संख्या में सारे बुलडोजर लगा करके और बड़ी संख्या में 400 पेड़ों को काटा गया। माननीय सदस्य ने जो विषय उठाया है इस मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए कल पर्यावरण मंत्रालय ने वहां के चीफ सेक्रेटरी को नोटिस भेजा है, फैक्चुअल रिपोर्ट ली है और निश्चित रूप से जिन्होंने इस प्रकार की कार्रवाई की उन पर हम कार्रवाई करें।
Now, this has become a big talking point politically as well, and in terms of environment impact on this. And now, while the students are protesting on one hand, there are the politics, in fact, politicians hitting out at the Revanth Reddy government. It has reached the courts as well. We'll have to wait and see. Once again, the debate over development versus the sustainability is on as far as Hyderabad is concerned. Meanwhile, the government has accused not only just the university and the students, but also the opposition parties of spreading misinformation. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's joining us with more details, has been continuously reporting on this story right from the time, in fact, it began. Uma, if you can... all right, let's just see if I think... Uma, can you hear me? All right, yes, Uma is with us. Uma, you've been continuously reporting on the twists and turns that are taking place as far as this story is concerned. Political on one hand, environmental sustainability is the other debate which is taking place on this. What is the government's point of view in the court now? What are they going to present as far as the court is concerned? Because that's where now the focus is. All right, I think we've lost that audio line with Uma Sudhir, my colleague who is with us. We'll try and reconnect with her and get you more details on this. But look at this visual, ladies and gentlemen. This is the area that the government wants to develop into IT park, into an IT park, and the allegation is that all this is being done on the university land. Trees are being felled and the lungs of Hyderabad are being taken away. All right, let me go across at this moment to West Bengal, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is addressing a press conference.
Jodi proyojon hoy, with age relaxation and other concessions. Like the puro holo. যাদেরটা বাতিল করা হয়েছে তাদের এজ রিল্যাক্সেশন এবং কনসেশন দিয়ে আদার কনসেশন দিয়ে তাদের আবার পার্টিসিপেট করবার জন্য ফ্রেশ সিলেকশন প্রসেসে অ্যালাউ করা যাবে। আমি আশা করব স্টুডেন্টদের স্বার্থে ইভেন আরেকটা কথা, আপনারা যাদের টেন্টেড বলে দিচ্ছেন, আমাদের কাছে তো কোনো ডকুমেন্ট নেই, কারণ আমাদের যদি স্টাডি করতে দিত আমরা নয় খুঁজে বের করতে পারতাম। আত্মরক্ষার জন্য তো একটা সুযোগ দেওয়া উচিত। এতগুলো টিচারের ভবিষ্যৎ ভুলে যাবেন না, এরা সবাই স্কুলে পড়ায়। স্কুলগুলোর কি হবে? এডুকেশন সিস্টেমটাকে কোলাপস করা কি বিজেপি গভর্নমেন্টের টার্গেট? বাংলাকে আর কত টার্গেট করবে?
Target Bengal for. I'm going to make a political statement now. What happened during the weapons camp in Madhya Pradesh? More than 50 were killed in the weapons camp during investigation. The CBI has arrested and kept the former education minister in the jail, and we haven't spoken out against it. Then why are culprits not being given equal punishment? If there is one culprit, how can so many candidates be punished for this crime? They have targeted 2 to 3 people. We will investigate and see.
And mone rakhben, School Service Commission is an autonomous body. We never interfered and we don't interfere. আর একটা কথাও বলেছেন, 50 para, one line.
Similarly passed.
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা এখানে আরেকটাও বলেছে in our opinion
something mentioned
similarly other candidates who are not specifically tented will also be eligible to participate with appropriate age relaxation. In our opinion, such a direction would be fair and just. As it would allow these candidates to take part in the first selection process, which should now be initiated to fill the vacancies. আমি আরেকটা অবজারভেশন বলছি কনক্লুশনের প্যারাগ্রাফ নাম্বার 50. Our observation and findings would not influence the criminal proceedings. কেন বললাম কথাগুলো? তার মানে it is very much clear from the judgment. We will accept the Supreme Court judgment. ওরা বলেছে 3 মাসের মধ্যে প্রসেস করতে আমরা করে দেব। আমি এডুকেশন মিনিস্টারকে আমরা একটা মিটিং করেছি এমার্জেন্সি সবাই যারা এখানে আছি সবাই মিলে এবং অলরেডি এডুকেশন মিনিস্টারকে বলেছি স্কুল সার্ভিস কমিশন অর্গানাইজেশন
we have conveyed our
আমাদের ফিলিংসটা জানা
stand to the SSC body, which is an autonomous body.
যে 3 মাস যখন কোর্ট টাইম দিয়েছে 3 মাসের মধ্যেই প্রসেস করে
within 3 months we will conduct the process of fresh recruitment
বাতিল করা হয়েছে তাদের এবং
for the fourth verdict.
এটা 2016 কেস সম্ভবত সেটা এসএসসি টা ভালো বুঝবে ইটস অটোনমাস অর্গানাইজেশন তাদের মতো করে করবে এবং আমরা চাই এটা তাড়াতাড়ি হয়ে যাক কারণ এতে ভবিষ্যৎ যেন হেলদোলের মধ্যে হিন্দোলে দোলা না খায়
we don't want to keep their future
এই কেসগুলো হৃদয়ে দিয়ে দোলা দিয়ে আজকে আমি এস্টিমেট করতে আমরা পুরো যৌথ পরিবার হিসেবে সবাই মিলে মানবিকতার পাশে দাঁড়াতে মানুষ যখন বিপদে পড়ে তার মনে হৃদয়ে ব্যথা হয়
we have come out as a family today on behalf of the West Bengal government to stand by those who have lost their jobs.
25,000 মানে 25,000 ধরবেন না এক একটা জয়েন্ট ফ্যামিলি যদি 10 জন করে
when we say 25,000 have lost their jobs today, it includes their families. It impacts over lakhs.
আর আমি অবাক হয়ে যাই এখানে কেসটা করেছিলেন কে বিকাশ বাবু
The case was filed by Vikas Chandran Bhattacharya. He's the world's biggest lawyer. I don't know why he hasn't gotten the Nobel Prize already. I'm thinking of sending his recommendation for the Nobel Prize. After so many people lost their
name. I have seen the media. ফেসবুকে তার উক্তি আমি দেখেছি এর জন্য অযোগ্যদের জন্য যোগ্যদের চাকরি গেছে এর জন্য আমি নাকি দায়ী
The West Bengal state president has blamed me for those who have lost their jobs. I want to tell the BJP, why didn't they think about those
আপনারা নিজে যোগ্য তো
who were actually credible for this job? Why do you want to keep targeting Bengal? What mistake has the youth of Bengal committed? I have 1 lakh vacancies still open, but due to this case, we haven't been able to fill up those vacancies. We will first solve this portion and then do the remaining recruitment. We will call for fresh application as per the Supreme Court verdict. The SSC will take a decision.
I'm not asking the court. I am asking all বাংলার মানুষকে আমি জিজ্ঞেস করছি বাংলার মামাটি মানুষকে আপনাদের প্রেস মিডিয়াকেও আপনাদের মাধ্যমে
I want to ask the people of Bengal, those who have lost their jobs today,
11,610 জন ক্লাস
out of
9
them,
এবং 10 এ
over
পড়াতেন।
11,000 were teaching in class 9 and 10.
5,596 জন
Over 5,000
11-12 ক্লাসে পড়াতেন
were teaching in class 11
এবং
and 12.
অন্যান্যরা অন্য ক্লাসে।
And there were others
আপনারা জানেন
teaching in
class
primary
9,
classes.
10, 11, 12 is very important class. It is the gateway of the higher education system. Even এদের মধ্যে অনেকে খাতা দেখছে মাধ্যমিক উচ্চ মাধ্যমিকে। তার মানে কি 26,000 যদি বাদ দিয়ে দেওয়া হয়
examining the higher secondary examination papers.
স্কুল কলেজগুলো পড়াবে কে?
Who's going to teach in the schools and colleges in West Bengal? Does BJP and CPIM want to
সিপিএম নিজের আমলে কি করতেন?
ensure that the education system collapses in West Bengal?
যতগুলো রিপোর্টার চাকরি করে তাদের প্রত্যেকের বউকে আপনারা চাকরি দিয়েছেন চিরকুটে।
In Ganshakti, which is owned by the CPIM, all the reporters who work there, the CPIM has given jobs to their wives. There are no investigations into these allegations in BJP rules. But the people of Bengal are always at the receiving end.
দুরাচার, ব্যভিচার, দুষ্টাচার, মিথ্যাচার, দুর্ভোগ, দুর্যোগ, দুশ্চিন্তা, দুঃশঙ্কা কেন থাকবে? বাংলায় জন্মানো কি অপরাধ?
Is it a crime to be born in Bengal?
নাকি বাংলার ট্যালেন্টকে ভয় পায় ওরা?
Or are they
যদি
scared of
25,000
Bengal's talent?
টিচার স্কুলে গিয়ে না পড়াতে পারে,
If 25,000 teachers are blocked from going to schools and
ইঞ্জিনিয়ার
teaching,
তৈরি করবে কারা?
then how will
ডাক্তার তৈরি করবে কারা?
students get into professional
আইপিএস তৈরি করবে কারা? আইএস তৈরি করবে কারা? ডব্লিউবিসিএস তৈরি করবে কারা? ডব্লিউবিপিএস তৈরি করবে কারা? টিচার হবে কারা? প্রফেসর হবে কারা? যদি গেটওয়েটাকে ফিনিশ করে দেওয়া হয়, কোলাপস করে দেওয়া হয়, তার মানে কি বাংলাকে পিছিয়ে দেওয়ার একটা পরিকল্পনা? এডুকেশন সিস্টেমকে কোলাপস করা মানে আমাদের ছেলেমেয়েরা ভবিষ্যতে লার্নিং মানে শিক্ষার সুযোগ না পেয়ে এত টিচার যারা পড়ান তাদের বঞ্চিত করে শিক্ষার মানটাকে দমিয়ে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছেন না তো? এটা আমার মনে একটা কোয়েশ্চেন এসছে, কারণ আমি এই মাটিতে জন্মেছি।
conspiracy to target West Bengal? I understand the targets of the center and the BJP.
আমার কোয়েশ্চেন, it is my personal question. I am not attacking anybody. একজন জাজের বাড়ি থেকে কর্মরত, এরাও
I don't want to
আমি দুটোকে একসাথে
pass
মিলিয়ে
an opinion, but I want to say this personally that a judge.
my mistakes. কিন্তু আমার যেটা মনে এসছে আমি বলছি, একজন বিচারকের বাড়ি থেকে যদি কোটি কোটি টাকা পাওয়া যায়, 15 কোটি সম্ভবত,
there was money found from a sitting judge's home. Around 15 crores was found, is what I have information about. But he was only transferred. Then why have those 25,000 candidates not been transferred?
Let the good sense prevail. আর একটা কথা বলি আপনাদের, হাইকোর্টে এই ভার্ডিক্টটা প্রথম দিয়েছিলেন বিজেপির একজন, যিনি এখন এমপি হয়েছেন, জাজমেন্ট জুডিশিয়ারি ছেড়ে দিয়ে বিজেপির এমপি হয়েছে, গাঙ্গুলি না ডাঙ্গুলি আমি ঠিক জানি না।
The first judge to have passed an order in this particular case is now a sitting BJP MP.
আমি কাউকে অ্যাটাক করার জন্য বলছি না, আমি ঠিক নামটা এক্স্যাক্টলি জানি না। তিনি এখন বিজেপির এমপি, সম্ভবত, সম্ভবত না ঠিকই। আজকে তারা কোন মুখে বড় বড় কথা বলে? তাদের দায়বদ্ধতা নেই, দায়বদ্ধতা ছিল না, এবং আমি বিশ্বাস করি এটা বিজেপি করিয়েছে এবং সিপিএম করিয়েছে।
This is the handiwork of both the BJP and the CPIM, and they will get a response from the public in the
আমি
future.
টিচারদের শুধু বলবো এবং ছাত্রছাত্রী, যখন মানুষের বিপদ থেকে সবাই চলে যায়, পালিয়ে যায় মানুষের পাশ থেকে, তখন কেউ না কেউ আসে তাকে রক্ষা করার জন্য। এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের ভাষায় বলতে পারেন গড, আমাদের ভাষায় বলতে পারেন ঈশ্বর,
When there is nobody else, there is divine force that comes to rescue.
বিশ্বাস এবং ভরসাই তো আস্থা এবং ধর্ম, আর ধর্ম মানে মানবিকতা, আর ধর্ম মানে কর্ম।
আপনি
Somebody is to bail the cat. This is the right time, and that's
Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, reacting on the teachers' recruitment which has been cancelled by the Supreme Court, now hitting out at the BJP and the CPIM, and have said that they have conspired for this verdict, and also said that we respect what the Supreme Court has said and we'll go through with what the Supreme Court has mandated. Let me go across at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, for a reaction on this story. We have Ms. Shotruba, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is joining us at this moment. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to us. Let me start by asking you, the Chief Minister of West Bengal has said that the people are going to answer. It's a loss to a lot of students and to the teachers. And she also alleges that the BJP and CPM have conspired behind this verdict.
As usual, the Chief Minister is talking out of sheer frustration. Yes, the people will answer, because the people know that it is the Chief Minister of West Bengal who is singularly responsible for their huge debacle, 25,000 people losing their jobs, which means at the same time losing their livelihood, their respect, their social status, their entire system of living is lost because one Chief Minister had the bad intention of supporting her corrupt government and ensuring you remember that cooked up story of supernumeric jobs which she had offered in the Vidhan Sabha. She had even certified that this is the supernumeric jobs were given in exchange of the incredible amount of money which was picked up by her ministers. Now it is all very easy to blame the Bharatiya Janata Party for a judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, which has in all its wisdom upheld the verdict given by the High Court a year back. 1 year, this government only served to cover up. They did nothing. Even if you remember, the Supreme Court in its verdict has upheld the High Court's verdict and reiterated 17 types of crime, including cover-up, which has been happily committed by the Trinamool government. So yes, the people will answer. The people know very well that the buck stops with Mamata Banerjee. Nothing in West Bengal happens without her anuprerana, her inspiration. She knows everything. And one last line.
But what happens to the people, those who are going to lose their jobs? It's just not about 25,000 of those people. It's also their families. What happens to them now, ma'am?
Ankit, that's exactly what I said. It is most unfortunate that many innocent people will now suffer in the sense their whole life, their livelihood is now going to end. But it is the government of West Bengal which is singularly responsible with their false promises of some 40,000 jobs which were waiting. She thinks that people are, bovine creatures, and therefore they can be, she just picks out carrots. I'm sorry for the noise, I'm on the road. She just picks out carrots and throwing carrots at these people, hoping that they will give her votes. Unfortunately now, even after re-electing her for the third time, this time around in another 11 months, these people who are now crying and hoping for some other redemption.
What would be BJP's demand, ma'am, and what would be the BJP's point of view? Because the Supreme Court has said within 3 months the process has to be completed of the recruitment of these teachers. What would be your demand so that the people, those who are hit, like you said, unfortunately caught in between whatever is happening between the government and the courts, what would the BJP want to see happening now as far as the fresh recruitments are concerned?
First and foremost, let me tell you, Ankit, Bharatiya Janata Party, as a party, we have always respected the verdict of the court. whether it has gone for us, against us, for the people, against the people. It is, or we have always respected. We have nothing to say over the Supreme Court's verdict. But at the same time, being the single largest opposition party in West Bengal, we will definitely push the government to ensure that they follow the Supreme Court's verdict and try and refurnish their jobs within the system must be completed within another 3 months. I think the Supreme Court has said that there should be a re-examination that these candidates need to sit for. Unfortunate, again, we feel we have full sympathy for the people who are not tainted. They've just got into this trap, and all again because of Mamata Banerjee.
Right. Thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment on this story. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, going back to Telangana, where the Supreme Court is all set to hear, in fact, the proceedings as far as the tree felling case is concerned. Now, the Telangana High Court, remember, has extended the interim order halting the deforestation, and the next next hearing is going to be on April 7th. And meanwhile, the High Court has adjourned the matter to April 7th, and the Supreme Court is also going to hear it in a short while from now. So that's the latest coming in. The simultaneous, in fact, hearings going on. And Supreme Court, it will be at 3:45 with the High Court. Now the next date of hearing is April 7th. Until then, all kind of activities, deforestation, cutting of trees have been stopped by the High Court in Hyderabad. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's with us at this moment. To Uma, what was the government point of view on this at this moment? This legally, at least speaking, this will be seen as a setback to the government.
Ankit, I've not been able to hear you, but I can just tell you this, that after 4 days of non-stop protests by the students of the University of Hyderabad, what we are seeing is the things beginning to turn. Yesterday, the High Court said that you must stop your tree felling activity till such time as the petition that was filed by Vata Foundation is not heard. After that, the Supreme Court also taking cognizance of the tree felling through the media reports, and amicus curiae had brought it to the attention of Justices B.R. Gavai and A.G. Masi. And the Supreme Court, in fact, said that by 3:30 p.m. today, the High Court Registrar, in fact, must file a report in the Supreme Court before the same bench, telling them about what is really happening on the ground. And the Supreme Court even instructed the Chief Secretary to ensure that no more tree felling happens here. The second part of it is that the High Court has now said that since there is Supreme Court protection now available, and since Mr. Singhvi sought time for filing the counter of the state government, therefore the High Court has now given time till the 7th of April for the next hearing in this particular case. In the meanwhile, the National Green Tribunal South Zone also, before that also this matter was brought, and the NGT has now said that because the Supreme Court is going to be talking on this matter later this afternoon, so therefore they are going to await that. I'm going to go across to two students, Nitin and Ankit. After the High Court orders yesterday in the evening, we saw that there were, the JCB activity was going on and they were still felling. And you're saying this afternoon as well, you both personally have seen this activity going on.
Yes, ma'am. Today, when we both went to see the JCB's work in the campus at 11:11 exactly, 3rd of April, today onwards, I saw personally, and Nitin also, that the 5 JCBs are working, and one police officer, when he saw us, we have to run away because he wants to capture us.
And it's very difficult for us to trust the state government and the police here. Why the police is not allowing us to capture what is happening? Why they are not allowing us to roam freely in our campus? They say there are no deers. But when we were in the campus, we saw that there were deers around our hostels too. They sometimes roam around us. We have stayed with them for like last 6 months when we took admission. And here the government says that there are no deers. So we cannot trust the government. They tell us that we are not students, but we are bona fide students of this university. We write semester exams, and someone says that we are not students. How can we trust them now?
We understand that some barricades were also attempted to be erected because one, of course, drone usage has been said to be illegal in that particular area, but they are also putting up physical barricades so that students cannot actually physically sight what is going on there.
And actually, ma'am, I want to also address that yesterday many of the professors and teachers union also also protested, and they want to try to go to that area also, but they were also stopped by the state police. And even when High Court yesterday put stay order, the state police, with the help of state police, the JCB's work is still going on, and even today also. And ma'am, like there are more than 60 and 70 plus JCBs, and they are working, and they are rapidly destroying the biodiversity of this campus.
I can also tell our viewers that while while the work is going on, we have been able to access that video that been playing out since morning, which very clearly shows that on one side of the lake there's a green cover, on the other side of the lake where you can see the JCBs, 60 to 70 in number. They have actually entirely denuded that area, and this area, I've been speaking to environmentalists and people who have been working in this area are pointing out it's not just about the deer and the peacock whose population you can see elsewhere. It's not just about